Whichever way you look at it, you really are the best clan in Malabar. What can I say about the, now official, clan membership realignment? Only one thing. If fate once again smiles on me and I get hold of another quest, Phoenix will have no part of it. I'm sorry, but this is a necessary measure. This is exactly why we are talking right now, to avoid any need for such measure. You are quite right. What's done is done. You are also right that an agreement between our clans would be the kiss of death to yours. I would like to offer you compensation. For example, you have no priests, so Elenium's quest is of little use to you. So I could offer you, temporarily of course, 1 or 2 priests who will complete this quest with your clan. That way Sea Thistles will get the first kill. And as soon as the quest is finished, these players will go back to Phoenix, taking any bonuses from their achievement with them. What's the point in getting the first kill if those who have it will end up back in Phoenix? Just to tick a box for clan status? I don't need it. What do you want in that case? Money? Gear? We can provide that too. People, I already told you what I want, or rather, what I'm going to do. As soon as these quests are completed, the Sea Thistles clan will have no further dealings with Phoenix. You're a high flyer, all high and mighty. Good for you. We'll keep our feet firmly on the ground and do what we do best. Sit and wait for our prison sentences to end. If I've got you right, the gist of this conversation runs something like this. Sorry, Mayan. We have started to destroy your clan a bit too early. Jumped the gun and all that. But you should know that you're finished the moment it becomes convenient. Although, wait. Sorry hasn't even come into it. Dear Phoenix representatives, I am telling you again. Once we complete these 2 quests, we will go our separate ways, and our paths will never cross again. I hear you. It's a pity that we've failed to find common ground on this. I propose that we postpone this conversation and return to it later. I can guarantee you that we will not approach Barcina, and if she contacts us herself, you will be informed. Anastasia will not share the Patriarch quest without first gaining your approval. Will you remove the players who crossed over from the groups for both quests? What's the point? Just to show what a bastard I am? Let them stay. All right. I have only one small point to clarify. If you aren't disbanding the group, I would like to compensate you for the participation of our new players in the current scenario. Their level barely exceeds 100, so I'm prepared to offer you 100,000 for the 3 of them. What do you say? 100 for 3? That's not even funny. They might as well stay for free. So, how much do you want? 130. I paused, watching the faces of both Phoenix players, baffled by such a paltry increase in the price, and then added, each. All right. I'll send you the agreement in a minute. Then the matter of the transferred players can be considered settled, concluded Eckler. Now we must return to the matter of apologies. I have a feeling that words alone will be insufficient, so I thought of something else. Anastasia. What do you say? Quasi-proton, I shrugged. What do you mean, quasi-proton? And what do you mean, Anastasia? For a while, Eckler looked at me somewhat perplexed, but then his face lit up in a smile, and the shadow leader of the Phoenix clan continued. I understand. I didn't express myself very well. You see, Anastasia broke— Killer, I insist that you tell Mayan the whole truth. Anastasia spoke for the first time, interrupting the mage. I'd nearly forgotten she was with us. The scenario with the punishment will look stupid now. I'm against it. Eckler froze for a moment, chuckled, and then, apparently having come to a decision, looked at me cheerfully. Well, well, Mayan. Getting Anastasia to go against my decision. If you were my son, I would be proud of you. Good. Here's a confidentiality agreement. I'm sorry, but we can't do without it. There's just too much at stake. As soon as I signed, agreeing that the information I was about to hear would not be passed on to third parties, Killer commenced with his explanation. I apologize in advance for digressing into history, but you may struggle to understand everything without it. Forget everything I just told you. None of it has anything to do with the real state of things. Aside from the money, that you'll get in any case. So, the Phoenix clan was founded on the very day that Barleona was launched. You could say it's the oldest clan in the game. We've had our ups and downs, but by about 10 years in, we'd gathered the core group of players on whom I felt I could rely. I poured a huge, no, an insane amount of money into the game, being fortunate enough to be able to do so, set out the clan development strategy, and methodically began to weed out the competition. Alongside Phoenix, the Dark Legion began to emerge as our clear virtual enemy. After all, aside from the best clan in Malabar, there had to be a clan for all the players rejected by us to join. Otherwise, Phoenix would have been trampled underfoot a long time ago. But this way, everyone could enjoy watching our battles. Evelyn steered things in the right direction, not allowing his players, like Plinto, to bring down our crafters freely, and focusing attention on fighters and recruits instead. This went on for a long time, until the corporation decided to unlock Cartus. Knowing that such opportunities couldn't be passed over, we flipped a coin to see which of our clans should move to Cartus. Evelit won. When you appeared with your unique collection of reputations, Evelit chose you instead of one of my fighters, and is now sitting in Anhurst and quietly celebrating such a fortuitous turn of events. This is a brief overview of what's been happening in the past 10 years of the game. Right, but what do you want with me in all of this? Take it easy. Let the old man have his say. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity. Sooner or later, the rot creeps into any established organization. It becomes stilted, starts to suffer from complacency and an overinflated sense of its own unique place in the world. Around a year ago, Rick raised his crafting to 10 and fell into a state that can be easiest described as a superiority complex. Knowing full well how important he is to the clan, he started demanding various kinds of preferential treatment, which often breached the bounds of common sense. For example, did you know that Rick is one of only 3 Phoenix players who are able to declare war on behalf of the clan? Me, Anastasia, and him, a simple head of the Masters. Even Hellfire and Castle Keepers don't have such privileges. So why don't you simply kick him out of the clan? I asked in surprise, struggling to grasp Phoenix Clan's internal problems. Because a player who has gained 14 levels in crafting is very valuable for the clan in the financial sense. Items that he creates are a source of stable income, so kicking him out would deprive the clan of a golden goose. It would be foolish and wasteful. In that case, you'll continue to have a malcontent in your clan who will keep laying down increasingly unreasonable conditions all the time. You'll just have to deal with it. This is why I decided to make a knight's move. Who is Anastaria? She's not just a name. She's an entire brand now. She is so closely identified with Phoenix that everyone takes it for granted that whatever she does, I would never kick her out, because this would cause great damage to the clan. This is exactly why I started to hatch a plan to make an example of Anastaria by publicly throwing her out of Phoenix. What? Don't look so surprised. Yes, I intend to solemnly and dramatically remove Anastaria from the clan, to make it clear that no one is irreplaceable. Under my close supervision for several months now, she's been committing all kinds of terrible, outrageous acts within the clan. She doesn't submit reports, periodically leaves the clan, fails to inform anyone of what she's up to, provokes arguments, and uses clan resources for her personal ends. And everyone just accepts it, because she's the leader. Everyone sees the clan rules being brazenly flouted, but does their best to turn a blind eye. Today's situation was simply a boon to us in view of all this. I'm sorry, but your players did approach us of their own accord, and because Raster is the one who deals with admitting people into the clan, I found out that Elenium had passed all our tests and had already been offered a place only after the fact. Hellfire outdid himself. It seems that he's taken a dislike to you, and quite a big one at that. However, as sad as it is, the transfer of your players to Phoenix made a good trigger for putting my plan into action. Anastaria raised hell, called everyone, including myself, idiots, self-absorbed morons, and other equally endearing names, and demanded that the agreements with the 3 new players be torn up. She threatened to leave the clan if her conditions were not met. No one in Barleona, except Evelyn, and now you, knows about our close cooperation. The clan is currently awaiting my reaction to Hellfire's actions, which go against the spirit of cooperative questing, and to see how I handle the situation with Anastaria. After all, everyone now automatically associates Anastaria with the word Phoenix. This is why she'll be kicked out of the clan today. A neat series of moves. What can I say? I concluded, when Eckler paused. And there was me, trying to figure out what Anastaria joining my clan was all about. Makes sense now. But, Killer, your plan resulted in 3 people leaving my clan. 3 people with whom I ran around the game for 2 years. Look at it this way. Anastaria intervened for the 2nd time during this meeting. We did not try to lure them over. They switched to Phoenix of their own accord at the first opportunity. I don't want to say anything bad about your friends, but think about this yourself, man. What would have happened if they'd left you 6 months later, for instance, after becoming an integral part of your clan in many ways? It could be just guesswork, but the risk that they would have ditched you in any case is very high. Yes, I can see that, but Fine. The matter with those three is now settled. They'll stay with you in any case. However, tell me why I am being told of the Phoenix clan's internal problems right now. I need your help. I really do. At first, we simply planned to cut Anastasia loose and make her wander about Malabar listless and disgruntled. But after today's developments, I quickly thought of another plan. In order to make up for this misunderstanding, I thought of loaning Anastasia to you, let's say for 3 months. This would be good both for her and for your clan. And how did you intend to pull that off? I couldn't help asking. That's simple. I was going to tell you how Anastasia started breaking the clan rules, that she had become uncontrollable, then summon the Guardian and officially exclude Anastasia from Phoenix. To be honest, my plan was based on a 90% probability that you would have invited Anastasia to join your clan. She would have spent 2 or 3 months with you until just before the big clan competition, and then resumed her place in Phoenix. It would have made for a magnificently choreographed move, falling completely within the logic of her hysterics earlier today. But now that thanks to her you know everything, since we've put our cards on the table, you have my sincere request that you accept Anastasia into your clan. The advantages for the clan are quite clear. I don't think I need to go through them, since you've seen them all for yourself. The downsides, there are more than enough of those, too. Firstly, Hellfire and Rick will develop considerable dislike both for you and for Sea Thistles, exacerbated by the fact that Anastasia ended up in these unfortunate circumstances on your account. They will stop creating problems in the clan and will start looking for a way to get even with you instead. Secondly, there's the reaction of the rest of Malabar. As I already mentioned, Anastasia is a brand, and everyone's gotten used to associating her with Phoenix. So, Sea Thistles, a first-level clan, won't have an easy time of it. Anastasia's fans will start trying to get into your clan and threaten you if you refuse to take them in. Thirdly, Eckler fell silent, as if struggling to find the right words to express his main point, so I beat him to it. Thirdly, Anastasia will not be just an ordinary member in my clan, but a representative of Phoenix, even if she's not officially its member. A spy, level... can't even think of a good comparison. A supersonic jet among crop dusters. And you're suggesting I forget everything that's happened before? Like the siren poison that was used against me. You still expect me to welcome this girl with open arms? A very lucrative proposal, especially after 3 of my fighters went and joined your clan. This is why I thought that we should tell you the whole truth and not try to outmaneuver you once again, replied Stacy. This really is no joking matter now. Phoenix could be facing a split, and we can't let that happen. At the least, not until the Intercontinental Clan competition. The only way to preserve the clan now is to make a sacrifice. I'm ready to be that sacrifice. But if I were excluded now, I would automatically be excluded from all scenarios. As soon as we finish with the Guardian and meet the Patriarch, the clan leaders will take charge of the scenarios and freestanding players will be left out in the cold. I really don't want to miss out on this because for me this is important. I want to find out what it is the developers have come up with, what possible workarounds they've included. Of all the clans present here, only Sea Thistles and Azure Dragons would be able to accept me without raising suspicions with Rick and his team. But the dragons have do not punic, who would be certain to draft an agreement in a way that would force me to stay in that clan for 5 years at the least. So I'm the fool that can be suckered into doing this, taken for a 3-month ride, and then dumped when appropriate? I grinned. I mean, it's not like I'm do not punic, who knows how to draft agreements properly. Mayan, You're free to take whatever decision you want, but I'm asking you to please help us. To help me. I would get kicked out in any case, but losing the scenario? All right. Let's suppose, mind, that I take you into Sea Thistles. Since we're talking openly now, I would like to share an interesting piece of information with you. It's about to become public knowledge anyway. When are you planning to get kicked out? Today. Great. Then listen. In exactly... I went into the quest description and looked at the date I received the quest from the Emperor. 3 days and 2 hours, a certain individual known as the Emperor of Malabar will appeal to all plus 200 level heroes, saying that he is in dire need of help, the poor old thing. Moreover, he will also issue a similar summons for craftsmen with level 100 and above in a profession. This is a continent-wide scenario, not a normal one, like the Guardian and the High Priestess quests. The Emperor will also announce that any player can take part, including those previously banished. They will be granted a pardon, I suppose. Just to prove I'm not making it up, here's the quest description that I was given. I sent Anastasia the text and watched for any change in her emotions. And now a question for the experts. Who would have the ability to complete this quest, but with the words "find and bring" instead of "craft" in it? "Damn it," said Anastasia, and descended into a censor-worthy cursing spree. "Are you sure that the information about what will occur in 3 days is correct?" Killer asked me, ignoring the enraged girl. "Yes. The Emperor really will issue this summons, so we have to wrap things up here as soon as possible. The sooner we finish with the Guardian, the sooner we can start looking for the Holy Relic." "You do realize," Eckler addressed the girl, "that if Phoenix completes this quest without you, no one would ever suspect our bluff now? Everyone knows how mad you are for all things unique." "Killer, there's no way I can miss this!" Stacy was almost shouting. "This thing is continent-wide, not locked to a particular class. You can then use it to get—" "Anastasia," the mage sternly interrupted her. "Time to decide. Either you leave and Phoenix does the quest without you, showing everyone that the threat of punishment is real, or we scrap all our plans and forget what we've been trying to do for the last 4 months. From what I can see, Rick should get the quest for creating the Holy Relic. He wouldn't be able to complete it outside the clan, so he'll be facing a clear choice. Either he follows in your footsteps, or falls in line, signs a new agreement, seriously curtailing his rights, and continues crafting for the good of the clan. Hellfire will focus on you and going after Mayan. Stacy, decision time." "Damn it all to hell!" the girl continued to curse. "Killer, you can't force someone to choose between duty and passion. That isn't fair." "Guys, maybe you'll stop arguing and explain to me," I interrupted the bickering players. "Why in hell should I accept Anastasia into my clan only to become a target for her fans and Hellfire? Nice future to look forward to. A dream come true for sure. No first kill bonuses can compensate for being constantly kept at the respawn point." "I do have something that can persuade you to cooperate," assured the mage. "Now I know for sure that you are the creator of the Commandant chess pieces. You have already solved the first riddle, and right now we are ready to give you the answer to the second. It's already been deciphered. We are prepared to help you with other riddles as well, but that's beside the point right now. The important part is that you will get a description of what the chess set is, what it's used for, and what limitations and special features it has. There is a special scroll with all this information at the Emperor's Palace, and I'm prepared to obtain it for you. Some reward, that is. I happen to have respect with the Emperor. When I reach esteem, I'll be able to read this scroll myself. That's all very well, if not for one little detail. There is only one version of this scroll. No copies can be made of it, and currently it happens to be in the firm grip of a certain assassin's green paws. Even if you were at Exalted and a 100 in attractiveness, you'd still never see it. I can make sure this scroll ends up in your hands. I call the Emperor as my witness that I'm telling you the truth about the scroll. So, that's how it is. But what has attractiveness got to do with this? Our reputation with the Emperor and other elite entities simply opens certain doors to us, but attractiveness is the key to quests, answered the girl, who had run out of curses for the time being. For example, I have exalted reputation, but 0 attractiveness with the current Emperor, so I would never be given any unique quests, not a single one. It was now clear why Tisha and the High Priestess sent me on these missions. They simply liked me as a... To put it plainly, they just liked me. Stacy, what have you decided? It's not like I really have a choice, is it? Growled the girl. It's clear as day that this is an ideal situation. The clan will be subdued so we can ride this wave and redraft Rick's agreement. But, damn it, a continental scenario. Mayan, it's up to you now. Do you agree to take Anastaria into your clan in exchange for receiving the Emperor's scroll with the description of the Commandant chess set in 3 months' time? Yes. It looks like I don't have much choice in the matter either. You've really got me cornered. Agreed. Anastaria can be one of my minions for 3 months. Got any preferred position? I asked the girl slyly. Of course. Only the deputy, only hardcore, she replied in the same tone. Then quit, and I'll accept you. It's not quite so simple, Eckler intervened with more good news. Now, when the decision has been made, we need to put on a show for the clan and other players. We'll do most of the acting, but right now you need to leave the dome looking angry, grumbling, and bad-mouthing me quite thoroughly. Something along the lines of, Phoenix have gone completely crazy and want to buy up my entire clan. Stacy will kick up a storm, as she has done on plenty of occasions, so it won't really surprise anyone, and then it will be my move. Everyone got it? Then let's do it. My role turned out to be simple enough. I entered the dome looking angry, and left it just as angry. All good. After asking the others once again about Plinto, who still hadn't returned, I called over Anastaria and Do Not Punic and told them that our strategy meeting would have to be postponed until the rogue gets back. As soon as I stopped talking, the girl began typing something into the clan chat, and Eckler, who was sitting not far off, periodically shouted, "What are you doing? Stop that immediately! That's it! My patience has reached its limit!" the mage shouted after some time. Plinto still hadn't reappeared. His respawn timer probably had 1 or 2 hours left to go, so there was no need to hurry. This gave Anastaria and Killer time to have more fun with their performance. "Guardian, I require your assistance." "You called me and I came. If your summons was a false one, you will be punished." The glade vibrated. "Agreed. Guardian, I ask you to confirm my decision." Ekeler addressed the oak. "With the power bestowed in me by the agreement of the Phoenix clan, I remove Anastaria from the clan for breaching the clan agreement. All her clan leader responsibilities will be assumed by me. From this moment on, Anastaria has nothing to do with the Phoenix clan. I ask that all the interested parties are informed of this, including the Emperor, the Thracinians, and the Lords of the Air." "Accepted." The tree's vibrations went through the glade, which had now descended into silence. "All the free citizens and faction leaders have been informed, and agreements with Anastaria have been transferred to Ekeler." Attention, residents of Malabar. For breaching the clan agreement, free citizen Anastaria has been excluded from the Phoenix clan. All Anastaria's responsibilities as head of the clan have been transferred to Ekeler. The sign of the flaming bird above the girl's face faded, and she looked up at me with eyes full of tears. What an actress! She even managed to tear up. "Killer, you can't!" she shouted. "I can, and I did. Enough is enough." "In that case, Man!" Anastaria shouted in my direction. "I ask you to accept me into Sea Thistles. You were stripped of 3 players, so I offer myself as compensation." "What?" "I'll repeat for those who are slow on the uptake. I'm asking you to take me into your clan." "Anastaria, I tried to look completely bewildered by such a crazy request from the best girl in Malabar. "Ekeler, talk some sense into her. I've had enough of Killer and his ilk. Either you invite me, or I'll go elsewhere. Do Not Punic will be happy." "Fine, but I should warn you right away that there's no democracy in my clan, just the harsh totalitarian system headed by a tyrant. That is, yours truly. If you're prepared to sign an agreement that you will remain in my clan for at least 3 months, I'll take you in," I replied. "Deal. Send me the agreement." "Stacy," Ekeler intervened, "do you understand that there'll be no way back after this?" "I don't give a damn about your threats. It won't take a week for Phoenix to go stale without me." I had little desire to land a bigger part in this performance, so under the shocked gazes of other players, I selected Anastaria and sent her the invitation to my clan. Player Anastaria has joined the Sea Thistles clan. Rank, Deputy Head of the clan. Due to the presence of players that earned the first kill of the Bloody Scythe dungeon, the Sea Thistles clan gains... Holy shit! Itamzalat, the head of the heirs of the Titans, exhaled next to me, a camera pictogram flashing above his head. Looks like the banishment scene had been caught on tape. "Back in a couple of minutes," he said, after which his gaming avatar became transparent and disappeared. He probably went off to upload the video. Chapter 8. The Patriarch. "If there's one thing I don't get, it's why you took that bitch in," summed up Plinto as soon as he appeared in the glade and was told the news. "What's your problem with her?" "I have enough problems with the flaming chickens for a year's worth of respawns, and for this lady, I'll make that 3. If you hadn't initially included the condition that you couldn't waste other players, I would have rubbed her out ages ago. And you too. My hands are still itching to do just that. Then why the heck did you help me in Anhurst? Because I didn't want to give those bastards the pleasure. You'll become my personal punching bag as soon as this quest is over. The pawn of number 2s. Get ready for a meeting with a herald. No one else would be able to get you out of that one. Sure thing. I'm already shaking in my boots and looking for a place to hide. Before you start thinking up a more effective way to bump me off, tell me what you saw, what this ash is, and how's it made. And, by the way, have you ever considered that in chess a pawn is a rather formidable figure, especially after it takes 6 moves forward? Plinto mumbled, and froze for a few moments, probably thinking over my words. Quit messing with my head, he said, finally reaching a conclusion. The eastern side where I went was completely stuffed with— Hold on, let me call my advisors first, I interrupted Plinto. I'll have to tell them everything anyway, so they may as well ask you all the right questions. Anastasia, do not panic. Come over. I'm not talking to that bitch, Plinto almost hissed. Man, I'm grateful to you for access to the scenario. I had no money for the ticket and all, but dealing with her— Listen, cut the drama crap, eh? That's the last thing we need now. It's bad enough trying to think about what Hellfire and Company will do to me for taking Anastasia into the clan. Now you go ballistic every time her name is mentioned. Why don't you show me how to get them off my back instead of brandishing your trigger-happy side? Are you trying to recruit me or something? Call it as you see it. Right, people have started turning up, so let's save this chat for another time. Think about what I said, though. I'm in dire need of protection from Phoenix, and no one would handle that better than you. If you have a bone to pick with that clan, let's use it to our mutual advantage. Anyway, we'll talk later. I see you've been chatting with our bad boy, Anastasia couldn't help quipping as soon as she came over. But I should say that he surprised me, writing down the words back and ash correctly and without resorting to spell check. Even I could have barely managed that. Did you practice in advance or something? Anastasia, I interrupted the girl, I'm asking you, as your boss, not to aggro Plinto while we're completing this scenario. At the end of the day, he's the only one who has managed to gather any kind of useful information. The 3 10-strong raid groups, the 20-strong support group, and the specially trained scouts screwed up most spectacularly. And that goes for you, too. While one bad boy, as you put it, could have saved you all if you hadn't wandered off quite so far. Don't you think you're being more than a bit unfair? Do you need him? A message popped up in the interclan chat almost immediately. It was just as well that the 12 hours hadn't elapsed since the battle, so none of my fighters were present yet. This way, the chat had ended up being private. But how can she write in such a completely surreptitious manner? I barely nodded in answer to her question, and then continued. Now that we understand each other, I suggest we begin. Plinto, please tell us what happened on the eastern side and how you were not detected. Flashing an angry stare at Anastasia, the rogue began his report. I'll begin by explaining what ash is. Everyone here knows what it is, except you, by the way. In all the most recent dungeons, the developers have tended to use a new type of spell called Ash Tempest. Not in all, but just the last 4. It's as if they're preparing us for something, put in Anastasia. She behaves rather strangely when Plinto is around. I must speak to her about this later today. Why do they keep fighting like cat and dog for no apparent reason? "Do you want to do the talking?" snapped Plinto. "Maybe I do. This ash, as raiders have dubbed it, is a very unpleasant spell. Unlike Armageddon, it cannot destroy gear, but there's no way of evading it except with a bubble. This is why all the latest raids need so many paladins and priests for resurrecting fallen players. By the way, resurrection from ash, into which your gaming avatar disintegrates, looks very beautiful. It comes together, forming a thin film, and then your body starts to take shape as if it were rising out of the surface of water, covered by a fine silk sheet." "Women," Plinto spat for emphasis, showing that only a girl would start enjoying special effects in the middle of a fight. "The Ash Tempest can only be used once per dungeon and burns up enormous amounts of mob mana, so the main task is to survive the blast with at least one priest alive. I followed the same tactic here, put a bubble over myself, but failed to take the special characteristics of the Dark Forest and the scenario into account. It says that the first attack in the wrong direction would result in failure and that no players would survive even in a bubble. The curse was cast on me 2 seconds after the ash, which means that the imitator outdid itself in getting around that defense. That's how I became cursed Anastasia." "That's what you were to begin with. No use pretending." Plinto wasn't about to miss this opportunity for a jibe, which finally made me lose patience with their back and forth. "Plinto, Anastasia, one more dig from either direction while we're completing this scenario, and I'll quit being so reasonable. I've had enough of you. You're acting like a pair of little kids." "And you've never seen them going at each other in Anhurs," grinned Do Not Punic. "The whole of Malabar has been laughing at these two. Not that they care." "Like I give a fig about all that. Plinto, as head of the Sea Thistles clan, I'm inviting you to join me as a fighter." "What, be in the same clan as this?" the rogue began, but I interrupted him. "No, to be in the same clan as me. Phoenix will declare open season on me because of Anastasia coming over, and I need protection. While in the clan, you'll be receiving a salary, calculated in the standard way, 30% of the entire income of the clan, divided among the members depending on the rank and contribution to the clan. I'm also prepared to negotiate the sum that you'll be paid for preventing attempts on my life made by Phoenix members. Anyone else wouldn't bother if they see you around, but Phoenix, on the other hand, would get even more aggro. Do you remember what I said about the moves? You made 2 moves forward when you left Legion. Anhurs was another move, and the next would be agreeing to join. You have just 2 squares left. This is one of them." "I have a condition," said Plinto thoughtfully after some time. "I will have to take the opportunity to send you for respawn at least twice. You owe me, and I won't rest until I do this." "Agreed. As soon as we finish with the Dark Forest, you will have such a chance. Anything else?" "Anastasia." Wow, he actually used her name. "What rank does she have?" "She's the deputy." "I will answer directly to the head and no one else. Neither the deputy nor the officers will have any authority over me." "All right, this will be included in the agreement. Anything else?" 5 million gold, right now, for personal use. Plinto blurted out after a pause, all the while looking at Anastasia for some reason. And what would that be for? I was beginning to lose track of what was going on here, because at this point Anastasia lowered her gaze. No! 1,000 times no! The clan chat exploded with the girls' screams. Just a personal whim, was Plinto's short answer, and I suddenly understood where this money was going. It would go to the girl. But for what? I accept. As the head of the clan, I guarantee you 5 million gold for joining Sea Thistles. However, in that case, I have some conditions too. You will spend at least a year in the clan, or until I personally exclude you, and you will accept the clan rules. Agreed. A smile spread across the face of the usually serious rogue. Guardian, I ask you to witness our agreement on my joining the clan before we sign it, shouted Plinto. The conditions have been recorded, the glade immediately declared with its vibrations. Then send me the invite, concluded Plinto. I'm prepared to join the Sea Thistles under the agreed conditions and will diligently carry out all responsibilities this lays on me. Mayan, thanks a lot. What can I say? Player Plinto the Bloodied has joined the Sea Thistles clan. Rank, Fighter. Due to the presence of players that earned the first kill of the Silver Scream dungeon, all Sea Thistles clan members gain +2 to attractiveness with all Malabar NPCs. This was followed by another list of bonuses for the clan, but this one only had 7 items on it, compared to Anastasia's 20-something. So it looks like Dark Legion did complete some things before Phoenix after all. I started to look through the achievements that I got via Plinto, so I didn't immediately notice how the Guardian's branches began to grow around my soul, for the moment, Fighter, and around my, likewise, only deputy. I don't get it. What's going on here? Plinto the Bloodied, roared the oak. According to the agreement, you must pay a monetary reward worth 5,400,000 gold to free citizen Anastasia. Anastasia, according to the agreement, once this amount is paid to you, you are obliged to hand over the final part of the Phoenix Reigns. I'm ready to transfer the money, said Plinto immediately. Please take it off my account, and the remainder from the account of the Sea Thistles clan, according to the conditions under which I was accepted into the clan. Mayan, thundered the Guardian, I ask you to give the final confirmation of the conditions of accepting Plinto the Bloodied into the clan. Confirmed. 5 million is a huge amount, and it would take me forever to explain myself to the others, so I'll have to find out what I owe and to whom, and, most importantly, why. Anastasia, Plinto has fulfilled the conditions for acquiring the final part of the Phoenix Reigns. Are you going to hand them over? They're in my personal room, said the girl discomposedly. I give my permission for them to be taken and handed over to Plinto. The agreement has been fulfilled and is considered closed, concluded the Guardian, and descended into deep thought once again. You know, Nick, I'll bury you for this, said Anastasia after some time. I'll even complain to your wife that you've upset me, she'll have your head."
"Stacy, then you should have thought twice before making the bet. I did say from the start that I'd get my hands on them sooner or later. Now my flame wing will be the fastest in all Barleona. This year I'll finally get the prize. The game's on."
"Are you done yet?" I interrupted this fascinating conversation. I'll find out later what this is all about. Right now, with Do Not Punic giving us a rather cryptic look, it was time to get back to work. "Plinto, do continue. I get the deal with the ash. What happened on the eastern side?"
"Yes," added Do Not Punic. "You can also tell us how you managed to get through where other scouts were discovered." "Who are you calling scouts, exactly? Lantirius and Fogger? Their arms should be ripped off and sewn onto their asses, which they've been using for thinking anyway. You think I didn't see how they were discovered? Any dumbass would have realized that mist, which covers every part of the ground, must conceal lots of alarm traps. Why the heck did they go on the ground? Are they so low on agility they couldn't use the trees? Hopeless idiots."
"Let's not get distracted," I told my fighter.
"In short, it's simple. We were toast in any case. There were 3 barricades to the east. First came level 100 to 150 vampires. I counted 40, but I might have been wrong. They kept moving all over the place, and my line-of-sight radius wasn't very big. It was the trees, damn them. They had no special attacks, just physical damage and speed. About half of them had bows and black arrows, which probably land you with a curse on a hit. We'll have to be very careful and make sure the priests keep their eyes open and cleanse any cursed players. The vamps were waiting 100 meters from the glade and had a boss with them, the sergeant. Level 200, nothing difficult at the first glance. If you discount the regeneration buff, it restores 2% of total hit points every 5 seconds. The second barricade, a more serious one this time, came 100 meters further out. 3 level 300 elementals, 5 plus 350 mages, and 1 boss, concealed by black mist. According to his properties, he was some sort of lieutenant, level 400. There was no information on his race or abilities. While I was logged out, I tried to look him up on all available databases. Nothing. The elementals are interesting too. There was fire, water, and an earth one. There should have also been an air one, but it was probably somewhere else at the time. They have no special abilities, but they're no pushovers, because these 3 stand very close to each other, and we won't be able to pull them one by one. You'll have to figure out how to bring them down. The third cordon wasn't even a cordon, but the camp of the final boss, and is 200 meters further out. There we had another mist-covered boss, a general of some kind, level 450, and 6 necromancers, who were busy summoning the ash. There was nothing else there. Catch the video and the stats that I managed to get off the mobs. When ash started to form, I tried to interrupt it, knowing where this was going, but as soon as I came closer, the general took me out straight away. Just 3 hits, and I was pushing daisies. He only used a physical damage attack, so while I was under cloak, I managed to warn you about the ash. That's it, I think.
"Plinto," said Do Not Punic a couple of minutes later, after he reviewed the info my fighter sent.
"Listen, I'm lost for words. How did you do this?"
On some level, I agreed with Don. It made for engrossing viewing. To watch Plinto jump from tree to tree, Tarzan-like, all the while managing to assess his surroundings, not allowing the trees to sway, and looking through the properties of each mob that came into view.
Man, as soon as the rest of the clan gets here,
Plinto turned to me, ignoring the question,
I'll take charge of them. I see that you have 2 warriors and 1 rogue, all of them around level 20. I won't touch the druid, but these guys, it's time they stop faffing around and start leveling up properly. I'll take it upon myself to ensure that happens.
Then wait for them to turn up. Should be about an hour, and you can begin straight away. Later, you can put me through my paces as well.
Sure, no problem. You covered 120 meters of the rogue obstacle course on your first attempt, chuckled Plinto. No going easy on you with that record to beat.
112, I corrected him, but Plinto was no longer listening. He'd stealthed and started roaming around the glade. We'll have to give our scouts a good talking to, said Anastasia the moment he left us. Who would have thought that a douchebag could provide such a thorough scouting report? Levels, descriptions. Did you see that on the second minute he even pointed out the movement trajectories? She said to Do Not Punic.
Yeah,
muttered my second advisor, looking somewhat at a loss.
This day is just full of wonders. Man, maybe you should take me into your clan as well. Just to complete the set. We could invite someone from the heirs of the Titans, and that'd be it. All the leading clans of Malabar will have transferred 1 leading player to the Sea Thistles clan. It's mind-boggling. Stacy, how many first kills do you have? About 40? Plinto should have about a dozen. Mayan has 1 as well. Sea Thistles is light years ahead now. There's also some NPC sitting in Mayan's tent. Slate, will your leaving Phoenix affect your taking part in the quest? He suddenly asked the girl. No, was Anastasia's firm reply. I joined up of my own accord. No one paid for me, so I don't owe anyone anything. Let's decide what to do now. I propose we start with a brainstorming session. Before we start, I'd like to bring something to your attention. I already knew about the 3 bosses, but Plinto didn't say anything about the Lord of the Fallen, who was shouting announcements to the whole glade after the ash hit. So there should be a 4th cordon, even though it was never scouted. The attack plan was for the most part fleshed out by Anastasia and Do Not Punic, while I simply stood by, acting as a litmus test of sorts. If I went red, if I started to become unsettled, the plan was a bad one. If I stayed silent, the plan was good and worth considering. A worthy and solid role of a frog in a jar used to predict the weather. At least they weren't intent on making me croak. On the whole, our knowledge about this territory is sparse. I finally heard Anastasia utter words I could easily understand. All these formations, raid add-ons, saves, pots, pre-pots, flasks, masks, casks. In the 15 years of the game, not a single quest was discovered here. There is a map made by Newtonovich, but he drew it from atop a griffin, so it isn't much help to us. I found nothing about Dark Forest Guardians, and nothing pointing to scenarios dealing with the cursing of the entire forest. Same here. Just the map and lots of unexplored territory. You know, I had a bit of a think. There's something that immediately jumps out in all of this. Why on earth is a player who is hunted by the entire Dark Legion clan roaming around thousands of kilometers away from Anhurs? all the way in the dark forest, which supposedly doesn't contain a single quest. And the place isn't exactly bursting with resources either, if you don't take the Guardian's Glade into account. And then this mysterious shaman, who's been dubbed a son of the dragon, turns up and offers us a quest from a place that isn't supposed to have any quests at all. To top it all off, in the space of just an hour, he gets to recruit the second and the third highest level players on the continent. Guys, is there something you'd like to fill me in on, perhaps? It's a bit difficult to construct a chain of reasoning on the basis of incomplete data. It's tough to deal with people who have a habit of using their heads instead of their emotions. Stacy cracked me right from the start, and Do Not Panic too. And here was me thinking that I was terribly unreadable and mysterious. Right, so you don't feel like sharing then, the Azure Dragons player summed up a few moments later, then looked at Anastasia, pursed his lips, and smiled. No, I really must take some lessons from you. You probably knew what was up even before Sea Thistles. Did the small fry get his hands on some other quest? And you're not going to tell me anything about it, are you? Do Not Panic froze for a minute. Let's play a guessing game, then. The Emperors can be ruled out as the source. They're new and need at least a week before they assume their roles properly. The Princess? I'm not sure. It seems highly improbable. That leaves only the High Priestess. Judging by what happened in Beatwick, Mayan has leveled up in attractiveness with her almost as far as 100. And then there was the poaching of the 3 fighters by Phoenix, most likely in order to take charge of a quest. No, there just isn't enough information. Raster wouldn't have taken players into the clan if they didn't come with some benefits. That means it wasn't Mayan who had the quest, but the priest. He was the first to be accepted into Phoenix, and the others just hopped on the bandwagon. The level difference is just too big. Then it could be those with whom... Yes, of course. Mayan is a prisoner, and he probably spent time running around with these 3 when he was a normal player, but they ditched him and decided to offer the quest to Phoenix. How nice of them. What can I say? And you? Do Not Panic looked at Anastasia. You're a known champion of justice. That's it. The puzzle comes together. No, dealing with someone who knows how to use their head isn't tough. It's downright dangerous. The slightest gesture can be used to read you and prepare 10 different ways of responding. Perhaps Do Not Panic has a point, and I should take a couple of lessons from Anastasia while there's time. You were saying something about joining my clan. I tried to concentrate and forced out a chuckle. Let's talk it over. I'm ready to hear your conditions. I think not, laughed Do Not Panic. Not much point in me crossing over. Phoenix has that quest now. Making logical deductions based on incomplete information is an unforgivable mistake when it comes to this player, volunteered Anastasia, pointing to me. As long as I've known him, he's had the ability to respond to any sound logical argument with 1 or even 2 completely illogical actions or quests. So Mayan is right, Don. You should think about coming over. This isn't a clan, but a den of nutjobs, Eric panted out as he finished running his 10th lap around the glade.
Plinto had called for a break, so all 3 players dropped to the ground.
Like hell, I'll do any more dying. I'll write a message to the developers and say that as soon as the clan is sent for respawn, its head completely flips out and starts doing crazy things, and ask them to give me complete immunity to every kind of damage. Perhaps that might get you to see reason.
A little while later, if my swearing filter had been turned on, the first phrase I would have heard uttered by Klutzer when he came back from the Greylands and saw the sea thistle's emblem above Plinto and Anastaria might have sounded something like this.
What the flying snail is going on here? Well, I'll quack a duck from such a cluster bunnies. This is total bunny hop. Noble lady socks take you.
When, in a couple of words, I'd explained to the agitated players why we were now 3 players down, but also 2 players up, pointed out the first kill bonuses and other advantages in protection from PKers, everyone seemed to calm down. That lasted all of 2 minutes, until Plinto came up to us, formed an additional training group, and got my fighters to run laps around the glade. He'd explained to me that it was high time these guys leveled up in agility, strength, and stamina, and that anyone not wanting to level up would have his ass mercilessly kicked. It is impossible to die within a training group, so when the guys were about to protest, Plinto's knives reduced their hit points to 1, and all arguments stopped. It became suddenly clear that increasing your stats was extremely important, and the clan leader had told them not to slack in any case. By the time the last players arrived, Ants in the Pansa and Barcina, the second attempt to leave the Guardian's Glade had commenced. There were again 3 10-strong groups, each with its own support group, although there were some changes to the Phoenix-led 10. An Azure Dragon's healer replaced Anastaria, while she remained by my side. She wanted to have nothing to do with Hellfire and Ekeler, and they weren't too eager to spend time with her either. Plinto continued to make my fighters run around the glade, making it clear that he had no intention of taking part in the battle should one commence. To his credit, glancing at Leide, Klutzer, and Eric's stats, I saw that in just an hour they increased their agility by +3, strength by +2, and stamina by +4. Plinto didn't limit himself to running. There were jumps, rolls, sprints, and rolls again. And it should be noted that as soon as the first leveling up took place, any grumbling ceased. The result could be clearly seen and felt, which meant that it was worth the sweat. "Vamps spotted, 3 of them, moving fast, no bows." A message from the central group of 10 came up in the raid chat. "Wings, close in on the left and right. Chase them towards us. Hellfire, get ready." The first cordon, if it could be called the first, was wiped out in just a couple of minutes. To +280 level players, a bunch of level 100 vampires weren't even good for target practice, so the scouting rogues took them out themselves. Only the sergeant presented any real challenge. The level 200 warrior furiously attacked Hellfire, restoring his hit points with every attack. All 3 groups had to focus on this mob at the same time before they could send its imitator for a rest. By the way, it was just as well he didn't attack me when we were luring out the vampires that time. He wouldn't have even noticed my spirits. After the battle at the first cordon, each player got 32 gold, 24 vampire fangs, and 1 sergeant's circlet. It looked like both the fangs and the circlet dropped for each player separately, like the loot at the Dolma mine. Even though they took no part in the battle, just for being in the same group, my 3 low-level fighters gained 3 levels each. But Plinto completely forbade them to allocate their new free stat points. I didn't manage to level up, but I had only a measly 140 experience points to go. From then on, however, we ran into a problem. The second, third, and, according to my logic, fourth cordons were nowhere to be seen. The scouts found the place where the elementals were. There really were 4 of them. And they found the place from where Ash was cast, but there wasn't a single mob in sight. They retreated, leaving us only the sergeant for slaughter. Much to my disappointment, we failed to find a probable location of the Lord of the Fallen. It was as if he'd never existed. Either there was no fourth cordon, or he'd managed to hide himself really well. After assuring the others that the search for the vanished mobs would restart first thing in the morning, I told the players they were free to go home. Anyone wishing to stay could stay, while those who had business back in reality could leave. I saw little sense in entering the dark forest during the night. "Eric, how much copper do you have on you?" I asked my fighter as soon as the glade was mostly clear. Of the free players, there remained only Plinto, who continued to inflict vigorous training on my officers, Anastaria, who was energetically debating something with Do Not Punic, and Barsina, who was watching the guys being trained.
"About 30 pieces. What do you need them for?"
"Did you get as far as tin?"
"Yup. I've been saving it up for bronze."
"Consider it a failed save. I only have 18 levels to go until silver, which I must do all I can to get through."
"Damn. What am I supposed to do after tin, then?"
"Just keep up with the running. What else? Plinto, I think Eric's slacking off here. His energy's all recovered now." I spent about an hour making ingots, but unfortunately the 30 pieces of copper was only enough for +9 to smithing and 3 pieces of lapis. In an ideal world, right now, I would hop over to Anhurst, buy some copper ingots and ore, and raise my smelting to 10% and gem cutting to level 2, but where would I get a portal here? And it would cost so much money that the subdued amphibious and terrestrial wildlife inhabiting the depth of my soul would kick the dust and bite the bucket. Or the other way around. Whichever way you turn it, they wouldn't be feeling very well. Do I really need this? No. So the portal idea can be ruled out. Where can I get more copper? What if I ask Anastaria for help?
"All right, I'm off. Until tomorrow."
By this point, Do Not Punic had stopped arguing with Stacy, turned into a transparent silhouette, and vanished. "Me too," said my deputy. "Time to go and scare my family with an unplanned visit. I finally have a chance to spend some quality time at home, and I'm not letting a chance like that slip away." "Hold up!" I stopped the girl. "Listen, is there any way you can use some of your old connections to buy and send me some copper ingots? Or even just the ore? I really need them." "Give me a sec." Anastaria opened her mailbox and started writing a letter. A couple of minutes went by, and her eyebrows shot up. She probably got a reply. "So that's how it is," muttered the girl, and started to write again. 2 minutes later there was another reply, which again did not please the girl at all, since her reaction was one capacious word. "How much do you need?" she finally asked. "About 10 stacks. "I'll get them," the girl assured me. "You'll have the copper in the morning." With these words, Anastaria became transparent, and a moment later melted into thin air. After another 20 minutes, Eric, Leide, and Klutzer's energy once again hit 0, and Plinto and Barsina left us. As soon as Do Not Punic left, the Lady Druid joined my running and jumping officers, wishing to do some leveling up in agility and stamina herself. She didn't seem to mind that intellect was the main stat for her class. It was good to level up on all fronts. Good for her. She thinks like a true mercenary, never failing to take advantage of potential gain for her own dear self. If only everyone was like her.
And now, tell us what went down.
As soon as the 3 former red headbanders got their breath back, they crowded around me.
How did you manage to get Plinto and Anastaria into the clan, and what was the real reason Elenium, Sushio, and Dookie left?
I would have never thought that a tale retold by yours truly could come out so colorful and rich in events and drama, with villains and heroes, betrayal and friendship, feelings and ice-cold logic. I didn't conceal the truth from my fighters, honestly admitting that Anastaria was with us for only 3 months, and Plinto for a year, and for a payment at that. But the way I relayed all this was really something. Mihail Demov, a skilled spinner of tales, would surely see a worthy colleague in me.
Peace to you, brave storyteller and his listeners,
said a heavy, deep voice barely a moment after I finished. It was night in Barleona by this time, and just a few meters away from the Guardian's glade, 2 red dots were shining in the darkness. A hostile mob. A level 200 vampire with red eyes, indicating that he presented a danger to us.
Permit me to enter the Guardian's circle.
Eric and I looked at each other. He understood as well as I did what the vampire's red eyes meant, and what would be the result of his entering the glade. Respawn for us, and inglorious death for Slate. "No, thank you. We're kind of fond of staying alive," was my strained reply. "To what do we owe the honor?"
I cannot harm those who have become objects of interest to the Patriarch,
uttered our night guest, compelling me to take a closer look in his properties. Level 203, a vampire scout, hit points, and not a single word that the NPC standing before us was cursed. However, his red eyes indicated the opposite.
My lord wishes to speak with one of you. He would like to know the aim of your visit to his forest.
His forest? I couldn't help myself at this point. This forest has been flooded by the fallen and their leader, while your patriarch has barricaded himself up in his castle, or wherever it is. And yet he continues to call this cursed forest his own. We came to destroy the Taint, a quest that was given to us by the Guardian. You can go and tell the Patriarch this. I was probably taking a risk in being openly rude to the messenger, but I'd run out of niceties for the day. I was too tired. I knew that NPCs had to be buttered up, but not today.
My lord has ordered that one of you be delivered to him, and I will do this, said the vampire, unperturbed. The Guardian's glade is not out of bounds to me. Only respect for those who have managed to turn the eyes of the fallen away from our castle and on to themselves, giving us the first respite in 10 years, has stopped me from going any further.
With these words, the vampire did something completely unexpected. He entered the glade, and nothing happened to him. He didn't start writhing in agony, no pillar of fire appeared around him, and even the Guardian continued to doze, as if nothing had happened. But the red eyes of a hostile mob. "I will meet the Patriarch," I finally found my bearings, realizing that if the vampire didn't attack, despite being fully capable of entering the Guardian's glade, we had nothing to fear. At least, for the moment. Later, we'll figure out who was indebted to whom and by how much. Except that Stacy, the moment she's back in the game, will kill me as sure as day.
Touch my hand.
The vampire appeared next to me in one imperceptible movement. He's so damn fast.
I am linked to the castle with a transfer portal. You will be taken there in the same manner.
The vampire forced me to look at him from a different perspective. Well, I'll be. So it looks like mobs around here aren't as simple as they may seem at a first glance. Ordinary messengers are supplied with anchored portals, which usually cost crazy money. It's a convenient thing, to be sure, but you'd have to dump so much gold on the anchor and the summoning scrolls. Yet here, we have simple scouts running around with anchored portals, like this was the norm. They are probably used as a security measure. If the Fallen were to catch such a vampire, he'd just fly off in a flash. Nice fail-safe, for sure. Realizing that I didn't have much choice in this, I touched the vamp's hand, and the world around me blinked, indicating the transfer to a different location. When my vision was no longer blurry, I beheld a monumental structure in all its glory. The inner court of the Vampire Patriarch's castle. What immediately struck me was the total absence of the mist, otherwise ubiquitous throughout the dark forest. There was a cobbled square, which contained a massive stone castle palace, and several small buildings, which were probably there purely for decoration. In any case, no one lived in them, because great piles of various weapons and armor blocked all the entrances.
Our spoils of war,
explained my guide after noticing my gaze.
First, they filled up the entire armory, then the barracks, and then we just started to pile them up outside. We cannot leave the weapons on the battlefield, as they will return to the Fallen, nor can we use any of them ourselves, since they're cursed. So that's why they're gathered here, in these useless piles.
Can I have a look?
That will depend on the result of your meeting with the Patriarch. Perhaps I won't even have to take you back. Free citizens know how to return from the Grey Lands, so you could be returning to the Guardian's Glade on your own. Whatever the Master commands, follow me.
My guide headed inside the castle, and I, trying to keep up, continued to take in my surroundings. High stone walls around the castle perimeter, reaching up to whatever their actual height. You couldn't see the trees beyond them. I might give them 6 or 7 meters, but there's no way to be sure. There was nothing else. The castle covered about the same area as the Guardian's Glade, but contained nothing except the 4 buildings. It looks like this was home to the wrong type of vampires. A bit too ascetic, as it were. If you'd seen any antique films, you'd think these guys love luxury, since they lived a very long time. But here, they were being downright Spartan. Vampires stood along the entire wall perimeter and kept sending arrows somewhere outside. Then the question occurred to me, where do the local fighters get their weapons and food? There was no sign of a smithy or trees from which to make arrows, for starters. Did the developers depart from the game logic in this and permit the NPCs' weapons to renew themselves and for the arrows to just pop out of the quivers? And the replenishing of the ranks of the original vampires was also begging for an explanation. They should have all been killed off in the last 10 years. Where could they be born around here? So, all in all, I had many questions, which, in all probability, would never get answered. It's a scenario. That's all there is to it. "Greetings, traveler. What brings you to my forest?" The patriarch of the vampires had a surprisingly beautiful voice. It was so... I don't even know how to describe it. Confident and kind. It made you feel that you could trust and rely on it, that all your problems had been long solved, leaving you without a care in the world. The local boss, dressed in a bright red mantle that covered him from head to foot, was sitting on a throne made of skulls and watching me, like all other vampires I encountered here, with red eyes. His throne was truly cosmopolitan. Heads of humans, orcs, horned kobolds, if I wasn't mistaken. Almost all the races of Barleona were represented in this frightening creation by the developers. "We are on a quest from the guardian of the Dark Forest to cleanse the forest of the taint," I replied to the elderly lord of the castle. His snow-white hair and pale skin made such a strong contrast with the bright red eyes that surrounded the patriarch that a few times I caught myself in the process of averting my eyes. Damn! There were no buffs or debuffs, but the NPC's influence could be felt very clearly. Was it charisma? Or did he have something more interesting about him? I had to get to the bottom of this. I would also like to find out what happened to the great priest Midial and his group. I made sure I didn't forget the second quest, too. And who destroyed him. "Destroyed him?" smiled the patriarch. "I would have given much to destroy the sentient you just called the great priest Midial. After all, the Lord of the Fallen and Midial are one and the same." "Faster!" Midial was increasingly impatient as he tried to hurry his team ahead. "We have to get to Ishni before nightfall. Only she can tell us where to find the Tear of Iluna. Onwards, brothers!" "Don't run your people into the ground, priest." A blindingly bright light chased away the deepening shadows of the dark forest as the unicorn stepped out of the trees. It was the heart of the dark forest, Ishni. The expedition sent by the high priestess froze, gazing in wonder at the flawless white skin, the resplendent horn, and huge eyes full of unearthly wisdom. "I will give you the Tear of Iluna. I have no more need of it. Take it, and carry the light with honor." The unicorn lowered her head, and the group saw that a small chain with a drop-shaped pendant was hanging from the tip of her horn, the lost amulet of the high priestess. Everyone sighed in relief. The expedition had ended in success, and a great reward awaited everyone upon their return. The group relaxed. Many started to smile, and Midial bent to his knees and said, "You have my thanks, O great Ishni, for helping us find the lost relic. We will be able to achieve much with its help." "Much? Priest, it seems you do not know that the Tear of Iluna is incapable of bringing light. How can the goddess's grief, her pain and loss, carry light? For centuries the high priestesses guarded the peoples of Barleona from the effect of this amulet, and the time has now come for the new priestess to take this burden upon herself. The tear cannot be used. It can only be guarded." I beg your pardon, O Great One, I misspoke. I will not use the tear. It is beyond my power. My innermost desire is to deliver the relic to the right place." Midial rose up, walked over to the unicorn, and took the pendant from her. He looked at the amulet for a few moments, and then a malicious smile spread across his face. "And isn't it just my luck that the right place is right here? Garanika!" the priest suddenly shouted into empty air. "I obtained the prize that you sought. The dark forest is ready to fall at your feet." After uttering these words, Midial tore the tear off the chain and stuck it into the ground. "Stop, you madman!" Ishni managed to utter before the world came to a halt. The priests who sprang up to stop their leader, the unicorn who lowered her head to run at the enemy, and even the wind, which previously had been hardly noticeable in the dark forest, froze in an elaborate swirl. Everything paused. "You did it," said a man dressed in a tailored suit who appeared next to Midial. "I have to admit, my apprentice, I started to doubt you, but you managed to live up to my hopes. From now on, I name you the Lord of the Dark Forest. Very soon it will become cursed, and you will supply me with a who dares intrude into and desecrate the dark forest." Although time had stopped, the projection of the oak appeared not far from Garanika and Midial. The guardian had come to defend its forest. "You still haven't dealt with this problem?" Garanika looked at Midial in surprise. "Apprentice, you begin to disappoint me. How did you manage to do such a good job on the one hand, and botch it on the other so spectacularly? Prepare to be punished." "You will be destroyed," the guardian continued with his denunciation. "Nothing will save you, and—" "Silence!" A tambourine appeared in Garanika's hand. The shaman closed his eyes, and the surrounding world was shaken by several resounding bangs. "You dare tell me— What? What is happening?" shouted the guardian, as dark mist started to swirl around him. Its touch first wilted leaves, then branches began to fall off, and just a few moments later the oak vanished, having disintegrated into dust. "Apprentice, this is your punishment. Until you destroy the patriarch of the vampires who lives in this forest, you shall have no place at my side." "That is all." Garanika looked at the bowed head of the priest, walked up to the unicorn, broke off its horn, and, after a pleased chuckle, vanished. The surrounding world moved once more, but now Midial was its master. He lifted up his hands, and, as with Garanika earlier, dark smoke started to stream out of them. In a snake-like movement, it twisted around all those still alive in the glade, including the unicorn, and lifted them above the ground. "I appoint you sergeant," said Midial to one of the priests. "You the lieutenant, and you the general of the fallen. The rest will come in handy for the initiation. As for you," the priest turned to Ishni, "I have great plans for you. Arg! The damn thing burns so much. Midial took a small frog statuette from somewhere inside his robes and threw it to the ground.
Useless trinket.
As you can see, said the patriarch, for 10 years now, Midial has been trying to return to his teacher, but without success. The Rear-de-Lox clan will never capitulate before the invaders. While I was recovering from what I'd just been shown, a string of messages flashed before my eyes. Quest: Restoration of a Holy Relic Step 2. The search for the Stone of Light completed. Reward plus 35,000 experience, plus 500 to reputation with the Priestesses of Illuna, plus 100 to reputation with the Goddess Illuna. Level gained. Quest available. Quest: Restoration of a Holy Relic Step 3. Return of the Stone of Light. Step 3 description. The lost Stone of Light was dropped somewhere in the Dark Forest. With time, an oasis of goodness and peace has formed around it. Return the Stone of Light to the High Priestess. Requirements: Reputation with Goddess Illuna greater than 0. Reputation with the Priestesses of Goddess Illuna friendly or above. Combined group level 600. Quest chain class rare. Reward for completing Step 3 plus 1 level plus 500 to reputation with the Priestesses of Illuna plus 100 to reputation with Goddess Illuna. Reward for the quest chain hidden. Penalty for failing or refusing the quest none. The quest chain will be updated for all the members of the group. Update to the Cleansing of the Dark Forest quest. Source of the taint, the tear of Illuna planted into the ground.
I can see that my words have shocked you.
The old vampire returned me back to the game.
I understand that it's hard to accept betrayal, especially from a priest, but that is the story of my forest. You will now be taken back. I've found out all that I wanted to know. I have no interest in helping you, but my warriors will not hinder you either. You will be allowed to pass through our lands unimpeded and take the tear of Illuna out of the ground yourselves.
Then why? I started, but then fell silent. At first I wanted to know why the Patriarch's vampires wouldn't pull out the amulet themselves. But why ask a question to which I already knew the answer? The tear was probably stuck in the ground at the place where the priests were initiated into being cursed ones. This means that's where the Lord of the Fallen, who is Garanika's apprentice, will also be located. But then another question immediately arose. How could a shaman teach a priest? Formally, they deal with different entities. Although, if I remembered the words of the supreme spirits of both worlds, Garanika hasn't been using spirits for a long time now, 10 years or more. And yet, he used his tambourine when destroying the Guardian. I urgently needed ants in the panza. Thank you for your help. We will walk this path to the end. I have a request and a question. The question is simple. So that we don't spend ages roaming the Dark Forest, can you please tell us where Midial stuck the tear into the ground? The request is a bit more complicated. You have a lot of cursed weapons lying around your square. I am a blessed artificer and have the ability to change cursed weapons into blessed ones. I may have been slightly economical with the truth here, since I'd never actually done this, but I had to give it a go. What if it worked? At the very least, I could always take them to Beth, and she could help me remake them. Can I take a few of these items, since you aren't using them? For a few minutes, the patriarch was lost in thought. Probably his imitator was calculating possibilities and analyzing the piles of metal for anything useful. And then he answered, "I will not mark the spot where my enemy is located. The fight between us is an internal dark forest matter, not something free citizens should concern themselves with. If you want to get involved, it's your business. My fighters will not stand in your way. But don't expect any help from them either. You have to solve your own problems yourself. As for the weapons and armor, yes, we really don't have anywhere to put it. But I cannot just hand it over without knowing for sure what you will do with it. Prove to me that you are indeed a blessed artificer. You will be brought a sample. Change it. If you succeed, I will allow you to select around 10 objects. This will be my personal gift to you. If you fail, you will have to make your way back to the Guardian's Glade via the Greylands. Do you agree to my conditions?"
So that's how it is. That's some twist Mr. Head Vampirello put on things. And in general, our meeting didn't seem to have come out quite right. Firstly, the Patriarch didn't appear in the list of encountered factions, so leveling up with him in reputation was a separate story. Secondly, he had no intention of helping us, and there was nothing to be done about that. Thirdly, he was about to send me for respawn, because I was no priest when it came to switching polarities. And I couldn't decline either. My reputation with the Patriarch could easily plummet, which was the last thing I needed. What to do? "I agree," I answered the impossible question, mentally preparing myself for a 12-hour rest, although for me it would rush past in the blink of an eye, and at least my body would get a break from Barleona. "You will be brought one of the simple objects suitable for your profession," said the Patriarch, snapping me out of self-castigation mode. Suitable for my profession meant that I would have to work either with a ring or a neck chain. In other words, with a piece of jewelry. All I needed was an hour of time and... Cursed Ring of Dryall. Item class, Epic, Unique. Minimum level, 320. Stats, plus 12,800 to Intellect, plus 5,400 Stamina, plus 80 Energy, plus 1,400 Agility, plus 1,400 Strength. When casting a spell, you have a 30% chance of an instantaneous free repeat cast. 2 gemstone sockets, upgradable. The cost and level of upgrade can be confirmed with an advisor and master. Cursed Ring's special properties. When worn, minus 20 character levels. The effect is applied no more than once to any player wearing the ring. Total stat point reduction, minus 100. When placed in inventory, minus 30 to all stats, temporarily. Its properties were quite mind-blowing. Prior to this, I thought that the most expensive and amazing items for players were those made by the Thracinians. The armor I was now wearing would be quite decent even at level 300. But now that I'd seen the properties of a simple, as the Patriarch put it, epic ring for level 320, I realized I was wrong. Very wrong. This is the ring of the first lieutenant. 3 years ago, we managed to destroy him. Midial initiated a new one, but his level and experience are not the same. You have an hour as of now."
With these words, the patriarch froze on his throne, showing that for the next 60 minutes I didn't exist for him. That's fine by me. The main thing now was to figure out what could be done with this ring. After 20 minutes of fiddling with the ring, it finally dawned on me that I was unable to recreate it in the design mode. The ring constantly turned out deformed, however I tried to imagine it. Either the gem sockets were bent, or the ring itself became square, or its surface looked corroded, as if by acid. It looked like the level difference between my profession and a 300-level object was just too large. Was giving up and preparing for respawn all I could do? I would have dearly preferred to avoid that, but by the looks of it... Although, what if... I went to the shaman abilities and started to read. It's true, what they say. Everything new is just the well-forgotten past. If I couldn't use jeweler's skills, perhaps I could use my shaman skills instead? Essence of things and change of essence. Let's hope that this ring doesn't have the shield spell active on it. Revulsion. Rage, pain, fear, and again revulsion. As soon as I applied the ability to the ring, I was engulfed by a great torrent of negative feelings. I don't know how I managed not to chuck the ring and wash my hands of it there and then, but I'm pretty sure that the look of disgust on my face was reminiscent of someone who'd just fallen into a cesspit. The ring wanted to be revolting, wretched, evil, and terrifying. The list could go on, but I tried to detach myself from the sensations that the capsule was trying to feed me and went back to the ring. So, are you a piece of filth, hell-bent on being that and nothing else? I see. But what if I try to force you to become a happy and harmless lump of metal? My first attempts at change of essence resulted in nothing except a headache and, most surprisingly, a nosebleed. I glanced at the patriarch, who was still sitting statue-like on his throne, and realized that he'd sensed the blood too. His nostrils widened slightly as he inhaled its sweet scent, but the vampire himself remained motionless. There was little else to do than sit there and try to guess what was going on. Was this due to the properties of the location, which happened to be the abode of blood-loving vampires, similar to the shaman initiation cave, or was it specific to changing the essence of the ring? 40 minutes had already gone by, but I saw no clear way of solving the problem. Time to give up? What else is there left to do? Like hell I will. I'm a shaman, and no ring is gonna make me give up. Once again I closed my eyes and called up the design mode. There was black, empty space where items that I had created were sorted on their own special shelves. Kamehameha, with the note, "Cannot be repeated." The image of the orcs, the dwarves, the 32 players from Phoenix and the Dark Legion clans, the stone button, a ton of rings and neck chains, a good collection of crafted items for sure. Now I just needed to add another ring there, which was completely refusing to appear. What if I'm doing it all wrong? What if I shouldn't be trying to remodel this ring, but just skip the first stage and create the ring that I'm aiming to make? I am a blessed artificer, and not a cursed one, after all. Someone who makes blessed and not cursed items. So why do I need a black item on my shelves? The template of the ring appeared straight away, round and shining, molded from a single piece of metal, with 2 gem sockets. I should experiment with designing such rings, as well as with the number of sockets. Why should there only be 2? The ring I created looked very similar to the one that the Patriarch had given me, but no waves of light were emanating from it. If I crafted it now, I would simply get a bronze cast ring of something or other. There had to be an extra ingredient to make the ring change. But how? "Hi, come over, I need your help," I called my totem. I saw no other means of correcting the ring other than bathing it in dragon's breath. This was probably stupid, but I was out of options. I had only 10 minutes left. "I'm here. What do you need? Is it normal for you to have a dark ring hanging in front of your face?" Draco asked, almost breaking my concentration. It turned out that if I relaxed even a little, the ring in my imagination immediately started to melt and deform. "Take no notice. Now, here's the job. The ring must be burned. Do it, just try not to fry me as well." "I'll be careful," Draco roared at me, and warm air began to blow in my face. "Nope, it's not working." "Accelerate." "But—" "Draco, I realize it will hurt, but do it." "All right, I'll jump to level 2. "No, if the second level won't do it, go to 3rd and 4th. Something tells me that you should jump straight to 6.
"I've never gone that far. It will hurt a lot."
"If you don't do it, I'll be destroyed. I won't force you. It's your choice." Even if he were just an NPC. But this is Draco. I'd become attached to him, and I wouldn't make him do something he doesn't want to do, even if I really needed it. What's 12 hours of sleep? Nothing. Gone in the blink of an eye.
"I will do it, brother,"
said my totem in a hollow, heavy-sounding voice, and then warm air again began to blow into my face.
"Entering the 2nd,
Draco reported, and strange things began to happen to the ring in the design mode. It started to melt, like a piece of butter in the sun. Was this really the result of the totem's breath? I should have been happy that it was working, but a feeling of foreboding rose up within me. Something wasn't right. I had to prevent the ring from melting entirely. It had to remain whole.
"Entering the 3rd,
said my totem through gritted teeth, or rather fangs in Draco's case, when I started to fight for the ring to stay whole. Its form had to be round, 2 sockets for the gems, a perfect surface. A few seconds went by, but the ring continued to melt. Either I was lacking concentration and experience, or I was doing everything totally wrong. Stop. Didn't I just ask my totem for help? Why don't I make use of my shaman skills? The 3 seconds it took me to enter the spirit summoning mode seemed an eternity to me. I freed up one of the active slots without even a glance at what I was chucking. I'd get it back later, and began to summon the spirit of petrification. I had no idea whether one even existed, but I really needed it right now. You have summoned the lesser spirit of petrification. This was a great relief. I didn't even have to summon spirits. By the looks of it, the design mode combined beautifully with the spirit summoning mode, so the newly summoned bodiless entities started to circle around the ring, returning it to its initial shape. That's it. It's as good as done now. Draco will finish frying the ring, and the Patriarch will give me my reward. I even managed to sigh in relief until the next piece of news tore all my plans to shreds. "Forth!" shouted the totem, and the spirits that I'd summoned evaporated as if they'd never been there. I summoned them a couple more times, but as soon as they flew to the ring, which started to melt again, the spirits vanished. They weren't the right level. You have summoned the spirit of petrification, +1 to spirituality, total 25. Now I could clearly feel an inferno raging around me, and periodically a message flashed before my eyes that I'd lost 1 to 2 hit points on account of the blowing hot air. A totem's fire cannot harm its master, but the air that he heats up is oblivious to the fact that the totem means me no harm. The summoning of the ordinary petrification spirits did not come easy to me. I felt my head growing heavy, some strange hum spreading through my ears. On second thoughts, it might have been the dragon's fire. And there was an unpleasant metallic taste in my mouth. The ring became whole once again. "Fifth!" If the coarse voice that just sounded was any indication of his current state, Draco wasn't feeling too great right now. The worst part was that I could do nothing to help my brother, because the ordinary petrification spirits also began to disappear. The dragon's 5th acceleration level took them out even before they reached the ring, which once again started to lose shape, so there was little I could do other than, "You have summoned the great spirit of petrification, +2 to spirituality, total 27. I waved away the announcement that I would be losing 10% of my hit points every 5 seconds, because the summoned spirit was beyond my rank, and tried not to breathe, because breathing fire was no picnic. The no air bar appeared before my eyes, helpfully telling me that I had 63 seconds before living would become difficult. The penalty for the summons only had the chance to appear 3 times, the second of which had me thinking that I was about to lose my concentration and scream, when Draco squealed more than howled, "6!" I don't know what the dragon had started to breathe at me, but the system told me that I was now in a lake of molten rock and losing 100 hit points a second. Obviously, the initial figure was much higher, but I really liked the footnote. My totem had made the lake, so I received only 0.1% of the damage. This brought little comfort, considering that even great spirits were unable to come near the ring, with the dragon now breathing fire of 6th level of acceleration at its original physical form. Or not at the original. It mattered little. The spirits couldn't manage it. As far as I understood, there was no one higher than the great spirits, apart from the pair who'd earlier told me how small and unready I was. The ring started to melt once again. The dragon was growing hoarse. The fire was roaring. The Patriarch had probably left such a shocking scene. He may even hand us a bill later for destroying his hall. So I gritted my teeth and, disregarding all the warnings, both from the system as well as my own brain, started yet another summons. Supreme Ones, I kinda need you right now. You have summoned the Supreme Spirit of the lower world, +4 to spirituality, total 31. +1 rank to water spirits, total 4. Your totem has gained a level. Your totem has gained a level.
We have come, Great One. You have passed the trial. Henceforth you will be able to call us, but no more than once a week. You are not a high shaman yet. A penalty is incurred by anyone who spends time in our world. You can find out about it from any shaman trainer. And now, release your totem, brother. It is time he had a rest.
Character class update. Class Elemental Shaman has been replaced by Great Shaman. +10 to reputation with the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds. This reputation cannot be increased on account of the First Kill achievement. You have received the new rank of Blessed Artificer, current rank 3. Item acquired, Holy Ring of Dryall. Item class Epic, Unique. Minimum level 320. Stats plus 12,800 to intellect, plus 5,400 stamina, plus 80 energy, plus 1,400 agility, plus 1,400 strength. When casting a spell, you have 30% chance of an instantaneous free repeat cast. 2 gemstone sockets, upgradable. The cost and level of upgrade can be confirmed with an advisor and master. Holy Ring special properties, plus 200 to faith, plus 200 to reputation with Goddess Illuna. These effects are applied to the first player to wear the ring, after which this property of the ring will disappear. Restriction, only usable by priests and paladins. Quest, The Path of the Shaman, Step 3. The trial to become a great shaman is completed. Seek out a shaman trainer to be given the next step.
As soon as the messages stopped flashing past me, I dismissed Draco and opened my eyes, finding myself in a 2-meter-wide melted crater. Its entire perimeter was crowded with vampires, their weapons pointed in my direction. Bows, spears, swords. Around 10 level 200 bloodsuckers stood around me, and it was clear that only an enormous feat of willpower stopped them from attacking me. Your reputation with the Patriarch of the Vampires has fallen by 24,000 points. Current level, Hatred. "The master of the enemy," said the Patriarch from his throne in a heavy, terrible voice full of hatred. "Only because you have fulfilled my conditions will I forego sending you to the Grey Lands. You will be taken back to the Guardian's Glade, after which I, the Patriarch of Vampires, head of the Reardelax clan, shall declare you the enemy of all the vampires in Barleona. You may take the ring with you, and I shall also give you a certain scroll, because that was the will of the victors. You shall not receive the 10 cursed objects for which you asked earlier. Let Tartarus be my judge. Leave us," the Patriarch told his fighters. "The master of the enemy will not do me any harm."
This NPC sure came with a strange script. He's prepared to incur the wrath of the Dark God, just not to hand over 10 cursed items to me. And there's my new title as well, Master of the Enemy. Did he mean Draco? By the looks of it, the encounter between the head vampire and the flying lizard didn't leave the best of memories behind, if it had dropped my reputation all the way to hatred. Now, Anastaria won't just lynch me, but will make sure my next 100 million years are filled with pain and suffering. Destroying her chance of meeting such an NPC is an achievement in itself. Although, On second thoughts, the patriarch only spoke of me, so maybe his wrath would not extend to those accompanying me. "I care little for the enmity between you and the dragons," I replied to him. "They have left Barleona long ago and will never return. My totem is not a dragon, but an incarnation. I realize that it's useless to try to explain this after my totems destroyed part of your hall, so I'll skip any explanations. You can take me back now." For 2,000 years, vampires were at war with the dragons. For 2,000 years, they destroyed, burned, and persecuted us. We managed to bring down only 3 lords of the air, but afterwards each death was revenged. Their vengeance was meted out furiously and mercilessly. Entire clans were eliminated. When, of all the vampires, only my clan remained, the head of the dragons came to me and demanded that I yield. Either I bowed my head and accepted his power, or all the remaining vampires would be destroyed. I subdued my pride with fetters of steel and bowed before the victor because I had to think of my people. I was handed a scroll that I had to give either to a dragon or to his master. Then the dragons departed forever from our world. Some vampires never accepted our submission before the flying serpents and left my clan, founding their own clans throughout Barleona. And I remained here to remember forever the lesson that we were taught by the dragons. When you summoned your totem, which turned out to be a dragon, for the first time in 10,000 years, I remembered what fear was. Fear before the inevitable. I did not enjoy this long-forgotten feeling, so I will do all I can never to feel it again. This is for you." A scroll appeared in the patriarch's hands, which then floated towards me through the air. Well, well. Even personally handing over an item to me was no longer possible for this red-eyed NPC. He was prepared to use a crazy amount of mana for levitation, so as not to approach me. Maybe he should see a shrink or something? It's as clear as day this imitator is beset by a whole bunch of complexes. As soon as I took the scroll, one of the vampires appeared next to me, his face full of revulsion, offered me a hand, and I found myself in the Guardian's glade. The vampire disappeared. The guys were nowhere to be seen, having probably gone into the tent to sleep, so I sat under the oak and began to examine the patriarch's present. I removed the wrapping and stared at the paper scroll. Item acquired: the Treatise on a Healthy Diet for Dragons. Description: dragons kept a close watch on their figures. If they were to eat one too many cows or sheep, indigestion was guaranteed. For this reason, the High Dragon developed a diet that would allow dragons to enjoy their life to the full. On use, you will learn a unique cooking recipe, dragon porridge, required cooking profession level +1, which will increase the growth of all dragon stats by 100% for 24 hours. Restriction only for dragons. Dragon porridge? They've got to be kidding me! Chapter 9. The Lieutenant Ding! The sound of a letter arriving in the mailbox cut through my sleep and returned me to Barleona. I'd have to dig around in the settings and switch off these annoying sound effects. I could easily ignore it when awake, but when asleep, it sounded like a loud gong hitting me on the head. Who the heck is after me? With sleep-ridden and thus totally clueless eyes, I selected my mail and opened the first letter that popped into sight. Hi, I'm a 219 level warlock. I'm prepared to discuss conditions under which I would enter your clan. I require... The sheer impudence of it shook me completely awake. What the heck was conditions for entering your clan supposed to mean? Wasn't he getting something mixed up here? I read over the message one more time and raised my eyebrows in surprise. I just wasn't getting the meaning of this text. What did he want? As soon as I deleted that letter, another popped up in front of me. Hi! My name is Drulf, the Handman. I want to join your clan. I'm already 17, can do PvP soon. Let's meet at the Anhurst Square tomorrow. Full of mistakes, and all in caps, probably trying to create a bigger impression or something. What's happening? After deleting this nonsense and putting the sender on the blacklist, I skipped reading the third letter and went straight to the root folder of the mailbox. Once there, I ended up staring in incomprehension at the happily glowing 847, the number of unread messages. Awake now? The painfully familiar voice made me glance over my gaming avatar to check that my lower half was still under the blanket. Anastaria. Good. I asked Plinto not to let anyone into the tent and sent Slade out for a walk. Everyone is gathering in 30 minutes. Here's some food. Eat it, and don't let anything disturb you. The girl handed me an appetizing piece of meat. Tasty? Asked Stacy once I'd finished, and then sat right next to me. Cooked it myself, especially for you. Thank you, of course. But why are you suddenly taking the trouble? I probably still hadn't quite woken up, since I didn't understand what was going on in the slightest. Did you receive the letter with the copper ore? Asked Anastaria, ignoring my question. I have no idea. I have 800 unread messages, so if there's one with copper ore, I'll need to dig for it. Just 800? Anastaria's eyebrows flew up. My admirers are a shadow of their former selves, by the looks of it. What? Yesterday there was only one topic of discussion on the forums. My jumping ship to some unknown Sea Thistles clan headed by a certain Mayan. At the same time, many took note of the fact that the player's name is short, just a couple of syllables long, and that his level is under 100. Everyone thinks that you mothballed this character a long time ago and finally decided to return to playing him. If you think of how many declarations of eternal love, oaths of loyalty, and other rubbish I get every day, it would have been foolish to think that some of those players wouldn't try to join our clan. After all, it's not that easy to get into Phoenix, while here you are, some unknown low-level sea thistles. Sorry to be blunt about it, but 800 in one night? Not all that much, really. In any case, your next 2 or 3 days are going to be pretty lively. I advise you to configure your mail and turn off the sound. Trust me, those pings could easily drive you nuts. Ding! You've received 14 new messages. Do you wish to view them? All right. You can sort out the letters as we travel. Now let's decide on the best way for me to help the clan. Plinto had taken the stat training upon himself, and the Spaz-Tard is quite welcome to it, so I propose that Klutzer is trained in analyzing situations, and Leide, if I'm not mistaken about his disposition, in drafting various agreements. After all, real-life agreements and game agreements are totally different things. I'm sorry, but our clan agreement has so many holes in it that you may, for instance, freely get into the clan treasury and not worry too much about the consequences. No need to look at me like that. I remember the phrase, operations with the clan treasury require the approval of the head or the treasurer, well enough. It's just that you probably don't know that operations worth 1 copper coin aren't subject to clan registration, but are written off as minor errors. In the course of a day, any player can carry out over 10,000 transactions, and if he sets an imitator to withdraw just 1 copper coin per transaction, he could end up siphoning 4 gold off the clan's account each day. It may seem like pennies, but think what would happen if you had 1,000 players like that. Neither you nor the treasurer would have any idea where the money was going. We pointed out such a loophole to the corporation at one time, but they suggested that we clearly set out the permitted transaction amount for the clan treasury and use that to close the loophole. By the looks of it, this oversight has a prominent role in the operations of the rogue clans, which specialize in theft. There's a ton of details like this in the game, like Elenium's defection to Phoenix and his taking that quest with him, for example. I can help Leide keep the clan safe from such things.
That'd be a great idea. Once again, Anastasia had managed to surprise me, and here was me, naively thinking that I had an ideal clan agreement, which even Barcina praised. You'd think she would have a good grasp of these things, being a mercenary, but that wasn't the case at all.
There is one but, however.
Anastasia immediately brought me back to earth.
If I will be acting as your real deputy for the entire 3 months I'm with you, I would like to be treated as your deputy, and not as a spy and an enemy.
What do you mean? Who's treating you like that?
You. Who else? Last night both quests got updated, and if we decide to stay true to our roles of head and deputy, it would make sense for you to tell me what happened.
Stacy, I started, but immediately checked myself. She really has set it up rather beautifully. She was prepared to invest real effort into developing the clan, help with closing the loopholes and with training, and then completely push me into a corner. If you want help, hand over the information. And what was I supposed to do now? Tell her to take a long hike? That's probably what 99% of men with, avatar dolls of steel would have done. But I must swallow my pride. I'm not a lone hero, but someone with a clan, albeit a small one, behind me. So I'd have to share the information. But how much of it I should share was something I'll have to think over carefully. You haven't fallen asleep, have you? No, I'm not asleep. I'm thinking.
What about?
Where I should begin my tale. So much happened yesterday that I don't know where to start.
Start with Beatwick and the dragon's words that you are his son.
What's that got to do with anything? We're talking about the Dark Forest now.
Something tells me that it all began there, smiled the girl.
Not exactly, but fine. He's what all the fuss is about.
I paused and summoned Draco. The time has come to show him off. He's big enough now, and in need of constant leveling up, but I keep hiding him like some poor relative.
"Hello, everyone,"
said Draco happily, but with one look at Anastasia, he did the last thing I'd have expected. He entered fighting mode.
"Brother, a siren is here. I'll hold her off. Run!"
"No!" I shouted when the first ball of flame flew towards Anastasia. You had to give it to the girl. She managed to put a bubble on herself just in time, so the totem didn't do her any damage. "You can't attack her!"
"She's a siren, an enemy!"
shouted the totem, flashing his eyes at the girl, but stopped his attack. I'd never seen Draco so agitated. I must find the time to read up on why dragons were at war with vampires and sirens. Right. Back you go. I dismissed the totem. I'll summon you later and we'll have a chat. And remember, no attacking anyone until I tell you to. The war is over.
"But you'll be careful, right?"
Draco warned me as he began to fade.
"Sirens are treacherous."
A siren? I looked at my deputy with some interest after my totem disappeared. If the word shock could be applied to this girl, Anastasia was definitely in such a state as she stared at the place that had been occupied by my dragon just a moment ago. So, it's not that you've learned to control the poison. You simply changed your race? A siren paladin? Sounds nuts. A dragon? Son and brother of a dragon, uttered Stacy slowly, staring into space. Did you go through modification, too? What do you mean? You speak of a change of race so calmly you'd think you've come across this phenomenon before. Let me give you the good news. Your case is the second in the entire, incomplete 11 years of my playing the game. Only the recreation of a character allows you to change your race. At least, that's what players are supposed to think. 6 years ago, I became a siren and have now met my bitter enemy. You are aware that our races were at war? What's the difference what our races were to each other? I became a son and brother of a dragon when I incarnated my totem. In Beatwick, I came across a scenario that— No need to continue, Anastasia interrupted me. I get it already. In Beatwick, you stumbled across one of the launch points of the scenario, made good use of it, became acquainted with the local copies of the High Priestess and the Princess, managed to befriend them, then the battle. In Anhurst, the Princess gave you the quest with Slate. You still haven't shared it with me, by the way. And the High Priestess gave you the quest for the search of the Stone of Light. And here the legend about the Patriarch and the Dark Forest pops up. They've probably been wanting to launch it for some time, but no occasion presented itself. This is why the Guardian turned up, who gave you the quest, and then you invited us. That's clear enough. But what happened yesterday remains a mystery to me. The present quests have been updated, but no new ones appeared, a possibility clearly mentioned in the agreement. So it looks like you didn't get anything. How could such an NPC fail to give a quest? He's not been put into circulation for nothing. So it looks like you messed up. A dragon shaman. The Patriarch of Vampires and a dragon? Anastasia nearly screamed the last words. You summoned your totem in the presence of the Patriarch? Please don't tell me you've gone and done that. I didn't even know what to say to the girl's onslaught. It had been a while since I've seen Anastasia this worked up. Truth be told, I'd never seen her like this. Arg! How? Didn't you know that vampires and dragons are enemies? What kind of a dragon are you if you don't even know the history of your race? Right, hang on a moment. I'm dawdling. Why the heck did you even need to summon your totem in Patriarch's presence? Man! What? Anastasia's agitation transferred to me now. Don't you think you're going a bit OTT with all this? Yes, I have hatred with the Patriarch, but this concerns me alone as the owner of the dragon. It doesn't affect other people. What else do you want? Did the quests get updated? Yes, they did. It's easy enough to find the location of the Lord of the Fallen's base, and as for the Stone of Light, you have the High Priestess's quest. It's marked by a dot on the map. I'll bet you any money that this is where we need to go. That's it. We're as good as done. Everyone gets bonuses, and there's general jubilation. Stop jumping down my throat already. If you hadn't logged out yesterday, you could have gone to the Patriarch yourself. You would have managed to get at least 100 quests out of him, sure as day. So the entire raid, because, as you said, under the agreement the quests spread to everyone else, would have been sitting and scratching their heads at what "bring 10 pine cones of doom to the Patriarch of the Vampires" was supposed to mean. Well, you've got me there, said the girl, who had immediately calmed down. And there was me thinking you wouldn't figure it all out, but I just get worked up and you spill the beans. I guess it didn't work. Fine. Tell me what happened next. Tell you what? Are you sure you haven't gotten confused, pretty lady? I asked angrily. I'm just no good at switching so fast between emotions, and I have a habit of finishing what I started. What do you mean, tell me? Exactly that. I'm all ears. The girl's smile grew even wider. Man, in the last few weeks, you've demonstrated such unique survival abilities in the world of big money that you've attracted attention, and not only that of clan heads, but a multitude of scam artists for whom swindling a successful player is their main purpose in the game. The avalanche of the letters you received is a drop in the ocean of what's in store for you. You have to learn how to communicate with players of every level, and here we have 2 possibilities. Either I help you, or you'll be learning from your own mistakes. It is, of course, your choice, but if you choose the former, we have to agree from the start that you share any information, and it is information I need, with me immediately and in full. I can't give you sound advice based on fragments of sentences. Judging by the way you're offering your help, you're not even considering the possibility that I'll choose my own mistakes, are you? No, the girl shook her head. You seem to be a sensible person, capable of listening to a woman's point of view, rather than one of the alpha males for whom there are only 2 types of opinion, theirs and the wrong one. For example, go outside and try Do Not Panic. What's he got to do with this? What indeed? He is your second advisor. Like the rest of the raid, he had his quest updated and, according to the agreement, has a right to know how it happened. And fishing everything out of you down to the smallest detail isn't that much of a challenge for him, especially if you're unprepared. Yeah, right. So you, being so kind and magnificent, are willing to prepare me to face the monstrous Do Not Panic, eh? I can't call what you're doing right now anything other than a scam. So what do you want? for the great honor of training me, then?" "Nothing extraordinary. We agree that I will have the opportunity to ask you any question to which you will give the fullest possible answer. That's it. For that, I am prepared to help you." "Just a question? And not to transfer or hand something over? Just information?" "Exactly. Items are not my highest priority." "Tell that to the chest pieces," I muttered, and tried to think hard. What could Anastasia ask that I would really prefer not to tell her? How to find the dragons? That's stupid. She's a siren, so it would make little sense for her to go visiting dragons. They'd go into patriarch mode, blocking any attempts to speak to them, and chuck her out of their world. What else? How to become a shaman? Total nonsense, since there's probably plenty of information about that out there. The chess set riddles I was going to throw to her anyhow, because I need the answers. And that's it. I can't think of anything else. So, on one hand, I should win in this exchange, but knowing Anastasia, she's being just a bit too approachable. Something isn't right here. "Fine," I finally forced out a reply. "I will answer your question. Only let's be clear on what exactly you're going to do. 'I can help' is too vague. It could mean just about anything, down to tying my shoelaces, and nothing more useful than that. Sending you an agreement, it covers everything. At one point I signed a similar one with Eckler, so I still have the template. If the wording suits you, you can proceed to tell me exactly what went down yesterday." When the majority of the players returned to reality, I told my fighters the reason that Elenium left and why you joined the clan. I stayed within the limits of the confidentiality agreement, but I gave them the basic idea. I signed the agreement and then gave an accurate account of what happened last night. In the morning, I woke up to the avalanche of clan applications and then saw you snooping on me. So it looks like, aside from hatred, you managed to get a 320-level ring for paladins and priests out of the encounter, said Anastasia thoughtfully. Why are you so damn lucky? Even I don't have anything higher than 300. All right, we'll return to the ring later. Would you mind if we invited Klutzer? The girl asked me. It's time he started learning. Agreed. I'll call him over. Klutzer, come into the tent. There's stuff we need to talk about. I wonder, will Plinto stop him or obey your order? Muttered the girl musingly. I did ask him not to let anyone into the tent. 1 point to Mayan, she added when she saw Klutzer come in. Plinto's your man. Congratulations. All right, let's begin. The majority of the players have only one question now. What happened during the night? Our aim is to produce a decent explanation from yesterday's events without revealing any secrets, because under the agreement, Do Not Punic will be demanding full information, and he will be within his right. The quests have been renewed, and people like him are real sticklers for details. So we have to figure out what we can tell him and what we can't. Here's what I'm proposing to do in view of what happened on account of Mayan's totem, and, most importantly, why I'm proposing it. Attention, everyone! General meeting in 5 minutes, I shouted as soon as I came out of the tent. I have information that I intend to share under the conditions of our agreement. There is no need to surround me now. I'll be telling everyone everything a little later in any case. I immediately stopped the players who had begun to approach me. It was Anastaria's suggestion that any attempts to refer to non-compliance with signed documents had to be shut down. This was quite dangerous, because there was no telling which way the imitators' brains would spin if it came to any disputes. But if I made a clear announcement of my intention to comply with my own agreement conditions, it would be hard for them to find fault. Moreover, as the raid leader, I had to draw attention to my good self and ramp up interest in, anticipation of, the meeting. Simple psychology, nothing unlawful. So, yesterday, when the majority of the players logged out to reality, I began with the requisite reference to the fact that it was their own fault, letting it slip that I didn't mean all of them, just the majority. Let them look at each other and wonder which of them was around and is withholding information. Few know that only those unable to log out had stayed behind. A vampire scout entered the glade, one that had not been changed. Yes, aside from those we've come across, this forest also has unchanged vampires. He used a portal and brought me to the camp of the local partisans, and I spoke to their leader. You can all see the result. The quest was updated. I managed to find out the cause of the taint and what it is we have to do. The boss refused to tell me the place where the tear was stuck into the ground, insisting that the war between them and the Fallen was an internal affair of the Dark Forest. They will neither help nor hinder us. Anastaria had laid out so many arguments why we shouldn't tell the others about the Patriarch that in the end I agreed with her. I may have hatred with him, but she, when she goes back to Phoenix, will have a chance of finding him and getting some quests out of him. When I voiced these suspicions, Anastaria smiled and proposed an agreement whereby Sea Thistles would get 10% of any loot that Phoenix could manage to get out of the Patriarch from the moment this promise is made. This agreement was made on Ekeler's behalf. Of all things, I've never heard of such a method of signing agreements on behalf of another clan, so after swapping a couple of phrases with Klutzer and raising our profit to 15%, I agreed. The text of the agreement appeared before my eyes, sporting Ekeler's signature just a minute later. He signed under the girl's words, and that was that. The door to the Patriarch was now closed to me anyhow. I summoned my totem during my meeting with the Vamps. Him. With these words I summoned Draco. I had debated this point quite furiously with Anastaria. She was very insistent that I should show off my dragon, switching all the attention from the vampire boss to him. I kept refusing, arguing that he was still too small. If people were to see him now, they'd start hunting and killing him, bringing his level down by 10 levels per death. All in all, my arguments were quite childish, while Anastaria contended that I'd have to hurry up with leveling my dragon, and that this would be pretty difficult if I kept hiding him from everyone. And I also had to give some kind of explanation for the increase in my rank. Yesterday, everyone had left an elemental shaman behind, and they were suddenly seeing a great one. Ranks don't go up just like that. You have to do something extraordinary for that to happen. In the end, I had agreed to show Draco. So now I was watching the reactions of the players very closely. There had been all kinds of creatures in Barleona in the 15 years of the game, but no one had come across a dragon before. Before the events in Beatwick, no one had even believed they existed, and suddenly, here's a shaman with a pet dragon. With the help of the dragon, I've fulfilled certain class-based conditions and become a great shaman. But I also learnt of a certain dragon trait, hatred with vampires. I discovered this last night, when the local partisan boss almost sent me for respawn, so I'm not a suitable contact for this group. If we should run across any more unchanged ones, I propose that we send Anastasia and Do Not Punic, my deputies, to communicate with them. What I just described is exactly what happened during the night. Let the Emperor be my judge if I lied. I waved away the message informing me that I was summoning the main imitator in Malabar as a witness too often, and that from my next summons I would start receiving terrible penalties, and looked at the players. As Stacy had pointed out, I wasn't facing a bunch of gamer kids who had just seen a dragon for the first time, but the top managers of the largest game corporations. They would not take even their own word at face value unless it has been verified in writing and certified by a notary. After I'd honestly retold last night's events, it would be impossible not to believe me. You couldn't deceive the Emperor. He doesn't check just the formal side of things when something unsaid is equated with the truth. Oh, no. If you wanted your words to be verified, you had to tell enough of the truth to pass the test. Any play on words counts as a lie for him. In a few hours' time, having gathered into one big group, we ventured out from the Guardian's glade. According to our scouts, there was no one for a radius of a couple of kilometers around, so the raid wasn't in danger of running across another ash. The option of using flying pets to travel was ruled out after one of the players mounted his griffin and flew up. As soon as he rose 10 meters above the ground, he immediately disappeared. According to the map, upon which the player was indicated by a small dot, and the swearing in the raid chat, he was thrown right back to the entrance of the dark forest, where we'd been initially teleported by the High Priestess. The player tried to fly back to us from there, but as he got close to us, he disappeared again upon landing. He was back at the start of the dark forest, and once again there was much swearing. It became clear that only travel on foot was possible in this location. According to the unlucky player, he needed 2 hours to get to where we were, so we would have to wait.
Elementals, 200 meters, plus 300. 8 heads, 2 full sets, 20 meters apart. Mage support, 20, plus 350, 0 meters apart. Plinto's economical report appeared before my eyes in the raid chat. As soon as our raid group was back together, we moved towards the center of the forest. All possible paths vanished within an hour of walking, so after sending the scouts ahead, we started to beat our way through the trees, leaving a narrow path behind us. The mages, to give them their due, managed to burn 100 meters of the forest in less than 5 minutes by using their mana prudently, allowing the raid to keep moving. No one was keen on trying to fight through the thicket. In the end, after 3 hours of this kind of movement, we'd put quite a distance between the Guardian's glade and us as we searched for Midial's troops. Now, finally, Plinto had run across them. I couldn't help feeling pleased that I'd managed to understand at first glance what that potentially incomprehensible text actually meant, a sure sign that I was getting the hang of it. The rogues take the mages, keep half-stunned, and interrupt the casts of the rest, Anastasia said as soon as we called a council. Elementals are more difficult. One tank won't be able to handle a full set. He'll get mowed down. But the distance between the mobs will allow us to pull them one by one, so it shouldn't be too bad. Then we... Elementals and mages 50 meters. ETA to raid 30 seconds. You've been spotted."
Plinto's next message interrupted Anastaria's lecture. The girl spent a couple of seconds looking at Do Not Panic, somewhat lost, but then the spark appeared once more in her eyes, and my deputy began to muster the raid. "Phoenix, drive Alpha. Hell, you're on the fire ones. Undigit, the water ones are yours. Itamzalat, get the air ones. Killer, try to stop the earth ones. We hit single target only. If I see anyone using AoE spells, I'll rip them a new one. All rogues to the mages. Stun them. Small fries, 300 meters back into the forest now. All the priests 20 paces back and get anyone who's down back up. Here we go, guys. This is gonna get messy."
"Visitors, 20 meters. Hitting you in 10 seconds. Moving very fast. I can't manage to—"
With a wild crash, the trees 20 meters from us fell down, and for the first time in my gaming life, I saw a fire elemental. Before, in pictures, holograms, and video, this mob didn't look all that big or scary. But now, it was a nearly 2-meter-tall pillar of fire, moving in the air about a meter off the ground and burning off even the mist from underneath it. The players were engulfed in a wave of warm air. After bursting into our clearing, the elemental halted for a second, looked around, and, with a strange screech, headed toward us. Behind what was presumably its back, pillars of water, earth, and air started to appear, figures of human mages flashing between them. The guests had arrived.
"I'm taking the flaming ones,"
shouted Hellfire, throwing an axe at the impressive spectacle and pulling another with his tanking ability. "I'm on Hell and Undigit," shouted Anastaria, starting to pour healings into the tank, whose health started to slide. "Plinto, the mages! Killer, slow the earth! Don, help with the mages! Man, why are you still here? Get back, now!" -2. 5 are in stun. Crowd control on the rest. Elenium, get Brast back up. Some priest, damn you, move it. Mayan, get out of the way. Beat it already. Hell, I'm running out of mana. Hunker down, I'll recharge. Everyone, hit the mages. Elementals have immunity slapped on them. Unlike in Beatwick, right now the raid was functioning like a single organism. 6 of the elementals were being held off by the tanks, and the 2 remaining were constantly crowd-controlled by the mages. The healers were pouring healings into the tanks without sparing any mana, and the main body of the players were focused on the group of level plus 350 mages. Not wanting to be the odd one out, I started to summon spirits, but all of them had pretty much 0 effect. The difference between a 68-level shaman and such a high-level mob was just too big. All that I could do was summon strengthenings into the tanks and restorations into the healers. -Undigit! Hell, take the mobs! Priests, resurrect on cooldown! Plinto, switch to the elementals, try stunning them! Get those mages down already! Man, Ants in the Pantsa appeared next to me, downing some restorative potion. It's not the mages who are keeping the shields up around the elementals. What? The mages aren't the ones keeping up the shields on the elementals. Someone else is doing that. Plinto, did you hear that? I didn't doubt the High Shaman's words for a second. When you have 12 players already sent for respawn, while the enemy's only lost 10 mages, doubts can go hang. Find him! On it! After putting a 20-second stun on another elemental, the rogue stealthed and rushed into the forest at top speed. Damn, we're doing something wrong, whispered Ants in the Pantsa, wincing at the unpleasant squelching sound as one of the elementals tore away from Hellfire, flew over to a group of our mages, and smashed into them. 4 players lost. Elementals are counterparts of the spirits, so why are they on the side of the fallen?
The lieutenant, 300 meters. Dark priest, plus 400. I'm gone.
Plinto's frame went down to 0 in less than 2 seconds and became gray. The rogue had gone for a 6-hour rest. There were only 2 priests in the raid, and they could only resurrect 1 player every 5 minutes, so given that almost half the raid was already lying dead, Plinto's turn wasn't going to come around any time soon. "Natalie, what do you know about elementals? You're supposed to be a shaman, no? Out with it! Quit dragging your feet, we're running out of time!" "Killer, chuck the elementals, we can't do anything to them. Destroy as many mages as you can," came the order from Anastasia. "Nothing special." Ants in the Pantsa finally snapped out of it. At this point, all 4 elementals had surrounded Etamsalat, and only 23 fighters remained alive. "Elementals are warriors of the elements, while spirits are the souls of the elements. They're like brothers. At level 100, you will gain the ability to summon an elemental for a few minutes, depending on your rank. Similar to a totem, but temporary." "How do you communicate with them?" A crazy idea popped into my head. If you could talk to elementals, what if it were possible to strike a deal with these ones? "Through the astral plane," said Ants in the Pantsa slowly, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "That's it! We can subdue them! Just give me a minute." With these words, the girl sat in lotus pose and, what surprised me the most, began to rise above the ground. Not very far, but looks like shamans are quite the high flyers, with a special relationship to gravity and all that. Strange that when I ended up in the astral plane, there was a message from Ekeler that I'd disappeared. But now this girl simply rose up. Is that because each shaman has a different way of entering the astral plane? Or did I disappear in the Guardian's Glade because I ended up there by mistake? "Stacy, bubble over Ants in the Pantsa!" I thought it right that the lady shaman be protected from being interrupted by any mob that might suddenly break loose. "I can't. I threw it on Hell recently. It's still in cooldown. What did you guys think up?" Only after Anastasia's reply did I realize that the bubble lasts merely a few seconds and wouldn't be much help. She may as well throw it on Hellfire in this case. I was being a bit slow on the uptake. "There's a chance of gaining control over the elementals. Ants in the Pantsa is checking it out." "All right, try using the scrolls that I sent you." "Man!" Ants in the Pantsa's baffled shout interrupted Anastasia's. "Come with me. I will be your guide, Great One. There will be a ton of penalties, but you have to see this." "What do I do?" "Sit next to me, give me your hand, and close your eyes. Open them when I tell you. Nothing else. Let's go."
"I'll cover you."
Slate flew up to me from the heat of battle. Wow, how the heck did I forget about you? If we fail, I can forget about my attractiveness with the princess for sure.
"No enemy shall get through over my dead body."
Sitting next to the girl and hoping that the only remaining tank, Hellfire, would be able to hold out long enough, I touched the girl's hand and closed my eyes. The noise of the battle and shouts of the players died away, as if a dome had been placed over me, and I heard Ants in the Pantsa's voice. "You can open them now. We're here." There was the familiar gray mist of the astral plane, into which I was pulled from the Guardian's Glade, and I saw 8 elementals hanging in the air. In contrast to reality, in the astral plane the elementals had eyes, which were now looking at us with pleading gazes. The brothers of our spirits were surrounded by strange entities circling around them, which looked very similar to dark phantoms from old horror movies, or to those that flew out of the hands of Midial and Guernica. Several phantoms, probably the controllers, floated around the heads of the elementals, while others circled each body, moving them in different directions. Several more phantoms maintained domes that surrounded each elemental. So that's where the active defense of those mobs had come from.
"We cannot help you,"
the thundering voices of the high spirits of both worlds sounded behind us.
"We can only destroy them together with our brothers, so you're on your own. All we can do is to cut the penalty for remaining in our world by half. Act quickly. Time is running out."
"My spirits can't do any harm to these phantoms." Ants in the Pants' words stunned me. "I thought that perhaps you'd think of something, so I brought you here. If we manage to get rid of this darkness, the elementals will be set free, and we will be able to stop them. Man, hurry! There's only 15 of us left." I selected one phantom so I could examine its properties and understand what we were dealing with, but found them blocked. It turned out that you weren't allowed to look at the properties of these shady pieces of scum. Then it was like someone flicked a switch in my head. Beatwick and the Sklick. There was only one instance when a mob's properties wouldn't show, when you were meant to discover what you were up against. A quest for a shaman. Man, time, do something. Now Ants in the Pantsa was telling me to hurry. Strange. Why does this girl think that I can do something with these beasts? It's not like the spirits can even touch them. "Draco, I urgently need your help."
"Coming!"
To make sure of the lady shaman's words, I selected one phantom and tried summoning a spirit on it. It was only a level 1. There was no way I could miss, but incomprehensibly the spirit ricocheted and hit me instead.
"What is that, brother?"
My totem appeared next to me, staring in surprise at the phantoms circling around the elemental.
"They seem familiar, but I just can't remember. What do I do?"
"Try burning them."
"I can't,"
said Draco, not even trying to attack.
"I can't target this. What is the correct name for them? It's at the tip of my tongue, but I just can't find the right word. If I simply unleash my flame at them, I'll burn the warrior too. They are good, so I can't. If only these shadowy things were real, but I don't know how to embody them."
"Embody? Draco is a genius." "Ants in the Pantsa, time to activate Change of Essence. We have to change the phantoms. We'll be able to destroy them after that." "I'm on it," the lady shaman replied, without even asking why I suddenly came to this decision. "We'll start with the closest fire one. I'm on the left. Bussy, destroy them when you're able." In addition, the girl summoned her panther and started to change the essence of the phantoms.
"I thank you, brothers,"
thundered the elemental a few seconds later, engulfing us in a wave of hot air. Draco and Bussy acted quickly and made a good team. Changing the essence of a phantom turned out to be quite easy. All you had to do was imagine it becoming very solid, and then one of our totems would proceed to wipe it out.
"If it wasn't for you, we would still have to—"
"Stop destroying the free citizens and help us with the fallen mages," I shouted, interrupting the Flaming Pillar's thank you speech. "Stacy, one of the flaming ones is on our side. Don't hit him. We're working on the rest."
"I accept your conditions, elder brothers, and my brothers will follow me once you free them."
Some sort of a greenish aura formed around the elemental in the astral plane, and he froze. Let's hope he switched to destroying the mages instead of my raid. "Natalie, it's working! Let's keep at it! A water one is next!" plus 100 to reputation with the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds. Current level, neutral. You are 890 points away from the status of friendly. As soon as we finished with the last elemental, both Ants in the Pantsa and I were kicked out of the astral plane. Seems we overstayed our welcome. I glanced forlornly at the list of the week-long debuffs. -1 rank of the summoned spirit. The totem summoning time had been reduced to 1 hour a day, and the strength of the summoned spirits had been reduced by 20%. And this was barely even half the penalties. In this case, the supreme ones have really gone into overdrive. Increasing my reputation with them looks to be virtually impossible. That's it. We're done. Anastasia sunk to the ground in relief when the last mage was destroyed and the elementals had frozen like statues. Only the crackling of the fire, the noise of wind and water, and the rumbling of the rocking earth indicated that the 8 mobs were still alive and ready to spring into action. Barsa, here, take these resurrection scrolls. Get Ekeler, Tamsalat, and do not panic up. I have no mana, and I will only be able to use a potion in 3 minutes. Guys, up we get. The lieutenant is 300 meters away. Mayan, will the elementals help us?
Yes, brother, we will grant you our aid in this battle and then return to our world.
The voice of one of the pillars sounded in my head, so I immediately told the good news to Anastasia and looked at what was left of the raid. 17 out of 63. Some weird lottery was happening here. The survivors included Klutzer, Eric, Leite, Barsina, Ants in the Pantsa, and me. Essentially, we could rule out 6 of our people in the fight with a 400-level lieutenant, which wouldn't be good. The 20 plus 350 mages that we downed resulted in 6 new levels for me, plus 15 levels to my officers, plus 4 to Barsina, and plus 2 to Ants in the Pantsa. As for the rest, I couldn't remember their initial levels, so I couldn't tell if they gained anything. For instance, Anastasia's definitely didn't go up, remaining at 331. And as for Hellfire, our highest level player on the continent, he couldn't get past the 340 threshold.
I am proud to have the honor of fighting with such warriors.
Slate started to walk up to each player and shake their hand. Interestingly, as soon as the blacksmith stepped away from them, the face of each player became a picture of surprise, and then his eyes shot in my direction. What now?
I am proud.
When my turn came to shake the hand of the future prince, it all became clear. We'd all got a Gratitude of the Imperial Family buff, increasing our stats by 20% and doubling the speed of energy, mana, and hit point regeneration. That's it. Now there'd be no escaping questions on what a member of the Imperial family was doing in these woods. Plus 50 to reputation with the Malabar Emperor. Current level, respect. You are 3,800 points away from the status of esteem.
You are interesting toys.
The lieutenant's voice flooded through the dark forest, slapping us all with a long list of short-term debuffs.
It would be a pity to destroy you straight away, but such is my master's will. Die!
Barsa, me and Leander, 20 paces away from Hellfire. Anastasia immediately took charge, sorting out all the remaining healers. Itamzalat is backing up Hell. Ants, put strengthening and restoration on everyone. Right now. It's important. Leander, on cooldown, bring back up 2 more healers. 3 of us may not be enough. Small fries, to the back with you. Mobs aren't like the boss. Things are gonna get really hot. All the nearby trees had been thoroughly destroyed during the battle with the mages, so now our group was standing on the edge of an improvised 50-meter clearing. After 3 or 4 fitful breaths, there are no heartbeats in Barleona, the trees on the opposite side flew apart, bringing the lieutenant into view. Unlike in Plinto's first video, where he was covered by mist, now we could see this boss and his appearance in all its glory. He was a 3-meter-tall biped, his race indeterminable because he was formed of a combination of human, white-skinned vampire, and green orc, a Frankenstein of the dark forest. "That's one ugly bastard," Anson-the-Pantsa, who was standing next to me, couldn't help saying. "Are all dungeon bosses like this, or did we just get lucky? Save the chit-chat for later. The fight will have 4 phases," Anastasia immediately shouted after evaluating the boss's properties. "First, Hell, you take him and turn him away from the raid. Everyone stand on the sides, including the small fries, or you'll get iced. On my command, we all run to Hell. Itam, you stay at the back and catch the cleave attack. You must reduce the incoming damage from each cleave. It'll hit hard. Killer, your guys join only at my command. Don, hit him, but very carefully. I suspect that he will return part of the damage in close combat. Don't get yourselves killed that way. The second phase is the other way around. We all stand next to Hell and then run in different directions on my command. Itam, you're at the back as before. As for the third, its description is too hazy, so we'll split into 4 groups. Tanks, heals, melee, and ranged damage fighters. Stand around the boss and carefully listen for my commands. The 4th phase is closed. We'll have to improvise. Ready? 30 seconds to start of the fight. 27. 24. Ants, one more amplification on the tanks. 20. Man, as soon as the boss goes for us, send in the elementals. They should slow him down. If things work out, they can then step back until the 2nd phase. 10. Leander, don't forget to get the healers back as soon as the res cooldown allows you. 5. If we survive, I owe you all a cookie. Damn, talking like Mayan now. 1. Go, go, go!
You will all die, growled the lieutenant, hitting us with a wave of debuffs and rushing towards us. Ergata Erhand! Hellfire shouted something incomprehensible, sent an axe flying into the approaching boss, and instantly rolled sideways. Brothers, attack! I commanded the elementals, hurrying after Anastasia. Killer, start! Hell is holding it. Don, go at it. Itam, stand right behind. Hunker down already. To hunker down, to deploy a damage-reducing ability. You cannot win. You are weak, shouted the lieutenant a couple of minutes into the fight. So far, things couldn't be going better. Hellfire was holding off the boss very skillfully, preventing him from doing anything nasty. From the very start of the fight, the boss didn't use anything other than simple blows, which our tank easily blocked, so everyone, including Anastasia, were fine-tuning the order in which combat abilities were being used, something players called rotation. The aim is to inflict maximum damage per unit of time. If you crossed a certain average threshold, well done. If not, you're not ready to become a raider just yet. Due to the level difference, 8 out of 10 of the spirits I summoned missed, but thanks to the elementals, the boss's hit points began to diminish at a nice and steady rate. I even had a flashing thought that the Mushu dungeon was much more interesting in terms of fight mechanics, but then the boss's health sagged below 90%. Beware! I'll run to Hellfire! Anastasia immediately shouted. Man, take the elementals to the edge of the clearing. I sped after the girl, but then felt like I'd hit an invisible wall. A foreboding,
Stacy was wrong. We mustn't gather at all. The boss lifted up his arms and started to say some sort of an incantation. All attempts to interrupt him ended in failure. The spell was going to be cast no matter what. He was a priest, after all, even if he's been sewn together from different pieces. He was about to let rip. "Man, hurry!" My deputy hurried me, but by then I already understood what had to be done. We had to get as far as possible away from the boss as quickly as we could. "Everyone to the edge of the clearing, now! Tanks too!" Leading by example, I ordered the elementals to move away fast and sped to the farthest side of the clearing. "Hear that?" Anastasia needed less than a second to make a decision. "After Mayan, quick! Hell, Etam, you too!"
"Etam, stay!"
Do Not Panic immediately shouted.
"Take Hellfire's place. Stacy, the lightning strike must hit the tank and be distributed among the closest players. Even a beginner raider knows that. If the strike goes into the ground, there'll be no survivors."
"Don't stop!" Unwavering, Anastasia continued to run after me. "Everyone to the edge of the clearing! Etam, do not panic! As the deputy raid leader, I order you to get away from the boss. 5 seconds until hit."
"Etam, hold!"
shouted Do Not Panic, running up to the leader of the Heirs of the Titans, who took position in front of the boss.
"Stacy, now's not the time to be pulling rank. This strike has to be caught. Come back!"
The girl spent a moment drilling me with a stare, and then commanded, "Leander, a dome! -40 damage. Man, I really hope that you're not—"
"Rasturma Perlanta Kes."
The lieutenant's shout shook the ground as he completed the spell, and dark entities started to fly from his hands. The ground around the boss blackened as if all life had drained out of it. The 2 players standing in front of Frankenstein of the Fallen, they disappeared in a flash, while the boss's hit points rose back up to 98%. "Morons!" came Anastasia's half-whisper as she began to get the raid's health back up. The lieutenant's spell sent Klutzer and Leide for respawn. Eric and I survived thanks to improved damage blocking, and the rest of the raid lost about 20% of their hit points. If it weren't for the dome and the fact that we'd put good distance between us and the boss— Then again, we still had a total of 16 fighters against just one lonesome boss. He'd be biting the dust in no time. "Man, the dark phantoms are moving in our direction," came Ants in the Pants' shout. "Activate change of essence. We have to stop them."
"Arrows fly right through them without causing them any harm,"
came the voice of Exodus, a Phoenix Hunter, one of our last long-range fighters. "Try it on the closest one," replied Ants in the Pantsa. "He's already been changed. Man, I won't manage on my own." "Don't let this shit get any closer. Hell, take the boss. Man, are the elementals still with us? If yes, send them at the boss. We fight on, no slacking. Eric, we have no choice. Stand behind the boss and catch those cleave attacks. Leander, on every second cleave, throw teeth, an ability not permitting you to die for 10 seconds, on Eric. The cleave comes once a minute. I will cover him with the bubble between the teeth. We should be able to hold out. Go!" 50 strange, dark phantoms got embodied by Ants in the Pantsa and me in less than a minute, and it took Eckler and Exodus only 1 shot at each to rid us of this plague. But Eric, my elementals were giving the boss a good kicking, but every minute the lieutenant made a double strike. Hellfire took the main hit, and the tank that stood behind the boss caught the returning movement. Eric didn't get into position fast enough, so the cleave went nowhere, and this nowhere cost the raid 40% hit points for each player, including Hellfire. If not for the experience of the Phoenix leaders, who've been through many dozens of such fights, we would all have been wiped. This is why my officer, teeth clenched and covering himself with the shield he got in Dolma, took position and started catching the lieutenant's cleave attacks. The only thing that Eric permitted himself was a low grunt during the hit, because with standing being almost destroyed by 1/100th of a second, tanking isn't an easy job for a prisoner, if you think about it. "Beware! Everyone to the opposite side of the clearing!" commanded Anastasia, as soon as the boss's hit points went below 90% for the second time. "Leander, shield on my command. Eric, hunker down. Use a damage-reducing ability when he blows. Ants, strengthening on Eric and Man. They must survive this. Man, why are your elementals still hitting the boss? Move them! Leander, if the boss's hit points don't go up after the blast, get Illenium up." "No!" I intervened midway through Stacy's commands. "We need a tank. Eric won't be able to take it." "Nothing will happen to your Eric. Any tank can catch the cleave hit with the teeth and the bubble. His level has nothing to do with it. It's just that he's lower than anyone else in levels and is totally useless in battle. I know it's painful, but everyone else is busy and losing a fighter just to make it a bit easier on Eric. Anyway, later, when we get Itamzalat back, we'll replace Eric. For now, he can stay and level up his endurance. That's useful for a tank." "All right," I agreed with the girl. "You have more experience with these things." "Attention, everyone!" shouted Anastasia, as soon as we survived the second blast and destroyed the Dark Phantoms. "Stop doing any damage to the boss. Priests, resurrect on cooldown. The priority? First the tanks, Itamzalat and Undigit. Then healers, Plinto," I intervened. "Stacy, we really need Plinto. Get him up right after Itamzalat. We won't manage without him next." If anyone could have explained to me why I butted in, I would have given him half my gold. An additional tank or a healer would have come in very useful right then. But no. Instead of resurrecting a healer, as logic would dictate, here I am demanding the rogue be brought back. Yes, he might be able to deal the highest damage to the boss, but if there is no one around to heal, hitting the boss would be of little use. Right enough. Logic can go hang. Intuition rules the day today, and mine's saying that Plinto's presence is vitally important. "Priests, did you hear our leader? Leander gets Itamzalat, and Illenium heads out to get Plinto back. He's lying 200 meters away from here. Move it, now!" We survived 2 more blasts at 80 and 70% of the boss's hit points, managing to get 6 players back up between attacks. The embarrassed do not panic, after dropping a quick, "sorry," was helping to support Itamzalat and Hellfire, redirecting some of the damage to himself. At a certain point, we started getting such a crazy amount of damage that Leander had to put a dome up to reduce the amount that was hitting us. Good job, Priest. He didn't need to wait for any orders for this. The only real snag was that nobody but the priests were able to return players from the Greylands. Leander and Illenium were doing the work of 5 people, but their rezzing ability couldn't recharge faster than the programmed game cooldown mechanic allowed, 5 minutes per player during combat.
"You decided to oppose me?"
the lieutenant finally uttered, giving us yet another extended collection of debuffs.
Admirable. Then let's play.
Everyone run to Hellfire! Anastasia immediately reacted. The shockwave described in the properties of the second phase will mean that the entire raid will be taking a lot of damage. There is only one safe place, right in front of the boss. What do you say, man? Let's run, and then I'll see, I agreed. But after taking a couple of paces towards the tank, I stopped. We shouldn't run together, nor should we stand in one place. What? Anastasia halted, without ceasing to heal Hellfire and land an occasional kick on the boss. The latter only had 61% health remaining, and, if my gut feeling wasn't fooling me, something unpleasant was about to happen. There will be no raid-wide damage, so there's no need for us to run together, the girl answered her own question. We need to decide what to do next. Look, areas with red mist have appeared at the center of the clearing. They look a lot like portals. Any idea what to do with them? Two medium-sized, off-red balls of mist were hanging about a meter from the ground at the very center of our man-made clearing and were flashing invitingly, as if telling us to step inside. Plinto and Barca! I decided to go with my gut feeling and improvise. The resurrected rogue was about to come in handy. There are two red mist balls in the center of the clearing. Get inside them fast. The balls need to be activated, quickly added Anastasia. You have to do something inside them depending on what you find there. Go! Like experienced soldiers used to following orders, my clan members stepped away from the boss and ran to the center of the clearing. As soon as they activated the portal and disappeared into the unknown, the boss's hit points dropped to 60%, and the red spheres vanished. Beware! Everyone to Hellfire! Came Anastasia's command, but once again I had to interrupt her. Everyone, get away from the boss to the other edge of the glade. Stacy, try to think what this may be, but we have to get as far away from the boss as we can. Something tells me that this isn't a new ability, but an extension of that blast with the mobs that we've already had. What can it be?
We're inside. There's a labyrinth here, and there's constant magical damage, like from radiation. Good thing you sent Barcina, too. It hits quite hard.
A message from Plinto appeared in the raid chat.
On the move, now.
Leander, the dome! Shouted Stacy as the boss had nearly finished his spell, and then her eyes widened in terror. It lasted just for a split second, but I caught sight of it because I was looking directly at her. Everyone, look under your feet! Came another order from the girl. Barely visible zones will appear under you. You will have 1 second to step out of them. Make sure you watch your step. You cannot move to an already formed zone. Man and ants, don't forget to keep an eye on the phantoms as you move around. There they are. Embody them. Killer and Exodus, they're yours. Run! Then all hell broke loose. The boss froze on one side of the clearing, his arms lifted up, and a wave of damage from the blast went through the raid. The dark phantoms sped in our direction, and a few moments before the explosion, purple puddles began to form under our feet, a new one every 3 seconds. The puddles were about a meter in diameter, so a good many of us had to leave the dome before the spell hit to avoid dying. They really shouldn't have. The explosion from the boss sent 3 players for respawn, increasing the lieutenant's hit points to 65%.
Brother, stop this nightmare!
A message from an elemental appeared before my eyes.
One of us has been sent to the Grey Lands. Help us!
That's the last thing I need. The elemental's starting to die.
I'm at the center of the labyrinth. Got there with my speed boost.
Plinto again.
I'm seeing a weird sort of creature oozing purple drops of some kind.
Destroy it! Anastaria's reaction was instantaneous. This is the source of all our troubles.
On it!
A few moments later, the glade cleared of purple puddles. The boss lowered his arms and headed for Hellfire. Right. We've survived this ability, but we had 3 fighters fewer now, and this was with the boss at just 60%, and only in the second phase. The red spheres appeared again at 61% of the boss's hit points when we regained 4 of our players. 30 players against 1 boss. Now this was more like it. Beware. Plinto and Barsa, you know what to do, Anastaria quickly responded. Everyone, stand outside the dome and run together just before the blast. We mustn't allow the puddles to form inside it. Watch out for the phantoms. Let's go. That's it. We've reached another milestone, reported Stacy with an almost manic glee in her voice as the boss's health went below 60%. We survived the second wave of the nightmare without a single death and without allowing the lieutenant to heal himself. There are 2 more phases ahead of us. One is a random, which comes last, and the next, you can look it up in the properties for yourself, will require several groups. We need to get the remaining players up quicker. Stop! The red spheres again. The boss is still only at 58%. The portals. Get ready! As experience had shown, the trigger for the second phase ability did not depend on the number of Frankenstein's hit points, but on time. The red portals appeared every 2 minutes, taking Plinto, Barcina, Ants in the Panza, Exodus, Killer, and myself completely out of action. 2 were running around the labyrinth, and 4 were dealing with the phantoms, which barely ceased to appear before a new wave hit us. 42%, came the voice of my deputy. We're about to be hit with another ability. Beware.
What the heck?
Shouted Elenium, almost at the same time as the system announcement came.
Resurrection isn't working.
Maybe it hasn't recharged yet? I asked, staring at the deserter in incomprehension. What do you mean, it's not working?
Same here,
added Leander. We'll have to finish him off as we are. Plinto, Barsa, off you go, commanded Anastaria, as if nothing had happened. There's no sense in holding off the damage anymore. Hit him with all you've got. Damn it. As soon as my fighters disappeared into the red portal, 3 more appeared nearby. But these were blue. And what were we supposed to do with them? 20 seconds until he finishes casting the spell, Stacy informed everyone in a calm and somewhat resigned voice. Man, what do we do? Stay put and dodge the puddles, or jump into the portals?
Stacy, I have no idea, I muttered at a loss.
Me neither, smiled the girl. But someone has to make the decision and be held responsible for its consequences. 10 seconds. Everyone into the portals. Do not panic, you stay here. I had no idea why I issued that last order, but felt it was the right thing to do. Hear that? Let's go. I just managed to glimpse the surprised face of the Death Knight, who froze in his tracks, after which the blue of the portal surrounded my character. Not knowing what to expect, I closed my eyes and braced myself. But when I finally had the courage to open them and see where we'd ended up, I had to make an effort to prevent my jaw from hitting the floor. We came out into the same clearing where we'd just been fighting the boss, But now everything around us seemed faded and unnatural. Even the air itself was saturated with a subtle feeling of grayness and emptiness. "The inverse," said Anastasia in a high whisper. "Now I get it. Don, we'll be seeing ya. It's the inverse."
"Farewell, brother,"
a message from the elementals appeared before my eyes.
"It is a pity that we did not see this fallen one destroyed. I'm the first—"
By the looks of it, Do Not Punic wanted to write what he was first of, but didn't quite make it. Both he and the elementals vanished from the clearing as if they were never there. "Spread out and maintain a distance. Step out of the puddles." It seems that Anastasia never loses her nerve. "On my command, we run together. Leander, put up a dome, same as before. Mayan, who's next?" Next? This is the inverse of reality. Each of the 3 portals is for a particular type of player. One for tanks, one for healers, and one for fighters. We can't make a mistake here, otherwise it's instant death when the boss completes the cast. Here come the phantoms. Embody them. Usually it takes several deaths to discover which portal is meant for each player type, but there's an exception. If you leave, Exodus, stop bashing the boss and hit those shadows. Anyway, if you leave at least one player outside the inverse, only he will die, irrespective of whether the others entered the right portal or not. I have no wish for any of us to die to figure out the portal's designation, so we have to pick the next victim. I propose Eric." "Eric?" "You can stop looking at me like that. Everyone will be sacrificed, even you, if it gets us through. 40% of 30 people is really a lot, added to the fact that we are guaranteed to lose one person every 2 minutes. And then there's the 4th phase, whose properties are still completely hidden." "And the previous 3 were just an open book." I couldn't resist some sarcasm. "Brast from Phoenix will be next. Eric stays until the very end, and try not to let him die." "Brast, you heard the order?" The girl turned to one of the warriors. "Don't lose any time. Run straight to the boss and try to inflict at least a little damage on him."
"Done. Will you throw a bubble? I will be able to hold out 5 seconds more if you do. Who knows? They might come in handy."
"All right. Attention, everyone. As soon as we're back to the normal world, we hit the boss immediately. Use all you've got, all abilities. We have to get him down to 20% in the next 4 minutes." We managed it in 5 minutes 40, after losing Brast, Crisp from the heirs of the Titans, and, most unfortunately, Leander, who was taken down by the Phantoms. Azure Dragons had a top-class healer. It was a surprise he wasn't in Phoenix. I was of little use in the battle with the boss. The level difference was just too huge, after all, so I used the time to take stock of the damage being dealt by the players. It was just as well that the special raid leader features allowed you to do that. What can I say? It was too bad I sent Do Not Punic for respawn first. The deputy head of Azure Dragons held a solid 2nd place in damage after Plinto. What my rogue was doing could only be described as a miracle. He was responsible for almost 40% of all the damage done to the boss.
"I grow tired of playing around. Time to die."
"The last phase!" shouted Anastasia for anyone still wondering. "Stay focused on bringing down the boss." "Bubble on Plinto," Anson the Panther suddenly shouted. "There'll be a—"
Boom!
A giant staff appeared in the lieutenant's hands, which he lowered right on top of the rogue.
"He's switching to the rest of the raid now."
Hellfire spoke up for the first time during the battle.
"I'm no longer controlling him."
"Now we really are done," Stacy said in a somewhat tired voice, her hands dropping. "We'll never get through that last 20%, especially if you keep in mind that he has to make only 30 blows now. Damn. And I'd started to believe that we can nail this on our first attempt."
Boom!
Surrounded by the dome, Plinto was hammered about chest deep into the ground. The bubble lasted 10 seconds, 5 of which were already gone. Another 2 or 3 hits, and we'd lose Plinto, and it would be the turn of Exodus, Killer, and so on, according to the amount of damage they were dealing. I had some cause to celebrate. I would be the one before last to be sent for respawn, right before Eric.
Boom!
"Maybe we can freeze him?" I said the first thing that came into my head. You had to keep trying, instead of simply waiting your turn to be eliminated.
"It's not working,"
Eckler said straight away.
"We tried throwing freeze and ice trap on him. Nothing works. Seems to be some sort of a non-standard boss."
Non-standard? Stop! There's something in this. A non-standard boss who likes non-standard honey. What nonsense! Although... "Stop hitting the boss! At all!" I screamed across the entire clearing. "Hellfire, even you! Stop doing anything! No damage to the boss!" In 5 seconds, the raid will start randomly sustaining massive damage. It was Anastaria's turn to respond. "Stacy, please, this is important. Remember, when the fight began, what was the number of the boss's hit points? Was anyone recording the fight? I need the boss's exact level of health."
99.9%,
said Plinto, whose head was the only part of him sticking out of the ground after another strike from the staff. The next hit would be the last for the rogue, so I had to enact my plan fast. "Stacy, select the boss and hit him with a healing. Everyone, stop hitting the boss already. If anyone else hits him, you'll be excluded from the loot share." Leading by example, I selected the Frankenstein and sent a water healing spirit to him. Let it work, pretty please. The very fact that an aggressive boss could be healed made my mind boggle, but I'd completely turned off my brain and had decided to rely on my intuition alone. Am I a shaman or what? Speaking of which, I should find time to reshuffle my abilities, because although I was already great in rank, I was still only using ordinary spirits. That needed fixing. Boo! The staff froze right above Plinto's head as my healing entity entered the lieutenant. Did it work? Looks like it did, but there was no stopping now. "Stacy, healers, get going! Everyone with any healing ability, use it!" "You're nuts for sure," said the girl, but started healing all the same, from what I could see. Good. The boss soon had 25% hit points. 30, 50...
"Resurrections unlocked,"
Illinium shared the happy news. "Get Leander up," came my immediate order. "Healers, keep getting the boss's health up until you reach 90%. "And then?" Anastasia immediately asked. "Then Then everyone attacks the boss and brings him back down to 70, after which the healers again bring him up to 90. Then rinse and repeat until the entire raid is brought back to life. There are only 2 priests for 34 corpses, so in total we need... Damn, I need a minute to count. 85 minutes, the girl immediately volunteered. All right, we get the raid up. Then what? Then nothing, I smiled. The boss is unkillable. He is physically unkillable, no matter how much damage we deal to him. This is a wrong type of forest, which has a wrong type of boss, who doesn't have to be killed, but has to be healed. Anastasia understood my idea. And what if it doesn't work? Then our 63-player crowd, except for Leide and Klutzer, since they'll go down from the blast, will once again lay into the boss. Will down him by brute force. Although something tells me that there's a reason for that question mark in the boss's properties. He'll be the one bringing us down. While now, can you see how long we've been trying to heal him? 5 minutes? And he still hasn't used a single ability. We're on the right path, guys. It turned out that this boss was perfect for leveling up your skills. Unlike the battle spirits, the healing ones popped out without any level restrictions, so when the raid was fully back on its feet, the level of my intellect increased by an entire 7 points.
"Freedom! It is so close,"
uttered the boss when the level of his hit points reached 100%.
"But they are stronger than I. My lord ordered you to be destroyed. I cannot disobey his order. Die!"
"Right," said Anastasia slowly. "He's gone down to 99.9% again. Seems like we've missed something. Man? Ants!" It seemed like I was just full of original ideas today. "I urgently need to get to the astral plane." "The lesser penalty not enough for you?" asked the girl, surprised. "If you go there now, the spirits will stop listening to you completely for a week. Ants, take me to the astral plane, quick!" I barked at the girl. "We'll have time to be sorry for this later." "No one lets the boss drop below 95% hit points," I heard Anastasia's orders. "Healers, recharge their mana as soon as the boss reaches 95. We want to get him up to 100. "Close your eyes." Ants in the Pantsa sat me on the ground next to her. "What are we going to do there?" "You'll see in a minute." I had time to wink at the girl, though I realized she was unlikely to see it at this point. After closing her eyes, Ants in the Pantsa started to sway from side to side, as if entering a trance. Is this how she always enters the astral plane? Cool. "You can open them now. We're here." "Whoa! That's nuts!" exhaled the girl. I opened my eyes and saw pretty much what I expected. There was a cluster of white light in places wreathed in red, gray, and even green tones, and surrounded by the same phantoms who were making life difficult for the elementals. "Draco, can you come?" 10 minutes, no more." "That would be enough." "Them again?" exclaimed my totem after he saw the astral image of the lieutenant. "Man, they can't be changed," whispered Ants in the Pantsa. "I tried, but nothing happened." "We don't need to change anything, Natalie." I smiled once again. What I'm most curious about is why this boss was made impossible to complete without shamans. You know, I think I finally understand what continent-wide scenario Elenium got from the High Priestess. You know, you're really beginning to lose me. The girl looked at me, perplexed. What are you on about? Doesn't matter now. It's just, we're on the verge of a very big update in Barleona, and a big part of it is a new dark power, the Lord of Shadow, Garanika. I know this. How can it help us now? Tell me, what will happen if I start a duel with my totem here? I have no idea, but the Supreme Spirits aren't going to like it. They'll probably expel you, and me too. How will this expulsion take place? How on earth should I know? What are you thinking? Natalie, think. This is very important. They'll turn you into a shining or completely dark sphere, depending on which of the spirits will be doing it, impose a penalty, and kick you out of the astral plane. Is there a way to make sure that it's the Light Supreme One that does it? There isn't. It's a 50-50 chance. All right, thanks. And if I turn into a dark one, I'll repeat my actions, all right? What's on your mind? Later, no time now. Stacy, get the boss up to 100% and keep him there for about half a minute. Roger that. Draco, let's train for a bit. Attack me. How dare you defile our world? Just seconds later, the terrifying voice of a supreme spirit sounded. You will be punished. A month without access to the astral plane. 2 weeks without spirits. A week without your totem. Now, be gone. I got lucky. It was the supreme spirit of the higher world, the one that formed a shining sphere. Freedom, came the voice of the lieutenant as soon as I was thrown out of the astral plane, although the lieutenant was no more. We were facing a sentient that was maimed in some incomprehensible fashion. Thank you, heroes, for giving me a chance to leave this world alive. Thank you. Rhea, I'm coming. With these words, the boss hit the ground and broke into all his constituent parts, which were almost immediately absorbed into the ground. All that was left for us was a small pile of loot, that for which we'd come here in the first place. Level gained 8 times. Loot allocation has been completed. List. Please confirm. After looking through the 15 level 260 items left after the disappearance of the lieutenant and finding nothing useful either for myself or for any of my clan members, including the high-level players, I decided not to use my right of veto on the loot and agreed with the allocation proposed by the imitator. It did know best, after all, who should be getting what. For example, Hansen the Panther, who had gained 3 levels in one go, got 2 items, which left her overjoyed. You don't need all that much to make some people happy, it seems. That's it. Enough fighting for today. I don't know about the rest of them, but I had lost any desire to go on with our journey right this minute. Those who want can get back to reality. We'll continue tomorrow. We still have the General and Midial himself ahead of us. So we'll have our work cut out for us. I pulled out the tent so that others had a chance to set it up, lay down in the mist, and immediately dropped into sleep. Now I finally knew the nature of the phantoms commanded by Garanika. Chapter 10. Unauthorized Actions. Heroes of Malabar, the Empire is facing a calamity. Garanika's cursed dagger has been plunged deep into the heart of the throne. If it is not destroyed within 4 months, the Emperor will perish. The dagger can be destroyed with the help of a holy item that was lost in the Freelands near Rastrum. The group, not larger than 20 people, that brings the required object is guaranteed to receive an exceptional reward and the personal regard of the Emperor. Be vigilant. Starting from today, the holy item may be stolen. There is a 100% probability that it will drop from the inventory during respawn, while the Saviors of the Throne symbol will appear above the group. Safe zones will no longer function for players with such a symbol. Reward: Exalted Reputation with the Emperor, plus 15 levels, plus 50,000 gold coins, a scaling item from the Emperor's stores. Penalty for failing the quest: none. Quest type: scenario. Level restrictions: none. Time limit for completing the quest: 120 days from the moment of this announcement. How time flies. It seemed like we were killing the lieutenant just a couple of hours ago, although, in fact, so much time had already gone by. The general stubbornly refused to appear, and there was still plenty of ground to cover before we could reach the designated spot. I waved away the message that the Emperor's quest had been renewed and continued to focus on ring crafting. Time was running out, and my jewel craft had barely passed level 82. Thankfully, I had stocked up on the materials I needed beforehand. The copper ore that had come in the mail came in really handy, and it was just as well it arrived before we destroyed the lieutenant. After his death, our raid was subjected to such severe restrictions that even Anastasia was scratching her head in confusion and periodically hopping out to reality to check things with the corporation. Nothing like this had ever happened in all her gaming experience. The dark forest was blocked. "Stacy, I have a question." I started pestering the girl as soon as I awoke the morning after the battle with the lieutenant. "What logic did you follow when gathering the raid?" "You spotted the mistake too, eh?" "Yes. I have to admit that we were altogether too hasty when deciding who should be gaining extra levels. Phoenix's 2 main priests, a husband and wife, are on holiday now, so thinking that a location aimed at level 100 players wouldn't contain anything too important, we decided that 1 priest would be enough. It's the same story with the tanks. We also decided not to include the spoilt brats." "Who?" "Spoilt brats. Players who had reached level plus 280, but behave like little children. Phoenix tries not to accept such players, but sometimes it needs to. Like Rick, for instance. It's no secret that with the launch of Barleona, very many 16-year-old misfits rejected by society headed for the game to fill their gray world with new colors. They kept leveling up without stepping out of the game for months at a time until, at last, they became great. They never really grew out of being teenagers or out of their insatiable desire to be total poners. Damn, I hate that word. Why? There is a certain pretty boy with a similar name. Anyway, these 300-something levelers tend to be a pretty unpleasant bunch. So, between ourselves, that's what we call them, spoiled brats. By the way, have you ever wondered why in a game that has existed for over 15 years, so few players are above level 300? and why that is only the case on our continent. There are over 10 times more high-level players in Astrum than in Malabar, while the Celestial Empire should soon welcome the first 400-level player. But not in Malabar. Here, people are prepared to sacrifice their reputation, money, anything, just to prevent someone else from gaining levels. If you're drowning, you have to pull the next guy in with you. There are several clans even set up especially for hunting down level 300s and sending them for respawn. They do it simply because they can. Hold on. Isn't the Celestial Empire part of Malabar? Why would it be? The division amongst the continents in Barleona differs from the real world. The number may be the same, but in Barleona, Malabar is Europe, and the Celestial Empire is the whole of Asia. Astrum is North America, Rathrand includes South America and Australia, and everything else is part of Kaltua. Strange. I never really thought about it. But let's get back to the raid. So it looks like the Beatwick experience wasn't enough for the clan leaders. They have developed a taste for repeated respawn or something? There, we had a mere level 20 location, but half of the high-level players who answered the Emperor's call ended up taking a dirt nap without even having the chance to do anything. Why on earth did they decide that it would be any different here? Because it was announced from the start there. That was a continent-wide scenario. But this time it was a normal quest and a normal location. Nothing global was supposed to go down here.
I agree. Do Not Punic came up to us. We fumbled when we put the group together. If Plinto is right about his level, there's little point in going after the general with a raid like this.
Our best chance would be to get our raiders and fighters here, proposed Anastaria. They don't even have to do the quest or be included in the group. 6,000 level 200s can be here in as little as 2 days' time.
Stacy, did you forget that you were kicked out of Phoenix? Smiled Do Not Punic. And, by the way, while no one can hear us, I can tell you I didn't buy your and Eckler's performance for a second. You've decided to put Rick and Hellfire back in their place, haven't you? And you can stop trying to drill a hole in me with those eyes. I haven't said anything about this even inside my clan. You're bound to have a number of Phoenix moles in there. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. The dragons can also bring 7,000 or 8,000 level 200s. We would be able to mow down the general and Midial by force of numbers. Our raid wouldn't even have to lift a finger. The fighters will handle it all themselves.
It's decided, then, I agreed, after a brief discussion where it was explained to me what a huge crowd like this would be doing around one lone boss, when no more than 15 players are able to stand right next to him, and even then, they'd be getting in each other's way. Let's get 6,000 players from each clan, including the heirs of the Titans. We should get Itamzalat in on it, too. I'm just not that eager to go for respawn. Will a day be enough to gather everyone? In that case, we can have a breather until then. I'll go make the announcement. At first glance, the idea seemed excellent, but its implementation, not a single extra player was able to enter the Dark Forest, and, on top of that, the quest description now sported an additional point saying that after the lieutenant, the conditions forbade adding anyone else to the group. I also felt rather uneasy about the absence of any new letters. The old ones didn't go anywhere, but new ones had stopped arriving. There was the possibility that Anastaria's admirers had finally come to their senses, but I had limited faith in people suddenly seeing reason. Things like that were just too rare. When I shared my suspicions with Anastaria, she checked something, cursed, and logged out of the game to get to the bottom of what was happening in the dark forest. That's how we eventually reached the announcement of the Emperor's quest. Moreover, this was the updated, not the original version of it. As I tried to focus on another ring, my thoughts constantly returned to the update. If the object required for completing a quest always drops from your inventory on death, Anhur's will turn into one big bloodbath. Why trudge all the way to Rastrum when you can just sit it out in the capital, wait for a small group with a symbol above their heads to turn up, and simply take all that you needed off them? As for getting exalted straight away, isn't that a bit much? According to Anastaria, exalted reputation with the Emperor automatically gives a player exalted status with all other Malabar factions. This happens irrespective of what reputation he had with them to begin with. For example, this would have allowed me to sort out my relations with Sarist and pay Prontho, the mine governor, a visit. I still had to get to the bottom of what happened between him and Shyam. But then, why did the developers even make this change, I wonder? This was nothing less than open encouragement of PvP. After all, the 5,000 gold fine for killing a player within the city wasn't much of a deterrent. They even shut down the safe zones, so that the quest would have to be handed in by an enormous group, which would thereby protect a small group with those symbols above their heads. Although, even if such a group tried to make its way there, you could just throw an Armageddon spell and boom! The leading clans have enough resources for a spell like that. Stacy, I finally tore myself away from ring-making and addressed the girl who was sitting lost in thought nearby. Listen, even if, purely hypothetically, our clan manages to get the necessary quest item, how would we ever get it to the Emperor? Do you have any ideas? Anastaria immediately snapped out of her thoughts. Of course. According to the conditions of the High Priestess's quest, we must recover the Stone of Light. We could try to see if that might do it. It won't work. I already thought about that. You yourself said that there is a pile of these stones around the throne right now, and they are only blocking the effect of the dagger. No, something else is needed here. And as for handing it in, we'll come to some arrangement with Killer. They can hand it in while leaving us in their group. 20 people. There's 2 of us. 6. I'm not ditching the guys. So, whom did you decide to leave out? Plinto or Barcina? The druid. She's only with us temporarily, so there is little sense in giving her anything. Plinto is definitely with me for at least a year, and then we'll see. Perhaps after that he'll stick around for longer. Essentially, if I get the stone, Sea Thistles will only get 5 places. The rest would be taken by Phoenix. Man, I get that you're not exactly an average guy, but don't you think this is a bit much? I'm not into selling the skin before killing the bear, especially when the aforementioned bear is definitely out of your league. I'm sorry, but this just isn't your level. If you manage to get your hands on the holy object that would put the sign above you, I don't know. You get 1 wish from me, any wish, up to and including my agreeing to spend a year in the Sea Thistles clan. I'll hold you to that. By the way, you also promised to tell me what the deal was with the dwarf riddle. They use the Vigenary cipher, with master as the code word. This produces the line 3 and 5 and 2 and 9 without 40, without spaces. This expression is too ambiguous, so there has to be several other clues.
Yeah, there are a couple more lines.
Seems child's play now, smiled Anastasia after receiving the remaining formulas. Although, if you hadn't come across it before, you might have had trouble solving it. How many answer attempts do the dwarves have? 3? You can try 2 yourself, and if neither works, don't waste the third one. I'll help you with the answer. Damn, no, leave me 2 attempts, because there are 2 possible solutions here. Either one could work, so it's best to play it safe.
Couldn't you just tell me? I asked, taken aback.
I think not.
The girl shook her head.
Figure this one out for yourself, but only input the answer when you're completely sure it's right. What do you intend to do next?
To travel to the spot marked on the map. Looks like we'll have to fight the remaining bosses ourselves. I don't see any other way. There's rather a lot of them there, said Do Not Punic when we finished watching the results of Plinto's reconnaissance. The base of the Fallen was exactly where the High Priestess had marked on the map. It looked somewhat like a wooden castle, surrounded by a stockade, a few watchtowers, although personally I didn't get why you needed them in a forest, manned with guards, small huts randomly strewn through the grounds, and 2 enormous houses, probably the abodes of the general and Midial. All in all, a fairly standard model of a Cartus wooden castle. But why the Cartus look, when the priest had come from Malabar, remained unclear. Around 100, level plus 250 fallen vampires, 20 or so enslaved level 300 elementals, and an undetermined number of level plus 350 mages, who periodically came out of the huts, was a disheartening sight. But there was an interesting detail. There was no mist inside the stockade, so from Plinto's video you could clearly see 2 glades in the very middle of the settlement. One was completely black, and the other one green and covered in flowers. A small object glinted in each of the glades. It couldn't be seen very clearly, but most probably these were the Stone of Light and the Tear of Eluna, respectively. The goal of our raid— "I have a proposal," the Azure Dragon's deputy said straight away. "Why don't we send Plinto inside? He'll grab the Tear of Eluna, and then all of us will make tracks for the Guardian's Glade. I reckon we can make it back there in a day. Our task is not to kill everything that moves here, but simply retrieve the Tear. By the way, is the second stone related to your quest?"
It's a good idea, definitely worth thinking about, but we shouldn't all crowd in. It's enough to—
"I'm against it," I interrupted Anastasia. "Our aim is to cleanse the forest. If we take out the Tear, that NPC will stick something else in its place. We'll fight. I'll handle the strategy. You work out the tactics. Can you think of a way to take care of this local mob in the most painless manner possible? Ants and myself will get the elementals. Damn. Ants will get them. I'm still under a penalty."
"A fight, then,"
said the girl thoughtfully, looking through the recording one more time.
"There's only one gate, through which no more than 5 mobs at a time may pass. If we block them, then— No, that won't work. There are the watchtowers and the mages. They'll down the tanks in no time. So we can only lure them out into the forest. What do you say, Don?"
"That all depends on how long it takes Ants in the Pantsa to free the elementals. Last time it took around a minute to free one, but that was with 2 shamans at it. Right now, from what I understand, Mayan is as much use as a chocolate teapot. 2 minutes for each, and there are 20 of them. We only have 3 tanks. No, we won't hold out. That's 5 complete sets, which is too much even for Hellfire.
Yeah, said Anastasia slowly. There is, of course, the option of breaking into the castle, killing as many mobs as possible, getting sent for respawn, returning, and repeating until we clear them all. The time it takes for mobs to respawn is 3 months, so we should have enough time.
Yeah, right. And get our experience gain bar knocked all the way back to 0, chuckled Do Not Panic. The entire raid will be falling over to thank you for that one.
Then I'm out of ideas for now. The only sensible course of action is to send Plinto out and then have the entire raid running for the Guardian's Glade. Everything else is pure suicide.
Right. It's getting late already, so I propose we continue this tomorrow morning, I decided. And all the same, try to think of how we could destroy that base. Painful as it was to admit, the idea voiced by Do Not Panic made perfect sense. There are too few for such a big crowd of mobs, so either we have to resort to trickery or look for a workaround. The trickery part was easy. Plinto would sneak in, snatch the tear and the stone, good thing he's got that quest already, and leg it out of there. Then he'd mount his phoenix and speed toward the Guardian's Glade. Then there'd be general happiness, celebration, and rejoicing. And yet I could feel it in my bones that if this were to occur, I could kiss goodbye to the second earring of the Guardian. My conclusion? We had to look for a workaround. And here Anastasia should be able to help me.
"Natalie, do you have a minute?" I managed to shout just in time as I noticed that the Lady Shaman was about to log back to reality. "A word before you go, or rather a task for you. Do you remember the strange dark phantoms that surrounded the elementals? Can you dig around shaman history? That's the only place it could be. Please look for information or articles mentioning the words mist, phantom, or shadow. These entities didn't just turn up by accident. They are certain to be recorded in history in some way. As you remember, the Supreme Spirits know nothing about the nature of these phantoms, despite being the custodians of shamanistic knowledge in the game, so there would be little use in doing this. You have a look, and then we'll see, all right? First thing tomorrow, tell me all about it. Stacy!" After leaving the shaman, I called Anastasia over. "I have a question." "I can't tell you this," came the girl's immediate answer. "I signed an NDA." "You don't even know what I want to ask you." "I heard your conversation with Ants. You want to ask about the nature of Elenium's quest. I can't tell you, but I can give you a hint that you've started to dig in the right direction." "I see. Then another question. Why haven't you asked me about Slate yet, although it's already been a week? He's the only NPC among us, and you know who he is, but are behaving as if there's nothing unusual here." "What's the point? We'll have a chat once we are finished with the forest, assuming we don't lose him. If you tell me about this now, you've as good as shared the quest with me, and then suddenly the prince dies. Do you think the princess will be happy when she finds out that I, too, was involved in the death of her intended? So, thanks, but no thanks. Once we make it out of the forest, I'll start asking questions. Who needs the extra stress right now? Everything in good time. I watched the girl as she walked away, and instead of feasting my eyes on her beautifully drawn avatar, I was turning over Stacy's last word. Time. There's a time for everything. Once again, there is a time for everything. Well, I'll be. Stacy, you're a genius. Man. The voice of Barcina, my only female fighter, tore me away from my musings about the epic plan to capture the Castle of the Fallen. Tell me, are you going to exclude me from the clan after we're finished in the Dark Forest? Or is there a possibility that I could stick around? What do you mean, exclude you? Didn't we agree that you are joining the clan temporarily so that you could be a part of the Imitator's loot allocation for both quests? As for sticking around, why the sudden interest? There are a good number of reasons, really. The first and the main one being that it's profitable to be around you. In 1 week, I've earned more than in the previous few months. 2 levels more, and I'll gain access to several interesting locations where I can earn good money. I'm set to reach level 170 once we complete the Guardian's quest. This would mean a new ability and class-based quests. The second, and no less significant reason, is the presence of Anastaria and Plinto. They are legends in Malabar, and I can learn a lot from them. Just the amendment of the clan agreement that Anastaria proposed today is quite something. Right now our officers are sitting and scratching their heads, wondering how they could miss such obvious loopholes. I would have never spotted them myself either, by the way. The third reason actually outweighs the other two. I like it here, in your clan. So I'd like to stay, if possible. Fine. In that case, I'll put you in charge of everything healing-related. Look at the current membership agreement and have a chat with Anastaria. In a couple of days, I'd like to have a list of all the classes we might need. How many priests, druids, shamans, paladins of light, and other healer classes you would find in any normal clan. Plinto, Eric, I have a task for you. I immediately called over the rogue and the warrior and told them to put together the best possible team of fighters and tanks. If one wanted to take part in the clan tournament, and I did, you would need people. Bugging Anastaria for every small task is pretty daft if there are other capable players just idling about. So, having given everyone their tasks, I sat under the tree and started to put together my plan for getting into the Fallen One's castle. I watched through Plinto's video a few more times and saw once again that the mobs were spread throughout the entire castle, except for the green glade with the Stone of Light. As Anastaria put it, everything in good time. If we swap time for place, then what if the fallen mobs cannot step into an area affected by a blessed object? And what if this prohibition is at the level of their programming? If my memory doesn't fail me, in Beatwick I managed to save a good number of NPCs from modification by giving them blessed amulets. What if we weren't meant to kill the mobs, but scare them away? Or even, and here another bulb lit above my head, free them, as we did with the elementals or the lieutenant. Perhaps even my reputation problems would go away if I returned about 200 vamps and mages to the Patriarch. It may not work for me, but Anastaria definitely wouldn't miss a chance like that. In order to enact my plan, I needed blessed statuettes. I was feeling very thankful to Beth that she hurried her priestesses, and now, among other things, I had some blessed ore and marble in my sack. It was time to get busy with some crafting.
"Will you tell me what you're up to?"
Anastasia asked me in the morning, having interrupted me in the middle of another masterpiece.
"This doesn't look like jewelry, and, judging by your groggy eyes and level of energy, you've been working all night. Spill the beans, because I've got nothing except the gradual clearing out the mobs."
"Let's wait for Do Not Panic. Then I'll tell both of you all about it. I have just a couple of pieces of ore left, so I'll make one more blade. Then you can hit me with any question you like. You're right. I do have an idea. It just remains to be seen if it's actually doable."
"It might just work,"
exclaimed my Azure Dragon's deputy advisor when I described my plan and showed him the result of my nightly labors. 23 knife blades, which lacked handles but still represented completed items, and around 30 small marble pine-cone-shaped figurines. I had a new recipe to show for it, too, marble pine-cone. I had also discovered the jewelers were able to make throwing weapons, which would cause physical damage depending on the strength of the thrower.
"What's their radius?"
asked Anastasia straight away. "For that, we need a victim," I told the happy news to my advisors. "We have to go to the castle and check. I'm not at all sure that a rogue carrying a blessed item will be able to sneak inside, even under invisibility, so we have to be clear from the start that the victim would end up going for respawn."
"Should we cast lots?"
proposed Do Not Panic.
"Because, aside from you and your 3 fighters, no one would volunteer to lose 30% of the experience progress bar. Trying to send a priest to get the volunteer back up would mean sacrificing the priest. But for you, the loss of experience would be negligible by comparison."
"I agree,"
Anastasia said after some hesitation.
"The optimal choice would be Liaidi as the one with the lowest level, but we should still draw lots."
"No, we shouldn't." I put an end to these deliberations. "The decision has already been taken. I'll go. This was my idea. The stones and the ore were mine, and I should be the one to carry it out. Due to my penalties, I'm not much of a shaman for the next 2 weeks anyway, and I'm somewhat curious, too. It's not every month that I have the opportunity to visit a castle with level plus 350 mobs. Plinto, let's go. You'll get to tape the raid leader being sent for respawn."
"Hold on," Anastasia stopped me. "Let's at least ask the others, just in case anyone else wants to take the risk. Remember, if this idea works, we won't wait for your respawn and attack straight away. There's little point in the raid sitting on its hands for 12 hours straight. 200 vampires, elementals, and mages. With your current 82nd level, you're almost guaranteed to hit 90 after this. Are you prepared to lose that much experience?"
I hadn't really thought about my respawn from this perspective. It's like I'd started to perceive myself as some great hero, unbeatable and unstoppable. Oh, I recalled a rather suitable word for this. Big-headedness. Was I really suffering from it? And where do you place the thin line between luck and letting things go to my head?
"I'm against sending the low-level players now,"
Do Not Panic said, completely ripping my plans to shreds.
"I had another look at Plinto's report and finally understood that there's nothing they can do there. As you can see, the gates may be open, but there's around 20 meters to cover between them and the nearest tree. There are 2 towers by the gates with 250-level archers, which means that any low-level player would be dropped in an instant. So, the question arises, what would be the point? You can't throw a bubble over him, because then the mobs would go for the rest of the raid. Man doesn't have any defense either, since he can't even summon his spirits. So you want to check it out, then?
Plinto, whom I'd called over earlier, didn't go anywhere and was now looking thoughtfully in the direction of the castle.
You won't be able to run under the noses of the dark mobs with blessed items on you. You'll be discovered immediately. Give those to me. I'll go pay those castle campers a visit. If the plan works, don't forget to get me back up. I can wait for 3 hours or so. Time I began to work off that investment you made in me, right? And man, a little word of advice for the future. You can't do everything yourself in this game. You have to delegate, otherwise you'll burn out all too soon. That's it. I'm off. Fogger, you're with me as cameraman. Lantirius, you come along too. You'll film it from the other angle. What am I doing?
Here. I handed Plinto several items. Your task is simple. You have to block the entrance into the castle by throwing these items along the gate, about a meter from each other. The fallen must get locked inside so the raid can walk right up to the castle and Ants in the Pantsa can gradually free the vampires. There's no need to attack anyone. You may even throw some of the cones and knives inside, which will cut the fallen up into several groups. All in all, do as you see fit, but the main aim is the gate.
Gotcha. Then give me everything that you've made, with haste and cloak activated, minus 40% damage for 10 seconds. I'll run across the castle and make their day. That's it. I'm off. Send me a postcard.
The rogue took all the blessed items from me and headed off to the castle.
Stacy, how do you know him?
Said Do Not Punic slowly, gazing after the departing Plinto.
To be honest, I always thought that he was one of those spoiled bratniks, but now my whole understanding of reality has been demolished. Plinto, whose name has even given rise to the special term to plint it, that is, to do something without switching on your brain first, turns out to be a completely reasonable guy.
Don, why ask meaningless questions? Smiled the girl. You know full well that I won't be answering that, so what's the point? Anastasia turned to me and, in all seriousness, said, When you offer Do Not Punic to join your clan, take me along too. You don't know how to bargain properly, and Don here is an expert in the field. He'll have you for dinner. You'll think you've done him a favor, and before you know it, you'll end up owing him instead. What? You still don't get it? Our normally quiet and calm Death Knight, who's barely been visible behind Undiggett's back, suddenly starts to show his real self, and in your company, no less. This is nothing short of self-promotion. Anastasia turned to the Death Knight and continued, Don, let me disappoint you straight away. I'm in Sea Thistles temporarily. In 3 months' time, just before the clan championship, I'll return to Phoenix. There is a chance, of course, that I'll stay, but it's so tiny that it isn't even worth mentioning.
Typical,
uttered Do Not Punic in feigned offense.
The moment you decide to join another clan, some reason is bound to pop up to make it totally impossible.
You really think you have it all figured out? I parried. What makes you think that I'm in such dire need of either of you? Anastasia and Do Not Punic, you are legends in your own clans, so that's where you belong. You will return in 3 months' time. I looked at Anastasia, and I'm certain that I won't be wasting my wish on getting you to remain in the clan. I'll think of something really interesting instead. As for do not panic, I turned towards the young man. Please don't take this personally, but I hadn't even met you before all this, and don't really know who you are. Why would I need you? You could be an agent, just like this pretty lady. So you can relax and stop trying to sell yourself. I'm not buying.
Overinflated ego?
Do not panic looked at Anastasia. I don't think so. He's just too certain about foregoing all the bonuses that would come with our presence. Doesn't seem like him. Guys, stop speaking about me in the third person in my presence. I've laid out my position. It doesn't contradict any of the existing agreements. With all due respect, I really don't need... The cleansing of the Dark Forest quest has been completed. Please contact the Guardian for your reward. The Tear of Iluna, the source of the taint, has been removed, and soon the cursed forest will again revert to being the Dark Forest. The quest is 65% complete. Reward, plus 200 with all encountered factions, plus 40 to any main stat, plus 10 character levels. Quest, Restoration of a Holy Relic, Step 3, the Return of the Stone of Light, has been completed. Please contact the High Priestess of Iluna for your reward. The Stone of Light has been found. The quest chain is 75% complete. Reward for completing Step 3, plus 1 level, plus 200 to reputation with the Priestesses of Iluna, plus 50 to reputation with Goddess Iluna. Reward, 3 flasks of the Water of Life. Ding! You've received 6,822 new messages. Do you wish to view them? When I realized what Plinto had done, I wanted to howl. The second part of the Guardian's gift was as good as gone. We'd failed to complete his one request, the full cleansing of the forest from the taint. From the very start, the oak had said that if the fallen were chased out of this forest, they would just go and occupy another one, spreading their taint elsewhere. Plinto, what have you done? And that's it? Asked Anastasia in surprise after reading the messages. Did they just decrease the reputation reward without any further penalties? They didn't dock any stats or levels. Something isn't right here. 65% complete? I simply don't get it. What did we actually lose?
I did it!
Just a minute later, a smiling Plinto ran up to us, holding the Tear of Iluna and the Stone of Light in his hands.
Both quests have been completed. We can leave now. The fallen have been locked inside the castle. They can't get out. They've started trying to break through the wall, but according to my estimation, it will take them a couple of weeks. Pity about the reputation reward, Doc, but that's not the end of the world. The main thing is that our levels and our stats are intact, both in the first and the second quest. I don't get it. Why the long faces? Didn't I just complete the quest?
You failed it, I said, unable to restrain myself.
What do you mean?
Plinto froze, staring at me.
Exactly that!
I was shouting now.
We just had to block the entrance and change all the vampires, but you went and...
Man, undig it, interrupted my angry rant. The quest has been completed, and I see no sense in dying to mobs just for experience. So the Azure Dragons clan thanks you for access to the quest, and if you get anything similar, do right. We'll negotiate a price. Do not panic. Let's go. We still have a lot to do. The heirs of the Titans are also going back. This came from Itamzalat. I agree with Undigit. There's no first kill on the books, and there won't be much experience gained just from mobs alone. We're going. If you get another quest like this, let us know. We'll talk it over. In just a few minutes, 27 people packed up, got on their mounts, and sped away towards the Guardian's glade.
"The quest is finished, man," said Eckler, who was suddenly standing next to me. "I agree with Undigit and Tamsalat. There's nothing left for us to do in this forest. I understand that it is important for you and your clan to gain levels, so I offer you a 2-month-long boost at our base, for free, for your entire clan. We'll write it off as payment for incomplete quest in the Dark Forest. We're taking in recruits at the moment, and the training should start in 3 days, giving us just enough time to get to Anhurst if we open a portal now. We'll be able to protect you from the Dark Legion, which is still out for your blood, and Plinto won't be going anywhere either. By the way, how would you like to complete our obstacle course?" Eckler asked the rogue. "It would be interesting to see the results." "Whatever the clan leader says," was Plinto's short reply, but I could see from his eyes that the idea caught his interest. It was easy to guess why. It would mean completing the obstacle course of a clan which had been a long-time, bitter rival, and showing their rogues what incompetent and altogether rubbish players they were. From where I was standing, though, it looked like Eckler was blatantly trying to buy everyone off, and quite thoroughly at that. "In any case, whatever man's decision is," the leader, or the shadow leader, I was beginning to lose track who this guy was, of the best clan in Malabar continued, "Phoenix is leaving the Dark Forest. I'm grateful for your invitation, and if you get another quest like this, I'm prepared to discuss the price of our taking part. Hellfire!" Eckler shouted. "Get ready. We're off to hand in the quest and then return to Rastrum. Mayan, Anastaria?" Killer nodded and headed off towards the gathering players. "Hold on!" I stopped him, trying to get a handle on my emotions. "Do please take all of my guys and then send them for training once they hand in the quest. To what level will you be boosting them?" "The course is designed for leveling up from the 20th to 120th level. What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" "No, I'll stay here for a bit. Spend some time strolling around by myself, watch those mobs breaking down the walls." "I don't see any sense in stubbornly respawning again and again." Eckler looked at me, surprised. "You won't be able to do anything on your own. You can't do anything as a shaman for another week, and I believe Plinto when he says that the castle will be open again in 2 weeks' time. Can you tell me what the point of you staying here is?" "What's the difference? Everyone got what they wanted, and no one owes anyone anything. The raid is finished, and all obligations have been met. Plinto," I turned to the rogue, "I have a special job for you. Show Phoenix how to complete that obstacle course properly. I would be very disappointed if you don't set a new record, both in speed and the number of attempts." "Consider it done, boss." A smile flashed across Plinto's face. "I realize what I've done by bringing these damn stones here, but no point crying over spilt milk. There's no time limit on playing, so things are bound to work out for you sooner rather than later. But you're right about the chickens. It would be sheer pleasure to show them the proper way of playing the game. Thank you." "So is this it, then?"
When Plinto left to get ready and describe the task at hand to Eric, Leide, Klutzer, and Barsina, incidentally, it was interesting to note how quickly they all accepted him as their leader. For them, Plinto was the second in terms of authority after myself. At least, I hoped that he was the second. Anson the Panther came up to me.
"The quest is finished and everyone's leaving. Man, I'll go too. I understand that not everything is finished here, and the forest is yet to be completely cleansed, but I have a strong feeling that there is nothing more to be done here. To keep respawning just to clear out the mobs, I think I'll pass. So, my sincere thanks for inviting me, and if you get another quest like this, do give me a shout. By the way, Calatia has decided to meet you in person, and will fly to Anhurs in a week. It turns out that harbingers may only teleport freely within their own continent. Try not to be late."
Why is everyone repeating the same thing?
"Thanks. If you get another quest, call us and we'll come."
And yet no one has any inclination at all to help finish off the crowd of enemies still remaining. I was left quite speechless.
"You know, I will probably stay."
Anastasia shared the happy news after all the gathering was done, and what was left of the raid headed back to the Guardian to hand in the quest.
"There's nothing for me to do in Anhurs, and I can hand in the High Priestesses and Guardians quests any time, so I'll stay with you for a bit. The tent is big enough, and it wouldn't be right to leave you alone with just Slate around, would it?"
"Stacy."
"What?"
"Why don't you go, eh? I don't really feel like talking right now. I might just lose it and scream my head off at you, only to regret it later. I had such a great plan, all laid out, came up with these pine cones and daggers, and it was all for nothing. I need some time alone to scream it all out at the trees or something."
"What did you expect? You made the most common mistake of any manager, failure to give clear instructions to a subordinate. If you told Plinto that he should not touch the stones under any circumstances, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Experience, Mayan. You need experience in managing people. I'm prepared to stay with you and deconstruct our raid in detail, figuring out where we went wrong and why, and what we got right. And anyway, abandoning a clan leader all alone in a forest? Well, no point beating about the bush. I think that you may still manage to do something with the castle, and I, too, want to get the full reward for the quests. I'm not a fan of half-hearted solutions."
"You think?" Could Anastasia also have a habit of following her intuition?
"Either way, you've managed to get it right so far. Perhaps you'll get it right now, too. I'm leveled up only recently, so respawn isn't much of a threat to me. I'll stay with you and help you stave off the boredom. You still won't be able to summon spirits for a week, right? So we can wait for that. I'll wander around the forest, try to find the Patriarch and have a chat with him. The fallen ones are trapped in the castle in any case, and you haven't told me about the prince yet. I'll find things to keep me busy, don't you worry."
"All right, stick around then, although I don't see the
"It's a deal, then," the girl interrupted me. "I'm off to scout out the forest. I'll be back soon, and then we'll have that chat about the raid. Don't get bored now."
After finding myself alone, I tiredly sat by the tent and let out a subdued howl, not wishing to disturb Slate. How could it all start out so well and end so stupidly?
"So, it's just the two of us now, eh?"
After some time, Slate came out of the tent and sat next to me.
You're a free citizen and are certain to return from the Greylands. Can you please take this to my family?"
With these words, the prince handed me the round shield that he'd received from the Guardian.
"For my race, this is a very important object, and if it's returned, I will be given back my rightful place in the tribe. I will become Princess's equal, and the Emperor will no longer have a reason to forbid our marriage."
Update to the Escorting the Prince quest. Return the ritual disc to the werebeasts, even if Slate dies. Reward, none. Penalty for failing or refusing the quest, none. Time limit for completing the quest, 2 months, 23 days. "You're a bit pessimistic about making it out of here alive," I replied to the werebeast, taking the disc. "Why don't we send you back to Anhurst, while the raid hasn't gotten very far?"
"No!"
Slate firmly rejected my idea.
"What kind of a prince would I be if I took fright and abandoned the person whom Tisha asked me to protect? I don't need to fear permanent death, since, while I was still back in the palace, the Emperor put the death seal on me. In 4 months' time, the priests will bring me back. But for my people, that is too long. The disc has to be returned before that."
"Fine. I will deliver it should anything happen to you." This took a huge weight off my mind. Slate is a key NPC, and he, like a quest, has his own respawn timer, so there is no danger of Tisha shredding me to pieces should he die. She'd tell me off, give me a good kicking, but attractiveness will remain the same, especially if I tell her how heroically Slate protected me. "Tell me, why is it that you have to be forgiven, and what does this disc mean?"
"A long time ago, when I was the small and inexperienced younger son of the werebeast chieftain, my older brother decided to get rid of me. He tricked me into stealing the ritual disc, which werebeasts use to communicate with our gods, and destroying it. At the time, I thought I was doing something really important, that I was showing the entire clan that I too was able and skillful. How wrong I was. According to our laws, I should have been executed, but Father ruled differently. He banished me, which was contrary to the law, so he was deposed, and the position of the head of the werebeasts was taken by my older brother. The return of the disc would remove the restrictions on my return, so even if I were to die now, I would go back home with another hero and challenge my brother. Underhand deeds like these must not go unpunished in this world."
As befits a key NPC, Slate continued to tell the tale of the injustice committed by his brother and the need for him to be brought justice. But I got the picture. Judging by the scale of this and the absence of any rewards, I'd gotten myself into a high-level social quest. On the one hand, this was a scenario without any clear point to it, but on the other, if I remembered the Farstead old ladies, I wonder, does Anastasia know about such a special feature of social quests as variability? The old ladies landed me Lyra's dress in the end, which Reptilis used to... Reptilis! Hi, you promised that you'd help me should I ever need it, and now that time has come. Aren't you an assassin? Now then, I have a hunch that you stole a certain scroll from the Emperor's castle, which contains information on the Carmandant chess set, and which I really need. If I am correct in my guess, is there any way that I can get it off you? After I wrote the letter and waved away the message that the recipient was currently out of the game, I jumped up and started pacing around the tent. If it is Reptilis who got his green paws on the scroll, the agreement with Ekeler could be reviewed. After all, this means he wouldn't be able to fulfill his side of it, and in Barleona, this would lead to enormous penalties. He may be all nice and helpful right now, with his offer to level up my fighters, but I had a gut feeling that he could not be trusted. It may suit him to play nice for now, but a time would come when another Elenium would come between us. No, you had to keep at least one ace up your sleeve. Let's see what he'd do. After settling down somewhat, I began to go through my mail. It wouldn't be right to leave 7,000 letters unread, even if 99% of them are from Anastaria worshippers. "Take me into your clan. I'm a good healer. I'm prepared to work for free. Just introduce me to Anastaria." There was a mountain of letters like these. Do people really think that after receiving such a letter, I will have no other choice but to beg them to join my clan? It takes all sorts, I guess. Especially amusing were the letters full of threats and promises to catch me in reality and rearrange my face. All because I failed to reply to their letters. Dared to ignore such handsome and important somebodies. Perfect ignore list material. After I blocked another player, I couldn't help smiling as I imagined how a crowd of upset people would break into the prison, find my capsule, pull me out, and begin to beat me up, just to force the point that I should invite them into the clan and introduce them to Anastaria. I wonder if they'd shorten my sentence as an injured party if that actually happened. "Hello, Dan." I was deleting letters almost automatically, so I almost missed one that addressed me directly. Dan? Not Mayan? Strange. Who would know my real name? Realizing that I was suffering from brain lag, I looked at the sender. Mirada. There was a big uproar on the forums on account of Anastaria and Plinto joining your clan, and also Dark Legion being out for your blood. I can see that you just can't keep yourself out of trouble. Smiley face. I have an acquaintance who is part of the group of celebrity exterminators, and, according to him, they've headed out to the Dark Forest to bump off at least one high-level player. These guys are proper thugs, 20 level 200s. According to the last video from the Heirs of the Titans, you happen to be in the Dark Forest right now, so try not to run into them. They will pin you down at a respawn point and keep you there until the heralds intervene. Marina. That's the last thing I need. Celebrity exterminators. Judging by your expression, someone just made your day, noted Anastaria when she re-emerged from the forest. Want to tell me about it? After telling Anastaria about the hunting party and seeing her smile and say that she could handle such a mob with one hand tied behind her back, I returned to reading my mail. Hi, listen. With all that's been happening, I completely forgot to tell you about what I managed to find out. Or, rather, what I haven't managed to find out. The histories completely lack any mention of phantoms, dark spirits, or anything of the sort. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Natalie. That's it. The mail was read, and 4 hours of my life had duly been wasted. I think I'm beginning to understand why Ekeler, Evelet, Itamzalat, Undigit, and their like rarely exceed level 230. They simply had no time for leveling up. If you actually wanted to manage a clan, rather than just let things sort themselves out, you'd have to have a conscientious approach to it. In the last week, I spoke with my officers only once, since I'd spent most of my time in the company of Anastasia and Do Not Punic. That's not the way to do things. As soon as everyone is back from leveling up, we'll have to get together for a chat and figure out how to develop the clan together in the future. Sad though it was to admit this, I wasn't achieving all that much on my own. As for the letter from Ants, it was a pity that she hadn't found anything. I had a hunch that we weren't dealing with phantoms, but with spirits that were somehow no longer under the control of the Supreme Ones. That's why I thought that an explosion in the astral plane would destroy them. They couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. There had to be a story behind it. Was this something I could ask Anastasia? On the second day of my solitude, people started to leave the group. You could see from their frames how a player would gain levels, probably as they reached the Guardian's Glade, and suddenly the group would have one member less. This continued throughout the day until only 7 people remained, all of them members of the Sea Thistle's clan. At first, I was surprised to see that my players didn't gain any levels, but then remembered that their mounts were bought in great haste and were pretty basic, so they would take longer to get to the glade. Anastasia spent the entire next day in the forest, so I busied myself with what had become almost a habit by now, leveling up in jewelcraft. "Why don't we go and see what the Fallen are up to?" I suggested when the girl once again graced me with her presence. "I'll start seeing these rings and ingots in my sleep soon." "How's your progress?" "Level 102 jeweler and 87 smith," I said, rather pleased. "I even managed to get a couple of alexandrite stones from the silver ingots and peridot from an iron one." "Alexandrite?" Anastasia's eyebrows flew up. "Will Barleona soon be seeing the battle ogre from the Carmandant chess set?" "I don't know." I gave the girl my honest answer. I was glad to get the stone, of course, and even tried to imagine an ogre so I could make him, but it seems a certain time must pass between crafting the figurines. You can't make them too often. I can't seem to do anything, and I don't want to waste the stones, especially now that I'm out of silver ore. "So why don't you buy some? Mail has been unlocked inside the Dark Forest." "How? The only auction house that I can access is in Anhurst, and asking you all the time also isn't an option." "Damn, I keep forgetting that you're still not a very experienced player. Are you familiar with the concept of a free broker?" "In real life, yes. What's this got to do with Barleona?" "Man, don't make me angry now. Think." "Hold on. Do you mean to say that there are players who just stand near the auction house, receive letters, and, having bought items at auction, send them off to their clients? You've got to be kidding, right?" "Far from it. Add 10% commission, and within a month you can earn so much that you may be tempted to drop everything and devote yourself to this line of business alone. Any self-respecting clan is certain to have several brokers who keep 24-hour watch next to the auction house. I can give you a few names with a good track record, and you may write to them directly. The reply usually comes within a day. I can even tell you that the copper ore that you received happens to be from one of them. And there's little point in looking at the Fallen. They're still trying to break through the wall, but won't manage it any time soon without any picks and axes. I dropped by a couple of hours ago.
I must say that Plinto did a good job. Not only did he block the entrance, but also managed to throw a few of your pine cones into the watchtowers. Now you can simply walk up to the gates without any fear of being shot at.
Stacy, I'll be howling soon at this rate. Let's just go for a walk. Loosen up a bit. What if I also want to have a look at what they're up to?
No need to howl. Just busy yourself with something else. Have you solved the dwarf equation yet?
No.
So what's the problem then? You can sit there cutting out rings all day, but you don't have enough brains to solve a simple puzzle?
Cutting? Another bulb lit in my head. How is Stacy such a genius? Right, hang on a moment. We can come back to that later. If you insert all the spaces, the equation will look like this. 3 and 5 and 2 and 9 take away 40. The simplest answer is -21. But the 5 and 3 equals 7 line really has me stumped. It just doesn't fit standard logic.
Exactly. That's the key expression. In what instance could there be an equals sign between the left and the right side? I'll give you a hint. This probably is given to children who are not yet familiar with numbers, but already know how to count.
Children? Anastasia was so sure that this equation had a solution that I felt I was being a complete dolt. A problem for children who aren't yet familiar with numbers. If they don't know numbers, how can they read what's written here? Or to count, rather. To count. But they only read it and then count it. Read it. There really are two answers. I echoed Anastasia's words as I finally understood the logic of the equations. There really is an instance where both 5 and 2 equals 7 and 5 and 3 equals 7, and you don't even have to resort to Dandelin graph method. 10 and 11. Let's try the first answer. The world froze. Slate came out of the tent, went down on one knee, and a whirlwind appeared a couple of meters away from me, out of which 8 stout dwarves walked, one after another. The sleeves of their coats were rolled up, revealing powerful arms. They had bearded, soot-covered faces, enormous picks, which would destroy an ore vein in just one swing. And how come I know all this? The legendary mountainsmiths have graced us with their presence. I glanced at the stunned Anastasia, who clearly didn't expect such a spectacle, and, inviting her to follow my example, respectfully bowed my head before the legendary skills of these master craftsmen. Anastasia copied my bow, after which the dwarves spoke.
And the day when the world knew that a great one had come, near the river, each day in whose waters there meet, Durin, exalted by 100 creators of human souls, forever proclaiming love and prosperity, and Orin, her twin brother, who spent his whole life creating unique living plants that outshone the world with their beauty, rests a man whose fates inextricably linked to the world which was left by the dragons forever.
Our battle brother will continue this tale, said Borg. Then the dwarves went back into the whirlwind, and sound returned to the world.
What did the orcs say?
The first thing uttered by Anastasia had little to do with what just happened. More or less the same thing, but in different words. I said thoughtfully, as I tried to figure out which river they were talking about in this message. Altair's waters flow through almost all this entire continent. Anastasia wasn't giving up that easy. The river is called after one of the most beautiful stars in the sky and has its source near Elma. It goes through Malabar, Cartus, and the Freelands, and flows into the world ocean. Man, what was in the first verse? Why do you think they mean Altair? I replied, and tried to get to grips with my breathing, which had grown treacherously heavy. The orcs had spoken about the Shining Mountains, also known as Elma, the mountain chain that stretches all the way to the south of the continent from its northernmost point. If this refers to a river that has its source among those peaks, this would actually really narrow down the search area. Iran and Yiran are the ancient names for the moon and the sun in Barleona, the only place where they meet, creating an incredibly beautiful spectacle, is in the lower reaches of the Altair River. Believe me, this is truly a sight worth seeing. Although, what am I saying? I bet you've been there more than once yourself. The man of whom they speak is Carmandant, the first emperor of Malabar. Man, what do the orcs say?
Stacy, you are my deputy right now, of course, but... Hey, guys!
I was interrupted by Klutzer's cheerful voice and the noisy approach of the other members of my clan.
We've had a bit of a think and decided that hanging around Phoenix isn't for us. Why spend a month on training when we already have a trainer?
Klutzer glanced at Plinto.
Who can give anyone in Phoenix a run for their money? And there's nothing to do there for Barca except possibly lose levels. No, we'll stick with you. It's no good leaving clan leaders all by themselves.
So what happened to wanting to prove that you're the best? I asked in surprise, looking at Plinto.
What's the point? Everyone already knows I'm the best, myself included. I see no point in trying to prove that to some flaming chickens.
The rogue shot Anastasia a sly glance.
They'll be fine as they are.
Whose idea was it to come back? Asked Anastasia, ignoring Plinto's look.
His, volunteered Eric. We'd made it almost halfway there when Klutzer convinced us to return. I just thought, my officer parried, smiling, that it's unprofitable to hand in the quest for a level bump right now. There's no deadline for handing it in, so we could easily gain 100 levels first, then drop by the Guardian and the High Priestess. Plinto gave the Stone of Light to Elenium to hand over to Elizabeth. There's no need to return the Tear of Aluna, and it's not clear what should be done with it. Here.
Klutzer got off his horse, turning it back into a bridle, and gave me a small, silvery, glinting stone.
I'm sure you'll think of some proper use for it.
Item acquired. Tear of Eluna. Description. Hidden. Approach the goddess.
How do you like the description, eh? Asked Klutzer when he saw my baffled expression. It only appeared yesterday. Plinto said it wasn't there to begin with.
So a quest has subsequently been attached to the tear, Anastasia said straight away. Will you open its properties? It took me a few seconds to make the decision before I opened access to the description. The goddess? Among the players, only a priest could appeal to her, or the High Priestess among the NPCs, explained Anastasia. We have no priests, and the High Priestess is miles away. So, for the moment, the tear is useless to the clan. Never mind, I said, as I hid the properties and put the tear into my bag. We'll get a priest of our own, or pay Elizabeth a visit, and find out what Eluna wants with all of us. Right. Since everyone's back, let's hold our first clan meeting. We have to figure out once and for all what we plan to do in this game. Aim of the Sea Thistles clan: to ensure a cash turnover of at least 10 million gold a month. Means for achieving this aim: production of jewelry items for 100 to 200 level players. Target cost of 1 ring, 30,000 gold. The minimum number of rings to be made a month, 400. The minimum number of rings to be sold a month, 400. Item quality of the crafted rings, rare and above. Anastaria, aided by Liaidi, will handle how and where the clan's goods will be sold. Gathering of rare resources. In order to achieve this, we will have to invite 30 to 100 players into the clan who are proficient in gathering various resources. Klutzer will be in charge of recruiting the gatherer players. Completing dungeons and selling off the loot that drops there. To get this part right, we have to invite 30 to 50 level 200 players into the clan. Barcina will oversee the healers, Eric will supervise the tanks, and Plinto the melee and ranged fighters. Anastaria and Plinto will handle general raid preparation. Building our own castle and making its facilities available to external players for item storage. In order to commence this part, we have to build a castle and establish decent security there. This task is a secondary priority after the primary aim of securing the clan's position has been reached. The redesign of clan symbols will fall to Anastaria and Barcina. 3 hours' worth of discussion essentially boiled down to 5 simple points that could be further summed up as: we need money and must use every means we can to generate it. As soon as we confirmed the plan of action, work commenced. The free players began to constantly hop in and out of the game as they carried out various tasks, and I, as the head honcho, watched all the commotion without lifting a finger. I had people for doing stuff now. I'll pitch in when it's time to review candidates for clan membership. But now... Ding! You have received a letter. Do you wish to view it? Can it be yet another Anastaria enthusiast? My hand-sorting of all letters had resulted in 10,000 blocked players, so I hadn't received any letters today. That didn't last long, though. After I opened my mailbox, fully expecting to have to add another name to my blocked senders list, I saw who the message was from. Evelit.
Hello, Mayen. I'm sorry it took so long for me to write to you. I must admit that for a long time I was unable to choose the right gift for you, one that would sufficiently reflect your ability to surprise. But today I watched a video report by Phoenix and the Azure Dragons on a certain joint quest, which, among other things, featured you and your dragon. After the eye, I was sure that nothing else would be able to surprise me but your totem. When I saw him, I immediately realized what? Yes, just like that, in capitals. I should give you as a gift. We looted this item a long time ago in one of the dungeons, but had no idea how to use it, because there are no dragons left in our world. Please accept it, and may it bring you and your totem luck. Yours sincerely, the head of the Dark Legion clan, Evelit.
Item acquired, Diadem of Atranicalonius. Description, +1 to the number of rider players. Limitations, only for dragons. Chapter 11. The Traitor Shaman.
Yeah,
said Eric slowly.
It really is ginormous.
The next morning, when the free players returned to the game, I persuaded Anastasia and Plinto to take everyone to the Castle of the Fallen. The archers from the farthest watchtowers were too far away to shoot us. My holy items blocked access to the nearest two, and we had no intention of coming close to the gates. All in all, it was a normal sightseeing trip to the castle of the main enemy. Regular banging could be heard from inside the castle and was shaking the wall very slightly.
"They're still at it,"
said Plinto, pointing out the wall's durability status bar to us. In several places it was at 85%, and each subsequent hit reduced it by a few more thousandths of a percent. The Fallen were knocking through a path to freedom. "Had a good look now?" asked Anastasia, her voice tense. "Let's get back. It isn't safe here."
"Bah, Stacy, what could happen to them?"
Plinto spoke up for us.
"I was so efficient in deploying your blades and cones that not a single rat would— Man, stop!"
"Plinto, stop him!" Anastasia shouted. "Someone could have gained control over him. Man, snap out of it!" Ignoring the shouts from my guys, I continued to walk to the open gates of the castle. As soon as we'd come to the clearing, it was as if something had taken me over. It seemed that the most correct course of action would be to walk up to the gates and— I couldn't say what that "and" was, but felt that I'd work it out as I went along. Something wasn't right with this castle. I had to walk up to it and figure it out. I really hoped that my fighters wouldn't get in the way.
"I can't get close."
There was surprise in Plinto's voice, but I didn't bother looking back. There were about 10 meters left to the gate, and I absolutely had to cover them.
"There's a sphere here. I won't be able to stun him. I'll try a different way."
Something flashed past, and Plinto appeared right in front of me.
"Where are you off to, boss? It's no good leaving your clan behind. Why don't we head back?"
With these words, the rogue attempted a football tackle, throwing himself on top of me with his entire mass, trying to push me back. Damn! Plinto is about to spoil everything. How can I explain to the clan that they mustn't touch me now? The rogue proceeded to attack the sphere that had appeared around me out of nowhere, so I simply waved him out of the way. Behind me, the sound of the breath being knocked out of someone, a dull thump against a tree, and Plinto's frame, now sporting half as many hit points, indicated that was one heck of a wave.
"Man!"
came another shout from Eric.
"Stop!"
I don't know what mess you've got yourself into now, but I've just been offered a class-based, continent-wide quest to stop you at any cost. Can you hear me? Man, I need an answer, otherwise I'm attacking. Don't take it personally, but— Stacy, everything's fine. I need to get to the gates. We can have a chat once I'm there, I replied to the girl, after realizing I could use the clan chat. Stacy, trust me. Plinto, stand down, came the immediate command from the Lady Paladin.
"I'm also being offered a class-based continental quest," the rogue growled somewhere to the side of me. "Man has to be stopped at any cost. Plinto."
It was awkward to type, but I was reluctant to talk for some reason. "Back off. That's an order."
"FYI, if anyone's interested,"
typed in Eric.
Both Leide and myself have had a warrior class-based quest unlocked, too. You have to be stopped, man. Prevented from entering the castle.
The great druids of the earth are also asking me to do that. Barsina's report wasn't far behind. Is it even normal for several classes to be given a continental quest at the same time? And within such close proximity as well? That's our clan leader for you, quipped Anastasia. I think he doesn't give a damn about logic, and the game can sense that. Man, if you fail the quest, I'll eat you alive. Every last bit of you.
All right, I'm off. Don't get in my way. I sighed in relief as I finished typing and almost flew the last few meters to the gates. That's it. The shaman has reached his destination. Now what? Man, another message from Anastasia popped up in the chat. Why don't you turn on the camera? You can share the video with me later. I sense that something interesting is about to go down. Everyone else, too, turn on your cameras. Afterwards, we'll edit it all into a film about our adventures. My entire clan immediately sported video camera pictograms above their heads. So, not to be the odd one out, I went into my settings and turned on the recording. Stacy was right. It would be interesting to watch through our adventures later on. Strange though it was, the crowd of plus 350 level fallen mages, who stood about 10 meters away, was in no hurry to send me for respawn. Instead, they looked in my direction as if waiting for something. As soon as I took a tiny step inside the fortress, a message appeared before my eyes. Quest available. The making of a dark shaman. Description. Garanika spent many years looking for a way to free himself from having to depend on the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds. 15 years ago, he found it. You may join him and free yourself from the power of the spirits, forever binding yourself to a different power. Quest type, class-based continental. Reward for accepting, you will begin the initiation process into becoming one of Garanika's dark shamans. Penalty for refusal, you will be sent for respawn. Do you wish to accept the quest? 2 buttons appeared before my eyes. Accept and decline. Right. First of all, I have to figure out which continent-wide quests were given to the others. You cannot use the internal clan chat while choosing a side. Please make this choice on your own. What the? Judging by the total lack of reaction to my shouting, the clan wasn't hearing me either. Right. Then I'll try to use the method that did the job in Beatwick. You cannot use the communication amulet while choosing a side. Please make this choice on your own. So, they blocked this too. Fine. If it's a choice they want, a choice they will get. Right now, any shaman's aim is to discover the nature of Garanika's power. Therefore, the making of a dark shaman quest has been accepted. Seek out Garanika. I knew that you would make the right choice, my future apprentice. An elegantly dressed man appeared next to me, his short hair barely moving, despite his instant relocation. This is why I restrained my minions and helped you overcome your clan by surrounding you with a sphere and adding strength to your throw. Come, we need to commence your initiation so you can rid yourself of the yoke of the spirits forever. These, Garanika turned towards my clan, are to be destroyed. a 2-meter-high human materialized next to us, his black eyes emitting a mist that fluctuated through the entire gray spectrum. The general. And he seemed oblivious to the fact that he was standing on a blessed pine cone with one foot and was pushing one of the dagger blades into the ground with the other. "No!" I barely had the time to shout before the slaughter of my clan commenced. "I might still find a use for them. Keep them alive for now." I paused, but eventually found the strength to utter, "Teacher?"
"Future teacher, man," Garanika corrected me. "Future teacher. You are yet to prove yourself capable of becoming my apprentice. Agreed, these free citizens could come in useful."
Garanika turned to the general and issued a command.
"Invite them to the castle, after making sure they have no means of harming my potential apprentice. Let them be our guests, but with limited terms."
He then turned back to me and said,
"This place needs to be cleaned up. Look at all the trash that's been strewn around. As soon as you complete this task, I'll await you at the center of the castle. You shall then be put through your first test."
After receiving the instructions to clear the castle of the blessed items, I began to gather up everything that had been thrown around by Plinto. I couldn't help wondering if quests were being generated automatically right now. I was pretty sure that this one hadn't existed until recently. And there was the update in the Tear of Eluna description as well. "Man?" The Lady Paladin's raised eyebrow spoke louder than any words. "Does this mean that they'd all failed, those continent-wide quests?" "I won't even ask what's going on here. You probably don't have a clue yourself. But bear in mind that everyone's quests have been changed. Now, instead of preventing you entering the castle, the task is to do everything in our power to ensure you fail the tests. Please, give some thought to the rest of us before you do anything."
"Don't listen to her, boss," intervened Plinto. "It's been a while since we've had anything this big go down. Even the lieutenant seems a pushover in comparison. Do what you have to do. We'll support you. Why can't there be a shadow empire? We can be the first clan for the third side." "Except all our money-making plans would be totally and irreversibly screwed," sighed Leite bitterly. "Who are we going to sell all that jewelry to, exactly, if the other two empires are hostile to us?" "Enough talking."
The general's voice was so heavy that the subsequent debuffs didn't only bring down the players, but the majority of the mages and vampires, too. Only the elementals remained unshaken, but they, too, were probably wincing in the astral plane.
"The first test is easy," Garanika said the moment I found him.
I had completed the gathering of the blessed items successfully, but I didn't get a single experience point for it. My only consolation was that now I could defend myself by throwing the cones, if it came to that.
"You have to break with your race. I will return you to the past, where your task is to destroy the symbol of all humans, Yalaninka. Go, now."
The whirlwind of the portal appeared next to Garanika, but instead of the usual blue glow, it was red in hue.
"Man, don't you dare!"
Immediately came a message from Anastasia.
Yeleninka is an untouchable symbol of all races, not just the humans, but all of them. She must not be destroyed, even to complete a scenario.
To make sure that you really carry out my instructions, I will be watching you. Go, now." The Lord of Shadow hurried me, so there was little I could do other than take one small step, a step towards a legend of Barleona. A flash of light.
"Traveler, help me! I beg you!" A woman's piercing cry cut through the surrounding world. This cry combined pain, despair, and, at the same time, hope of deliverance. It took me a few moments to evaluate the situation. I'd found myself high in the mountains, on a small plateau. A few meters away from me, over the edge of a precipice, a woman's hand was gripping the stone ledge. Why am I so flippin' slow? She'll fall any moment. Without giving a thought to the fact that if I simply left things as they were, Garanika's quest would be completed automatically, I had no doubt that the woman gripping the stone with her last bit of strength was Yeleninka. I dashed to the edge of the precipice. Calmly standing and watching someone, even just an NPC, falling into a chasm was more than I could bear. "No!" The woman's hand finally slipped from the stone and disappeared beyond the edge. Realizing that I was horrendously late, I bit my lip and jumped forward, in the unrealistic hope of catching her as she fell. Sharp, cold stones ripped across my chest, taking off around 10% of my hit points, but that was irrelevant. As I threw my hand through the air, I managed to grab the woman's right hand at the last second. Yeleninka grabbed at my hand like a drowning man at a straw, her sharp nails sinking into my skin and repeating the effect of the stone in the damage I sustained. Whatever, I'll deal with that later. The pressing thing now was that, although the woman weighed hardly anything at all, I had nothing to hold on to at the edge, and slowly but surely was beginning to slip too. That's the last thing I need. "Hold still!" I shouted to the wriggling woman. "We will both fall if you don't." I began to beat the stones with my feet in the hopes of either catching my foot in or making a small hole in the rock, but still continued to slide after Yeleninka. "Let me go, traveler," the woman said after a few moments, letting go of my hand. "We might both die now. Save yourself." "Yeah, sure thing. I'll just throw in the towel and let you go now," I growled, teeth clenched, and gripped a small rock with my free hand. The stone was slippery and wobbled, but managed to do its job. Our journey over the edge had ground to a halt. Now we just had to carefully climb out of this. "Got a grip now? Stop trying to wriggle out already," I shouted when the woman began to twist her hand. Damn, this was hard. "Use your other hand and try to climb up to me." "The other one is broken." Yeleninka shared the happy news, but stopped trying to wriggle out. "Then I'll start turning over very carefully. Try not to move. As soon as you can, try to get a leg over the edge. That would help out a lot. Right. Off we go. Careful now." In the next few seconds, I gained extra respect for the age-old profession of a surgeon. I once read in a book that before the introduction of medical imitators, people carried out operations themselves, and the first operations on the heart required such concentration and precision that surgeons commanded incredible respect.
Using the wobbly rock as my foothold, I very carefully began to turn away from the edge, pulling Jeleninka after me. A wrong move could mean loss of balance and a long fall downward. The gray, in places leaden, clouds far below indicated that before its abrupt end, it would be quite a lengthy journey. "Thank you, traveler." By the time I pulled the woman back onto the plateau, my energy bar was reduced to 40 points. Considering that it had 210 to start with, I'd had to do some serious exertion here. "I don't know what you were doing in a place so far away from the world. I'm sure you have your reasons, but you've saved me. Give me a moment to recover, and I'll heal all our wounds." Struggling to my feet, I could finally have a proper look at Jeleninka. Thin as a reed, a small woman with long snow-white hair and slightly upturned nose was standing before me. Her eyes, once bright blue, had now turned pale, and a pattern of wrinkles that spread across her face indicated that her time of flying above the clouds was nearly at an end. "Great One." I followed a habit I acquired when I was still playing a hunter. I bent my knee in acknowledgment of Jeleninka's great deeds. It looks like I wasn't fated to become Garanika's apprentice after all, because I didn't have it in me to push this woman off the edge. "Get up, shaman," said the lady. "You saved me. I should be the one kneeling to you. What are you doing among these cliffs, if that's not a secret?" As she spoke, Jeleninka continued to make various gestures. First, my hit points and energy completely recovered, almost instantaneously, no less, and then her broken and unnaturally twisted arm regained its normal position, following which the lady heaved a sigh of relief. "Forgive me, Great One, but if I tell you the reason why I'm here, you will stop talking to me. Tell me, rather, how you came to be hanging off a cliff like that. Where are your silver wings that bore you around all of Barliona?" "The wings have given out," she said sadly. "An epidemic arose near Priant, and I couldn't leave the orcs to battle it out by themselves. The Ontarial warned me that the wings needed recharging, but I've grown tired, shaman. I've spent such a long time flying around the world that I've forgotten where my home is. The whole of Barliona has become my home. I am welcome everywhere. Everyone is glad to see me. But my strength is ebbing, and each day it's more and more difficult even to get up on my feet, let alone go around saving others. Still, duty calls. I decided to take a shortcut through the Shining Mountains when the wings failed. But tell me, what were you looking for amidst the mountains?" Fully aware that what I was doing was pretty daft, I told Jeleninka everything. That I was from the distant future, that in my time a shaman had appeared and destroyed 2 emperors, and that no one knew the nature of his power. When I explained the aim of my quest, the Great One gave a barely perceptible start and asked me to continue. "The portal took me here, and the rest you know," I finished my tale. "You had a perfectly good opportunity to complete your task by simply turning away," said the woman thoughtfully. "Why did you intervene?" "If I didn't do it, then I don't know how to explain this. Honor, the desire to help another human being, the feeling of self-respect. I could use a lot of words here, but they wouldn't really get to the heart of it. I was just unable to do otherwise. I heard you, shaman, and now you listen to me, replied Yalaninka after some thought. My time is coming to an end. It is already finished, and I am only keeping myself in this world by an unspeakable effort of will. I long for rest at long last. As far as I understood you, your task is to destroy me, so let's not disappoint, Garanika. Great One, my decision is final. The Emperor himself would have envied the authority commanded by this frail old lady's voice. Shaman, your task is to save your own time, to save Barleona. If Garanika's armies attack, would the free citizens be able to stop them? Right now, the secret of the phantoms remains unknown, so the answer to that is no, they would not. You have to walk this path to the end, ignoring any possible punishment. That's the only way to become one of the great ones. Here, you will pass this gift on to someone you believe worthy of following in my footsteps. With these words, Yalaninka handed me a thin blue ribbon. And now come with me. If I understood you right, Garanika wants me to die before your eyes. Item acquired, the farewell ribbon of the great Yalaninka. The description can only be accessed by players that possess the healing stat. Requirements, at least 100 levels in healing. Item class, unique. I never thought that tears could come to my eyes. The 30 seconds that it took Yalaninka to reach the clouds below seemed an eternity to me. I don't think I've ever felt such hopelessness, helplessness, and anger before. What kind of a quest would make you commit such a terrible deed? Where's the logic? A minute later, the system informed me that Garanika's task had been completed, and a portal opened next to me. The Great One was dead. Update to the Making of a Dark Shaman quest. Should you successfully complete the quest, your reputation with all the factions of Malabar and Kartus will change to hatred. A flash of light. I'm impressed with your actions, my future apprentice, uttered Garanika, as soon as I reappeared in the Castle of the Fallen. My brain had a solid grasp of what was happening, that it was only a game, but my feelings were telling me only one thing. Garanika had to be destroyed. You made Yalaninka kill herself. I couldn't have even hoped for something like that. You will become a worthy warrior of shadow. Mayan, your eyes are streaming mist now, Anastasia informed me. The continent-wide quest has once again been renewed. Wait for the shaman's trial. What the heck are you doing? Saving Barleona and clocking up a ton of penalties, I growled in chat. Stacy, I might be wrong, though that's unlikely, but very soon we'll see the emergence of a third empire, the Shadow Empire. You won't be able to play for it, but it will feature the phantoms that we came across when fighting the lieutenant. At the moment, only shamans have the ability to fight them. That is, only shamans who've managed to unlock the Change of Essence ability. That wasn't right, which is why Elenium's continent-wide quest has been launched. Right now, I'm trying to find out the nature of these things, and all your quests will eventually correct themselves into an ability of some kind, which will make it possible for every class to destroy the phantoms. This is why I started the trial, and will see it through to the end, no matter the price I'll have to pay in terms of reputation. Can you tell me if you know how Jeleninka died? She was flying to someone's aid, but overestimated her strength and fell, perishing in the mountains. Judging by what Garanika just said, history has been somewhat economical with the truth. How did you convince her to jump? I'll tell you later.
It's a pity that you've decided to fight these guys.
A message immediately came from Plinto.
I was already looking forward to becoming a warrior for Shadow, but being the hero of Malabar isn't bad either. Will you kill us in the end? We've probably been kept alive for now, only so they can use us for a sacrifice later on.
But this goes against the social aspect of the game, Barcina intervened. Barleona is meant to embody what is good and eternal, not provoke a player into destroying everything that he values. That's just wrong. It's a scenario, Barca. I agree with Mayan here, said Anastaria. If Shadow really does emerge as a force, everyone, not just shamans, will have to fight Garanika. Go for it, boss. We'll support you. Ding! You've received 163,287 new messages. Do you wish to view them?
Now comes the second trial,
continued Garanika, tearing me away from chat and the mailbox. 163,000 messages? Why on earth? The mailbox refreshed every 2 hours, so how was it even possible to write so many in such a short time? It looks like I'll have to forget about hand-sorting the mail and cough up the cash for a mail-sorting imitator. It could handle all the mail analysis for me.
You are to visit your first teacher in Farstead and destroy him. The link between a teacher and an apprentice is so strong that only a sufficiently prepared sentient is able to sever it. I managed it by myself, and didn't need to kill Almas, but you do. Otherwise you will never become my apprentice. Go.
Another red portal appeared next to Garanika. A flash of light.
I was expecting you, apprentice.
The portal took me to a familiar room where I was once offered tea. To my surprise, the room was now empty, stripped of all furniture, with the high shaman Almas in full battle attire standing at its center. Staff, cloak, hat with the deer antlers. He was prepared.
If you think that I will allow myself to be destroyed so easily, you are very much mistaken. I was unable to lift my hand against Garanika, but I won't fail to act against a second traitor. Prepare to die.
Almas, stop! Was all I had time to shout before a bird dove from my head, the high shaman's totem. A message immediately appeared telling me that I had been attacked by an NPC and thus had every right to defend myself. Too bad it was the last thing I felt like doing. "Stop it!" I shouted again, when a supreme spirit of fire flew at me, leaving me with only 10% of hit points. Ah, well, looks like I failed in my second task. I can't summon spirits, and wouldn't do that even if I could.
"Fight, traitor," growled Almas. "Or do you think that I lack the will to destroy an unarmed foe? You're wrong. Fight and die like a man.
I have no intention of fighting you. If you want to kill me, go ahead and do it. I won't resist. Almas, we need to talk. I'm here to—
No!
I was interrupted by the shaman's angry shout.
I have nothing to say to a traitor. If you don't wish to fight with spirits, fine. I'll destroy you with my staff.
With these words, Almas leapt over to me, raising his staff, ready to strike me down. All I could do was push him away and jump aside. The reflexes that I honed as a hunter kicked in fully. I tumbled 1.5 meters away, dodging the staff, but Almas, he froze where he stood and stared into the distance with a surprised expression. Several seconds went by, and then the life bar of the high shaman started to diminish.
How?
My teacher's voice was hoarse as he struggled to get the words out.
This is impossible.
To be honest, I was in as much shock as Almas. What was happening to him? How could my simple push do something so terrible? This simply couldn't be happening.
May you be,
was all the master of the house managed to croak before his life bar flickered and disappeared, leaving only his elaborately carved staff, the tip cloaked in a strange mist, in place of the high shaman.
Bravo! Very nearly, my apprentice. Bravo!
The air in one of the corners suddenly thickened and turned into Guernica.
Leave that stick. It's of no use to you, he added when he saw me lean over the staff. I must admit, I first thought that you'd decided to betray me, but such a cunning move with a single strike was very much to my liking. To make the opponent doubt himself, and then deal him a devastating blow when he was least expecting it? I am pleased with you, my almost apprentice. But come now, 2 more trials still await you. After these, you will truly become my apprentice. Though, why waste time? Will you drop that oversized twig already? If my future teacher would permit me, I would like to keep it in memory of my first victim, I said respectfully. It isn't every day that a great shaman defeats a high one, so I'd like to remember this moment. Good point, agreed Guernica. I'll allow you to keep the staff. You can hang it in my castle. But to avoid wasting time, there's never enough of it, I will start your training now. I don't believe that after turning your back on your race and your class, you would not reject everything else. Remember this, my future apprentice. The spirits of both worlds require a sacrifice for the summoning of their progeny. The higher the rank of the spirit that you summon, the higher the sacrifice you have to pay. If you'd remained an ordinary shaman, summoning a supreme spirit of the 30th rank would have cost you all your life force. Yes, you could have summoned the spirit, but that would have sent you to the Greylands. This is why shamans came up with altars, in an attempt to placate the spirits before they are summoned. Fools! Weaklings! How could they fail to understand that we are the ones that should command the spirits,
stripping them of part of their power. For a long time, I could not come to terms with such a state of affairs, until I was struck by a revelation. Where there is light, there must also be darkness. If there are spirits, there must also be those that oppose them. But who could this be? I spent a long time studying this matter, until I came upon the source of the power, a power that is the complete opposite of the spirits. So, let's not linger here. It is time we got back. Another trial awaits, and I am eager to begin your training. You will greatly outshine Midial. Update to the Making of a Dark Shaman quest. Should you successfully complete the quest, your reputation with the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds will change to hatred. A flash of light. Now the dark mist is coming off your hair, too, Anastasia immediately reported as soon as we reappeared in the Castle of the Fallen. While you've been running around bumping off NPCs, Ekeler sent me a message. The United Forces of Malabar, around 40,000 fighters, have been transported by our mages to the Dark Forest. According to Killer, they'll arrive in the vicinity of the castle in about 10 minutes, so get ready for things to get rough. Killer took a scroll of Armageddon with him, so very soon this place will get a visit from the fluffy northern beastie, as Klutzer would put it. They have only one aim, to destroy the player called Mayan and prevent him from completing the trial. It looks like they didn't get the quest update like we did.
The next task, my future apprentice, continued Garanika, is to have you completely sever any ties with your shamanistic past. When I found my new source of power, I had to destroy my totem, which was the essence of the spirits of both worlds. You cannot keep your totem. Prove that you are fully ready to become one of us. Destroy your dragon. Supreme spirits of both worlds. If I remain a shaman after all this madness, I'll be sure to give you some proper gift. If not for the penalties that you'd slapped on me for the explosion in the astral plane, I would have failed Garanika's trial for sure. I wouldn't let anyone destroy Draco. I can't, I started to say, but was immediately interrupted by Garanika. Are you again refusing to take your place by my side? No, I do want to be your apprentice, but destroying my totem is beyond my power right now. It needs to be summoned, but the Supreme Spirits placed a penalty on me. For the next week and a half, I will be as powerless as the shaman of the old school. I'm sorry I've let you down, future teacher, but destroying the totem is impossible right now. Old school. An excellent expression, worth remembering. But how could you... Who on earth is that? A battle horn seemed to sound right outside the gates. Such sounds put a series of beneficial buffs on a group or a raid and served as the signal for attack. Killer's here. Anastasia played the part of Captain Obvious. Phoenix will break through the gates, came Hellfire's shout. Legion! They'd brought the Dark Legion with them, too. They siege to the towers. Azures and Airs, the support is on you. As soon as we break through, everyone must try to destroy Mayan. He's the main target, not the Dark Ones. Battering rams and ballistae to the front. Attack when ready.
I've thought of a different trial for you. Garanika turned to me with a playfully malicious smirk. We can leave the totem for later. It isn't going anywhere. With these words, my potential teacher disappeared, and the entire forest descended into a frightening silence. Even the sounds of the battle horn had died down, not daring to disturb the stillness of the forest.
"Daft hero wannabes," summed up Plinto. "Garanika froze 200 players near Beatwick. Did these morons think it would be any different here? You dared to attack my castle while I'm training my apprentice?"
The Lord of Shadow was up in the air, towering a few meters above the wall. Judging by the total lack of lightning strikes, arrows, or curses flying towards him, the players were affected by the stun debuff and were lying scattered around the ground in quiet bundles. 40,000 bodies. How on earth did they all fit in the small glade in front of the castle? Or were most of them still in the forest?
"I will not allow you to interfere with my plans. Apprentice!"
Garanika turned around, and some unknown force lifted me off the ground. Smoothly, with impressive precision, I flew to the gates and beheld an epic spectacle. A field strewn with high-level players. They were covering everything. The small glade before the gates, the forest, and the treetops were decorated with the heroic hulks of the frozen saviors of Barleona. From poor old me.
"Now I shall teach you a lesson. Watch!"
Several dozen players flew up in the air like weightless feathers picked up by a gust of wind and floated over to us. Rick from Phoenix, Etamzalat from Heirs of the Titans, and many more players I didn't know. All of them had turned up here, hell-bent on sending me for respawn. Maybe I really should just ditch the lot of them and start playing for Shadow? However today's meeting would go, 40,000 players, if Anastasia wasn't embellishing the truth, would become very hostile towards me.
"The first thing you should remember," continued Garanika in a normal voice,
"is that a shaman's chief aim is not to be paying tribute, but making full use of his opponent's life force. Spirits cannot be summoned without receiving a sacrifice first, which is why it is a given that they are weak. Now, watch my actions, and then tell me that you've understood." Dark phantoms flew out of Garanika's hands, surrounded the floating players, and in a few moments vanished. The players vanished with them, while a handful of gold — it turned out that not everyone goes for the upgraded purse option — and several items dropped to the ground. A jacket, a belt, and boots of some kind. All legendary items that have a 10% drop chance. No. The players won't just rail at me. No. I'm a goner, plain and simple. "What do you make of it?" Garanika asked me. "These dark entities, which I call phantoms, were summoned and have seized their victims," I hazarded a guess. "At the same time they exact a payment, but they take it from the victim."
"Don't repeat my words," interrupted Garanika. "I want to hear your thoughts. Do not disappoint me, apprentice."
Apprentice? No longer future apprentice? Right. It seems that I've reached my aim. Now I just need to make good use of it. Ding! You've received 3,844,521 new messages. Do you wish to view them? Will they quit with the fan mail already? Where did all these letters come from? Pah! Never mind. I'll sort through them later. The phantoms came out of your hands, teacher. I started saying the first thing that came into my head. Like an ancient tribesman who makes a song out of what he's looking at. They don't appear in the victims like spirits. They live in you. So it appears that in order to learn how to summon them, you have to go through an initiation, invite the phantoms within. You spoke of a source, so there must be some object, a shard of which will be implanted, inlaid, engrafted, I don't know which word is appropriate here, into me. Why a shard? Because you're taking on an apprentice, which means that the object has not been absorbed by you completely. I'm certain that a similar shard is inside Midial. Where is he, by the way? I haven't seen him around the castle yet. The phantoms do not return, which means that they die. But then, if I'm right, one would no longer be able to summon them after a certain point. So this means that the phantoms do not die. I don't know, teacher. You will make a worthy apprentice, said Guernica thoughtfully, looking pleased. You are right and wrong at the same time. When those that you call phantoms have had their fill of a victim, they return back to the source. Watch my next summons, and try to describe it. Players once again floated into the air, but this time there were a lot more of them, at least 100. The next summons that I will show you is the complete opposite. The Lord of the Shadows continued his demonstration. Look! The bodies of the levitating players twisted, and phantoms began to fly out of the avatars' chests. 1, 2, 3. Soon the flying 100 was surrounded by dark entities, which vanished a few moments later, just like the players. Another 100 less. Another light shower of gold, and just one legendary item. Do you understand what happened? Guernica asked me. No, teacher, I admitted honestly. What happened just now completely breaks with the logic of my first theory. The phantoms didn't come from you, but from the victims. Forgive me, teacher, but I don't understand. Honesty, Mayan, is exactly what I value the most in my subordinates. Ask if you don't know, but don't be weak. I have shown you something only I, as the master of the source, possess. None of my apprentices would be able to learn this by themselves. You've passed the test. Now you have some work ahead of you. You will have to personally destroy all these uninvited guests, now so abundantly scattered in the vicinity of our castle. Take the knife. Guernica handed me a black blade streaming with mist, which sported a wooden handle. It was almost the twin of the knife that was sticking out of the throne of the Malabar Emperor. I made it safe for you, so it shouldn't take you too long to send everyone to the Greylands. Time to act, apprentice. Dear player, we are warning you that if you carry out this instruction after completing the Making of a Dark Shaman quest, you will either be transported to the Prike Copper Mine, reputation with the Malabar Empire neutral or above,
Or to the Groll copper mine, reputation with the Malabar Empire below neutral, following which you will be brought before the court. The decision whether to complete the quest remains with you. Make the right decision. Yours sincerely, Barleona Administration. The surrounding world stopped. In complete disbelief, I kept rereading the message from the game administration, trying to find a single loophole. The very fact of the game administration addressing a player directly was nonsense, something completely unheard of. But to give me such a savage choice, either get sent to the mines while finding out the source of Garanika's power, or abandon the quest and get huge penalties for killing Yalaninka and Almas. To hell with this! I knew what would be waiting for me when I chose this path, so it's too late to change my mind now. The mines? 7.5 years? Like I give a damn. When I finally made up my mind, Garanika lowered me to the ground. Ooh. So it looks like these days, imitators also monitor the player's resolve and act in response to that. All right, off we go. I have a lot of hard, monotonous work ahead of me. The first player I came up to turned out to be Hellfire. The dwarf was lying on the ground like a broken doll, and only his living eyes indicated that he was aware of what was happening. If the game could provide the ability to kill with a stare, I would have been incinerated on the spot. Hesitating a moment, as if still uncertain I wanted to go to the mines, I abruptly lowered the dagger, which entered Hellfire's chest right up to the hilt. Something flickered, and a shield of some kind was all that was left in place of the dwarf. Just as I was looking around the glade, thinking about how much work I had in front of me, all the players who'd rushed here to kill me were lifted up into the air and floated in the direction of the castle. Judging by Garanika's pleased smirk, it was his doing. He'd decided to give his apprentice a hand. There was little else I could do other than wave the dagger intensely left and right, sending a player to the Greylands with every blow. I dreaded to even think what was going down on the forums right now. "Stop!" Garanika suddenly roared. I turned around and saw Plinto standing, or rather, already lying, a few feet away. "How dare you try to interfere with the training of my apprentice?" "You are mistaken," rasped the rogue, whose hit points had started to melt rapidly. "I intend to stick with man, whatever happens, with or without you, but—" "Teacher, stop! Plinto doesn't wish me any harm." "Then why did he leave the castle?" asked Garanika calmly, and I typed a thank you to Barcina in clan chat for restoring half of the rogue's hit points. "Those who came for our death deserve what man is doing to them right now," said Plinto, getting up from the ground. "But it would be foolish to leave their gold and other items just lying around. Free citizens can return from the Greylands, so after some time they will return for them. They will again grow strong and bold. Why would I want that? No way I'm letting a prime looting opportunity like that slip away." "Ha ha ha!" Garanika's pleased laughter echoed through the forest. "When I finish training Mayan, you'll become my next apprentice. Go, get your loot." After that, the Lord of Shadow turned to me and said, "You have the right kind of subordinates, apprentice.
You shall all aid me in bringing Barleona to its knees. Let us continue."
The floating players once again started to move, so I had no time for thoughts other than hit to the left, slash to the right. I had to make almost 40,000 hits. Yeah. How did that classic writer put it? "Thus, striking blow after blow, the warrior's hands did weary grow."
"Apprentice, you have proven your readiness to carry out my orders without question," said Guernica about an hour later.
The flow of players did not abate, so I had to keep up being the butcher for a good while yet.
"There's little sense in losing all this time, so I'll take care of the rest."
Guernica made a gesture with his hand, and the scene instantly cleared, in the sense that the 40,000 players were simply no longer there, but a real shower of gold descended to Earth. "You've acquired Elephant and Pug, achievement level 8. Damage to all creatures and players plus 50 levels higher than you increased by 90%. You've acquired Killer, achievement level 8. Damage caused to other players increased by 9%.
"You have completed your trials, apprentice," said Guernica, turning to me. "I will give you an hour's rest before the last one. I need to prepare. You will be taken to the chambers."
Guernica disappeared, and a mage came up to each of the players in my clan and, with a respectful bow, silently pointed towards the central building in the castle. What had Guernica come up with for the last test? "Right," said Anastasia, as we found ourselves in a cozy room. Soft armchairs, a fireplace, a small table covered with various dishes. If not for the dozen mages who stood by the walls like invisible shadows, you might have thought we'd ended up in Anhurst. Judging by what Guernica just said, we have about an hour, so I suggest all those who can should log out and browse the forums. We have to understand what consequences the current events could have for the clan. I will try to contact some representatives of the administration and ask them what on earth made them opt for a mass killing."
"No way, I'm staying here," said Plinto immediately. "What can they do? Declare each of us a persona non grata? Ha! The PK system will break down. Thanks to Mayan, we're all in the same group, so I got my killer up to level 16 now. They want to keep sending us for respawn? They're welcome to try. From what I could see, not everyone's bought the updated purse yet. We've made about 4 million in an hour. Man, I put this money into the clan. Let the imitator allocate it all later. Whoever comes at us with a sword will get his ass perished."
"All right, stay if you want," said Anastasia reluctantly. "Barsa, will you help at least?" "Yeah, I'm rather curious myself," replied the druid. "But I have one question. Mayan just killed off almost 40,000 players who were 200 levels higher than him. Why didn't we gain any experience?" "You don't get experience for a scenario PK," said the paladin. "Mayan, send me the video you recorded. I'll upload it to the net. Let everyone else enjoy the scene." "Right, got it." The girl thanked me. "I'm off. I won't be leaving the game, so if you need me, press my thumb 3 times. I've set an alarm, so I'll come right back. I'm out." "Damn, how do you set one of those things up?" asked Barsina, but there was no one there. Anastasia had logged out. "All right, I'll be back soon." With these words, Barsina's eyes also glazed over.
"All righty then. While everyone else is busy, let's get down to the fun part.
said Plinto, rubbing his hands.
"Sorting through the trophies."
"You do realize that you'll have to give them back, right?" I reminded him.
"Of course, boss. No problem. As soon as I see anyone, I'll give them their stuff back right away,"
said Plinto with a mischievous grin, and then handed me a leather belt.
"Here, have a look. This one's for you, I think."
Item acquired. Borg's Artificer's Band. Description. The great master liked to say that excellent gear is the guarantee of any victory. He spent 2 years of his life creating a belt that would make item crafting much easier. Item class, Legendary. +5 to crafting. Requirements, crafting level +1.
"It looks like this one came from Rick's bag. Legendary items can drop from inventory as well," said Plinto happily. "So, in view of our plans for item crafting, would it make sense to give this thing back?"
Knockout. It seems that I'd missed a direct hit from the right, as well as a hook and a slam down, too. Moreover, once down, I was given a good kicking to boot, because my entire inner zoo, which had been peacefully asleep the entire 2 weeks after Beatwick, suddenly woke up and penned down a note of protest, where in all solemn seriousness it declared the impossibility of handing back such an object to any third party. Otherwise they would gnaw a hole in me and run away to join Rick. I realized that I would have to hide the belt in the bank until happier times, because it could drop from my bag too. But it was worth having to limit my crafting to safe zones only. +5 to crafting. This was cheat mode, plain and simple.
"I see that you catch my drift now, boss," said Plinto, watching my reaction. "Some of the items are of no use to me, so I'll sell them and put the money back into the clan. But 2 or 3 of them, I still haven't figured out which, would come in damn useful. Where did these goons get daggers like these?" came the rogue's exclamation, as he fully immersed himself in sorting out the loot.
"Yeah," uttered Anastasia when she came back to the game about an hour later. "Is Barca back?" "Yes, I'm here." "So, what have you found out?" It looked like Anastasia's news was so unpleasant that she was unable to regain control over herself in reality and logged into the game in an agitated state. "If you ignore the swearing and bile aimed at the Sea Thistles clan," Barcina began, "the forum is silent. There isn't a word about us. I spent half an hour sifting through messages, but except for the profanities from those that Mayan sent for respawn, and mockery of noobs who had allowed themselves to be destroyed, I haven't found a thing. What about you?" "I contacted Eckler," said Anastasia, "and it turns out that the entire raid, just before it ported, had their quest updated. It was variable, either to destroy Mahan, preventing him from completing the trial, or not to appear in the Dark Forest under any circumstances. As the leader of the raid, Hellfire took the decision to destroy. Aside from this, the Emperor has issued a proclamation throughout Malabar in which he asks that the Empire be kept safe from the shaman. Yes, it was updated for those who decided to fly to the Dark Forest, but for the majority of the players it remained the same. Destroy Mayan. All in all, I don't understand what's going on. And also, Killer asked for the dropped items to be returned. Half of them, at least, since he understands that many of them could catch Plinto's eye, and—
"Rick has really blown his top?" I asked the girl, who had fallen silent.
"You've seen the belt, then?" "Yes. Rick raised such hell that Killer's going to have a rough time of it now. Hell, on the other hand, looks totally down in the dumps.
We shouldn't expect any trouble from Phoenix, Legion, or the dragons, as they will lay the blame on Hellfire for making the wrong decision. But the players from the Heirs and other smaller clans have declared war. That includes around 25,000 of those that came to the Dark Forest today, plus everyone else from their clans. So, it's going to be a rough ride from now on. Plinto, what about the items?
What the boss says goes, was the rogue's simple answer. But I'm not handing back these daggers, even if I get kicked out of the game. No way I'll let some schmuck walk around with these beauties. And as for the belt, that decision is for Mayan to make. For the rest, the price is negotiable.
All right. That's what I'll tell them then. Has Garanika appeared yet?
No. What's with the video?
I handed it over for editing. I have a contact with the right skills. He promised to show me the rough cut tomorrow.
And we've yet to survive that long, smiled Anastasia.
I have no intention of switching to Shadow, by the way. I'm happy enough in Malabar.
Chicken, snorted Plinto. So, what are we waiting for? He said to the officers and Barcina. No one knows how long we'll have to wait here, so it's jumping time. Off we go, no slacking. Mayan, you're joining us too. Extra agility isn't going to hurt you.
Apprentice. Garanika appeared after about an hour. I had no idea where Plinto got all his energy from, but mine had run out after 30 minutes, try as I might to outjump the rogue. Or are his stats for this so astronomical that I'm nowhere near catching up with him in this respect? In any case, +3 to agility was useful enough. I am pleased to see that you don't like to waste time. I was delayed because our torture room was occupied. There is one last trial ahead of you, after which you will become a real dark shaman. Come. Klutzer pressed Anastasia's thumb 3 times to return the girl, who had logged out for the second time, back to the game, and our entire group followed Garanika. What had this bastard concocted this time, and what does a torture room have to do with it? I'd be heading for the mines after this quest anyway, so what difference would it make who I'd be torturing? I think it's time to continue your training, said Garanika, as soon as we left the building and moved towards a small hut, just 2 by 2 meters square. Remember, apprentice, that there are entities other than spirits. Now I will teach you and your subordinates to summon these powers, but you will only be able to use them after training. I will implant a fragment of the crystal into each of you, and together we shall conquer all of Barleona. You acquired a variable ability, Shadow Transformation. If the trial is completed successfully, you will allow part of the reverse side of the world within you, sending a shadow into a chosen opponent. Base Kamlani time, 5 seconds. Damage dealt, Intellect 5 points. This ability ignores all types of armor. Range 100 meters. If you refuse to go through the trial, you combine the world of spirits and shadows, embodying one shadow into the physical world. Base Kamlani time, 5 seconds. Shadow embodiment time, 10 seconds. Ability cooldown, 1 minute. Cost of summoning, character level, hit points of the summoner. Range, 20 meters. So, that's what we're up against. It turns out that along with spirits, their shadows also exist, which have gained some sort of corporeality. And this strange reverse side, which we've already visited, also plays a part here. Now, only the key question remains. What is this crystal, and where did Garanika get it? Never mind. We'll find out soon enough.
Wow!
Plinto, Barcina, Eric, and Leiide said at the same time. They used different words, of course, but the gist was the same. They were in shock. Klutzer and Anastasia controlled themselves, but one look at them made clear that they had acquired a similar ability. I wondered if it was doubled for them as well. Shadows, breathed out Anastasia, getting to grips with her emotions.
Yes, Siren, shadows. The protagonists of the reverse side of the world, confirmed Garanika. I will teach you to use them, and then no one will be able to harm you. There are no weapons that work against them in this entire world.
Shamans know how to embody them. The girl kept at it, wanting the Lord of Shadow to get even more candid. They can be easily destroyed after that.
Shamans know how to embody only the lesser shadows, which are weak and untrained. They are unable to do anything with the lieutenant.
And yet we still managed to destroy him.
I know. Using the astral plane was an exquisite solution. The light was so bright that for a very short moment shadows ceased to exist altogether there. That's what did it. But can you tell me, future apprentice, how many shamans are there with the ability to enter the astral plane and carry out a summons there? You can't, can you? Think about that.
The small structure that we'd entered contained nothing save a spiral staircase leading downwards.
Wow!
So the site had a whole underground section as well. Was this something peculiar to this castle? Judging by Anastasia's narrowing eyes, she hadn't come across such an architectural feature during previous raids all that often.
Apprentice, Garanika addressed me once we started our descent. Now is the time you prove to me that there is only one teacher left for you in Barleona. Me. Cornic, that fool of a harbinger, is waiting for us below. He thought he was so clever, jumping all over Malabar to evade me. Stupid little goblin. I was unable to convince him to join me, so now it is time to destroy him, and no one will do it better than you. You still have the knife that you used to destroy the free citizens, so you should make a quick job of it.
Teacher, tell me, how did you create these knives? How much labor does it take to make a wonder like this?
It's a part of my flesh, so it didn't cost me anything to make it.
I don't understand. How can a dagger be made of flesh? Garanika was holding something back. I had to find out how to free the Emperor's throne, and he was throwing riddles at me.
I will show you now.
The shaman stopped, looked down at me, and said, "So that you will be completely convinced, hit me with the knife." "As you wish, teacher." I took out the smoking item, and, barely giving it a thought, plunged it into where Garanika's heart should have been, just in case he was wrong. The knife entered the Lord of Shadow's body up to the hilt, but judging by the man's smile, he didn't feel a shred of discomfort. Neither did he disappear as a player normally would. Moreover, just a couple of seconds after I hit him, the knife was pulled into the NPC's body, as if something was sucking it inside.
Convinced now?
There is a lot we'll have to teach you. The old school has become too deeply ingrained in you. No matter. We shall be purging you of it shortly. Come." After a few flights on the stair, we found ourselves in a stone room of medium proportions, lit by a dozen torches. It could be provisionally divided into two parts. The first contained a table to which Cornic was chained. He was thin and worn out, all covered in cuts, but still alive. And the second part wasn't empty either. There, chained by each of its 4 legs, covered all over with various tubes, devices, chains, and other incomprehensible things, stood the unicorn. Or rather, a former unicorn, because instead of a horn it had a tube that went into the wall. Ishni, the heart of the dark forest, in the flesh. "This is Mitial's pride and joy," uttered Garanika as he watched Barsina's reaction. The druid immediately tried to heal the unicorn, whose hit points were frozen on 1. But the only result of her actions was a smirk from the dark shaman. "This is the radiant Ishni, who is now busy destroying her own forest. I have to give my apprentice his due. He had no lack of imagination. It takes talent to think of taking emotions of light emanating from this relic of the past and transforming them into the mist filling this forest. A good idea. Midial assured me that soon the dark forest will turn into the cursed forest. You'll just have to wait a little, a year or 2 at the most. Come then, apprentice. You have work to do here." "Is this the moment of truth, then?" wrote Anastasia straight away. "Man, we already gained the abilities. At least 5 classes have been renewed, so I think you can afford to fail the quest. Consider it." "But what about finding out what that crystal is, or where the shadows in the reverse side come from? How did Garanika find them?" I immediately replied to the girl as I slowly followed the shaman. If there was one thing I'd learned since meeting Anastasia, it was how to use chat in a way that couldn't be detected by those around me. May not seem much, but it was an advantage all the same. "Your dagger." A dark dagger formed in Garanika's hand, which he passed towards me. "Plunge it into the heart of this green embarrassment, and we will commence the in-depth exploration of the reverse side. We will be transported to the source of power. You'll go through the initiation, and in time you will become my right hand, replacing Midial. Time to act, apprentice." I took the dagger and slowly approached Cornic. Anastasia was right. This was the moment of truth. Now, either I refuse, get respawned at the Guardian's Glade, and bring Malabar the good news of the new abilities, or I kill Cornic and cross over to the Shadow. Moreover, if I refuse, the only punishment I would sustain would be being sent to the mines to await the decision of the parole committee. My reputation would not be reduced, because I would have failed the quest, so things wouldn't be too bad. I didn't have all that much to fear from several clans declaring war on me either. I had a specially trained rogue to protect me. Now, what would happen if I complete the quest successfully? My reputation would vanish, but it's not like I'd need it anymore. Furthermore, Plinto would follow me, as would my officers. So it would just be Anastasia who would refuse, and I had to think about Barcina. I wonder, would the druid go against the rest of the world? I don't think so, somehow. 5 against several 100 million? Pfft, easy as pie. Apprentice? Garanika stepped next to me, his eyebrow raised questioningly. You hesitate? No, teacher, I am thinking. I had no desire whatsoever to kill the unconscious goblin lying in front of me, so I was playing for time. I had to gather the courage to do that for which I'd come so far. Then make me happy, apprentice, by sharing your thoughts, Garanika immediately suggested. Man, I know you've probably had enough of me already, but the quest has been renewed once again. Anastasia just couldn't help herself, by the looks of it. Now, again, it sounds like to prevent him from completing the trial. All this gear-changing is beginning to wear me down. I won't be doing anything. It's totally up to you now.
My, the first smart thought in a week.
A message from Plinto appeared.
Stacy, you'd better be careful with that, or you'll grow fond of this thinking thing, and may have to give up being a paladin. What had happened to carrying the light to the masses via the time-honored fist-in-the-face method?
Apprentice, have you fallen asleep? Garanika distracted me from reading chat. What are you thinking about? I think it would be wrong to kill Cornic with your dagger. It seems too simple somehow, I uttered, again playing for time as my gaze combed the room for anything that might help me. But nothing caught my eye except Ishni. I wonder, is she in pain without her horn? Horns?
So what do you propose? Asked Garanika in surprise. Feed him to some beast?
No, I smiled, having made my decision. I have a different proposal. As far as I know, the unicorn's horn is a very potent artifact of light. It would carry great symbolic meaning to destroy the harbinger of light with such an object. It might even absorb the goblin's powers, becoming even more potent than before, although I have no idea how it could be used when dealing with shadows.
Yes, said Garanika slowly, looking pleased. For that, we must make the goblin conscious again, so that he can see his powers being sucked into the horn with his own eyes. Pain, despair, hopelessness. You are a worthy apprentice, although you're wrong if you doubt the horn's usefulness. To destroy a harbinger of light with a unicorn's horn. Apprentice, I am proud of you. Oh, man, you've gained an admirer. Now at least one NPC in all of Barleona will be friendly to you.
That came from Klutzer. You could see Plinto's tutelage right away. These two should really be kept apart, or they'd catch all the worst habits from each other.
The horn.
Garanika disappeared for a moment and returned with a red velvet box.
I will now bring the harbinger back to consciousness. Then you shall run him through, and we will go on to conquer the world.
I lifted the lid of the box and stared at Ishni's large, 30-centimeter-long, spiraling, snow-white, broken-off horn. The thing I'd be using to kill Cornic in a few moments. I hoped that the Horn of Light would absorb the shaman's essence and not allow it to be destroyed. When I manage to escape from Guernica, I'll think of a way to bring back the Harbinger. I was sure this would somehow be possible. I couldn't think of another way to both complete Guernica's task and keep Cornic alive. Well then, I just had to hope that I wasn't wrong on this.
Apprentice.
The quiet, weak, and somehow broken voice of the goblin reached my ears.
Are you with the traitor? The Horn? You decided to absorb my powers? Yes, you will make a worthy Dark One. You may rejoice now, traitor.
His last words were for Guernica, who was standing at my side.
You got what you wanted. Bar Leona will be yours.
I always knew that, my vanquished foe, replied Guernica. Before you die, you may say your final word to your killer.
A word? Is there any point? He went through the 3 trials. He destroyed everything he believed in. I have nothing to say to him other than, I am disappointed.
Music! Cornic, your words are music to my ears, smiled Guernica. Apprentice, don't drag your heels now. When I heard the last words of the Harbinger, I was engulfed with anger. He's disappointed? So this ungrateful green bastard, whose essence I'm planning to save, is displeased? Well then, if I chose to act I must. I lifted Ishni's horn above my head and froze. It was as if time had stopped. Guernica froze. Cornic was silent, having told me everything that he thought of me. Even my clan was standing quietly aside, not daring to distract me by speaking. I looked into the brown eyes, wishing to find in them understanding. But there was only intense hatred there. Cornic believed that I had betrayed him. That's that, then. Everyone is free to think as they please. The main thing was that I finally understood what had to be done. Despite the fog of hate, the goblin still clung to the hope of staying alive. I'd better not disappoint my teacher, then, even if he does think I'm a traitor. With these thoughts, my hand went down.
No!
A scream of pain sounded throughout the entire torture room. That's it. My choice had been made.
The fluffy northern beastie of doom has landed,
Klutzer commented, just as I was being twisted in a whirlwind of changing abilities.
I agree, continued Plinto. We're toast.
Chapter 12. The Birth of the Dragon. The making of a Dark Shaman quest has been failed. After the completion of the scenario, you will be transported to the Prike Copper Mine. Your character has acquired a new class ability. The ability update has taken place for all players with the Shaman class. What can I say? When you start acting on instinct instead of logic, it can lead to some incredibly frightening stuff. My task was simple: to kill Cornic, allow Garanika to become my master, find out all his secrets, and that was it. Time for mass jubilation and rejoicing. As if.
"I renounce you, apprentice,"
wheezed Garanika as he fell to the floor. Shadows started to shoot out of his hands, but were immediately sucked into the horn, vanishing into it as if it were an abyss. The horn itself started to do something unbelievable. I understood that it had no plans to end up in Garanika's chest, but why would it spread this strange glow around the entire NPC? It'd end up bumping him off at this rate.
"From this moment on, you will have no enemy more terrible in the whole of Barleona than me,"
spat the dark shaman, and with a terrible scream tore the horn out of his chest, threw it at me, and disappeared, leaving a large puddle of dark blood behind him. "Klutzer, Eric, and Leide, hands on the bowls! Gather the blood!" Anastasia said, beginning to fire off commands straight away. "Plinto, free the prisoners. I'm on the door. Barsa, heal the goblin. Mayan, you must tell us why you decided to fail everything, but later. Ah, damn!" The same glow that had enveloped me a few moments earlier was spreading to all the other clan members, with one difference. The light aura failed to disappear. I picked up Ishni's horn. Garanika's throw lacked the strength to reach me, and looked at the other players. Lit up like a bunch of Christmas trees, they were examining their properties in complete astonishment.
"While we are completing the scenario, the cooldown is 0 seconds.
Eric read slowly, almost syllable by syllable, once he got back onto his feet. "Save the chit-chat for later. Plinto, hurry up! Get the prisoners out! The blood is evaporating. Quick, get it into flasks. What do you mean you don't have any? What sort of raid prep is this? Here you go. Well, that does it." Anastasia's last shout was understandable. 3 fallen vampires flew into the torture room.
"Hargata Urhand!"
shouted Eric, and crashed into the incoming mobs at full speed.
"I'll hold them!"
I even managed a smile at the idea of a level 65 tank running toward 3 250-level fallen vamps and screaming that he would hold them back. But in a few seconds, my smile gave way to bewilderment. Eric was alive and well, while the vampires... The new arrivals froze as 5 shadows emerged around each of them. They were also frozen. At least, they weren't doing anything. So that's how future battles with Garanika's forces would go. The meaning of the 10 seconds in the ability description became clear. For 10 seconds, a shadow was vulnerable.
"Take them down already!"
shouted Eric, trying to destroy at least one shadow.
"I'm like a gnat next to elephants!"
"Plinto!" Anastasia and I shouted simultaneously, hurrying to the aid of the warrior.
"You really can't manage by yourselves,"
grumbled the rogue, and then turned into a whirlwind, speeding past me and circling around the mobs. In a few seconds, the shadows were gone. Tiredly, with a clearly audible sigh of relief, the vampires hit the floor and fell asleep. "Man, don't just stand there. Help me free the prisoners. Would you gather the Lord of Shadow's blood already? Barsa, why is Cornic's life bar not at maximum? Guys, stop faffing around. Garanika could come back at any moment."
"He will not come, Siren,"
croaked the goblin as soon as Klutzer removed the steel clamp holding the shaman's head in place.
"The horn of Ishni did what I lacked the strength to do."
So my guess was right then? He was immortal, but now he can be destroyed?
"Why is everyone calling you a siren, by the way?" Plinto immediately butted in. "You good at signing or something? Or is it the usual? I'm a girl with a secret, and my lips are sealed." "Yes, you are correct, Paladin General of Iluna."
Cornic tried to sit up, but despite being completely healed, lacked the strength for it.
"A unicorn's horn cannot destroy anyone, but it can strip someone of their invulnerability. From this day on, Garanika has ceased being a god, and even this unknown source of power of his won't save him. A splinter of the horn became embedded in him forever. So, it looks like you've been hiding your special nature. Believe this sick old goblin. This is foolish. The very rumor that sirens are still alive could lead to some very interesting developments. Think about that."
I don't get it. Did the game administration just use Cornic to openly tell Anastaria that revealing her race would lead to a quest? Looks like the girl will pick up another quest chain, either a normal one or a scenario. Damn, and she'll be doing it back in Phoenix, of course. I had to have a chat with Stacy about that. Perhaps we'd get invited too. You have my thanks, Harbinger. It looks like Anastaria's thoughts were traveling along similar lines, because she managed to bow to Cornic, even if it meant stopping the freeing of Ishni for a moment. I will think about your words.
As for you, the twice fallen.
As soon as the last clamp holding the goblin in place was removed, the Harbinger's brown eyes rested on me. Very unlike his usually wry look, this cold, heavy stare went right through me.
You and I are going to have a long and thorough talk. You will explain to me why Yaleninka and Almis had to die, and then we will go to Renox, where you will tell him why his son left this world forever.
Teacher, I tried to explain myself, but Cornic immediately interrupted me.
You are not worthy of calling me that name.
Where on earth did this NPC get so much energy to put behind his words?
You are neither worthy of the Great Shaman title, nor of the Dragon Totem, nor of having been taught at all. You betrayed everything you believed in when you bought into Garanika's promises. I mourn the day when you flew to Farstead, dooming Almus to an inglorious death.
After this tirade, Cornic abruptly jumped to his feet, muttering something like,
I'm sorry, Ishni, I can't,
and disappeared. Plinto, hold the door. Small fries help embody the shadows.
Barsa, switch to the unicorn. I don't like that single hit point she's on. Mayan, you can cry about your missed opportunities later. Got any scrolls? Then heal Ishni. After giving everyone their orders, Anastasia once again turned to untangling the unicorn. As soon as the last tube covering the terrible wound on Ishni's head was disconnected, the legs of the heart of the dark forest gave way, and she fell to the floor. "Heal harder!" growled Anastasia, frantically starting to heal the victim. "She may die!"
"Argalarant!"
Eric's exclamation came from somewhere behind us. Klutzer was shouting something. Plinto was laughing. Looked like the guys were having fun back there.
"It is futile, Paladin."
Ishni's calm and clear voice sounded throughout the torture room. With effort, the unicorn lifted her head and looked at Anastasia.
"It is not within your power to save me, Siren. Even the uninitiated dragon standing next to you is incapable of healing me. I wouldn't survive an hour without my horn, or the energy that was fed to me by this tube. Only Iluna has the power to heal me, but I do not see a priest among you who would be able to appeal to her."
"We have the horn," Anastasia immediately replied. "We can restore it if you only tell us how."
"That is impossible."
Ishni shook her head.
"I shall say it again. Only the goddess has the power to heal this."
"Arg!"
growled Anastasia, and stopped healing. "Is there anything we can do for you? I swear by the goodwill of the goddess that I will carry out your last wish." Yeah. So this is how Anastasia has come to have such high reputation among NPCs. I really had a great deal to learn from her still. She's trying to fish out a quest even from an NPC who's at death's door. I would have never thought of this.
"Tell the guardian of the dark forest that—"
"Quiet, you!" I interrupted the unicorn. "Ishni, do you really think that we'd allow you to die without trying everything to save you first? Anastasia, Barsa, don't stop healing for a second."
"Dragon, it is not within your power,"
Ishni persisted. "Let me be the judge of what is and isn't within my power. Girls, do you need a special invitation? Don't just stand there."
"Man!"
came Plinto's happy shout.
"We've downed 20 vampires, and it looks like they're blocking the entrance. We can't get out of here. Told you the lieutenant was a trifle. This is where things really get started."
So, I began to think out loud. We have a unicorn's horn, 1 unit. A unicorn without her horn, also 1 unit. The task in hand is to combine the horn and the unicorn into one whole. Potential restriction: the combination is only possible with the aid of the goddess. Experiment number 1. I crouched by Ishni and pressed the horn to the wound. The unicorn winced with pain, but patiently awaited the result. Total failure. As soon as I let go, the horn fell off. It didn't work. "Why don't you use some glue?" came some sound advice from Klutzer. By the looks of it, the entire clan had gathered round, watching my attempted repair. "Does anyone have anything suitable?" I looked at the other players. "Here's some healing salve." Anastasia handed me a small jar containing a green substance. "It won't do any harm, and you may try using it as a glue." "Thanks. Experiment number 2, I said. knowing full well that the editor of the video for whom I was now making these comments would most likely consign them to the cutting room floor. Using a green healing salve as an adhesive, the horn managed to stay in place for the grand total of 5 seconds, until the unicorn shook her head, making the horn drop and roll onto the floor. That didn't work.
"We should put a wire around it,"
came yet another genius piece of advice from Klutzer.
"I am grateful to you, Shaman Dragon, but it is beyond your power to put things back the way they were. Just let me go. You already gave the Dark Forest a priceless gift, a chance at survival. Don't forget me. Weep over my fate. This is the best you can do now. Only Iluna."
Ishni continued to reiterate the impossibility of her being healed, but the light bulb that had lit inside my head took my thoughts elsewhere. Weep. Iluna. Tear of Iluna. The stone lying in my inventory. Wasn't it essentially a part of the goddess? This meant that I could try, at least. I took the tear out of the bag and looked at it carefully. It appeared to be an ordinary stone of silvery hue, with a strange description, demanding an appeal to the goddess. To hell with it all! The design mode greeted me with a reassuring blackness. It had been a while since I'd entered it, since the moment I crafted the pine cones, an entire 2 days. It seemed a hell of a lot longer than that. The horn and the tear of Iluna appeared in the design mode almost the instant I pictured them. The snow-white, spiraling horn and the silvery droplet of divine sorrow. Klutzer was right, even if he didn't understand it himself. The unicorn's horn had to be attached with a wire, and it couldn't be tied down with just one, but rather attached with the help of the tear, a part of Iluna. Perhaps after that the unicorn would be able to last until we took her to the temple, because at the moment she'd decided to kick the proverbial bucket. With every hoof it had. Like hell it would. Not on my watch. On the 100th ring that fell apart with a clank, I realized that ordinary copper or steel wire, copper, tin, bronze, silver, and iron rings, or even a few rare ones from the recipes that Evelyn sent me, wouldn't do. They didn't want to join the horn and the tear together, hard as I tried to impose the essence of a link on them. It seemed that they were too low level for this task. Stop! Low level! The image of the holy ring of Drial was lying on the shelf of unique and unrepeatable items, so I didn't have to create it anew. I placed all 3 items before my eyes, and for a while couldn't work up the courage to attempt to combine them. I was afraid to think what Anastasia would say if the ring, which I was sure she had already set her sights on, broke in front of her eyes. Although, nothing ventured, nothing gained. With this thought, the 3 items moved toward each other. I wondered if Rick's belt, which I'd equipped, would be of any help. "Yeah," said Anastasia slowly, when I finally opened my eyes. "So that's how legends are born. Impressive." The bright light that had shone from my body gradually faded, returning the torture room back into dark gloom and giving way to a torrent of announcements. Item created, Unicorn Horn of Iluna's Blessing. Description:
By combining uncombinable items, you have created the unreal and attained the incredible. The conditions of the creation of a holy artifact quest have been met. Take Unicorn Horn of Iluna's blessing to the Emperor of Malabar to receive your reward. Skill increase. +1 to crafting, total 7. +3 to primary profession of jewel crafting, total 105. +1 to the Blessed Artificer achievement, total 4.
You won't be able to run around using stealth with a sign like that above you, said Plinto slowly. Getting to the Emperor will take some thinking.
I wanted to ask him what he was on about when Eric caught my eye. A brief icon showing the Emperor's coat of arms with the sign Rescuer of the Throne was hanging above the dwarf's head. "You said something about a wish before?" I said slyly, looking at Anastasia. "Does your promise still hold?" "You know, I never know what to expect with you," smiled the girl. "I keep my promises. Make a wish." "Here's my wish, then. Take this horn." There was no stopping me now. "Put it next to Ishni's wound and call upon Iluna as her paladin general. Get her to give us a hand." "Firstly, I am the goddess's warrior, not her priest. There is no precedent in the history of Barleona for the goddess answering the call of a warrior. Secondly, you do understand that if a miracle does take place and the goddess appears, the horn will disappear. We will fail to save the Emperor." "Are you refusing to carry out my wish?" I raised my eyebrows in surprise. "Stacy, the camera is still recording. Can you imagine what people will say about you? The great Anastasia herself is going back on her word. Disgraceful behavior. Shame on her." With these last words, I couldn't help but laugh. Try as I might to keep my composure, the girl's befuddled expression was so hilarious that it was more than I could do to restrain myself. Silently taking the restored horn, Anastasia sat next to Ishni, put the artifact that I'd created next to the wound, bowed her head, and sung. The meaning of the song remained obscure, as the words were certainly not in common language, but the singing itself drew you in, brought tears to your eyes, made you want to laugh, to rejoice, and be sad all at once. Together with the divine voice of the girl, the melodious and slightly sorrowful song shocked and shook the listener, who was left wanting to do only one thing: bow his head to the singer, close his eyes, and enjoy each moment of life. I was exceptionally grateful to Anastasia for asking me to record it all on video. Now it would have been fitting to shout, like they did back when the first video cameras appeared, "I filmed this! Oh God, I filmed this!" "Stand up, warrior." The sound of a woman's voice brought me back to reality. I lifted up my head, and my eyes met those of a woman floating in the air. If, before this moment, I believed Anastasia was the most beautiful woman in the world, to have the most amazing voice and to embody the ideal of beauty, I now realized how wrong I was. The goddess was divine, despite the obvious tautology. "My warrior, you have managed to overcome yourself and summoned me with a pure heart. I can see very well how difficult a decision it was for you to begin the summons, how difficult it was to give up on the chance of saving the Emperor and becoming his close adviser.
You are a siren of your word, and I am proud that there are such beings among my warriors. From now on, I name you Lieutenant of the Paladins. Wear this title with honor."
The air was filled with the sound of solemn music, and Anastasia was caught in a whirlwind of transformations. The girl rose a few centimeters into the air, twisted as if struck by an electric charge, her mouth opening in a silent scream, and then was gently placed back on the ground. The changes to her character were complete. Anastasia didn't look different in any way, except, was it normal that her life bar now sported Iluna's icon next to it? There was a slight movement of the air, and the goddess was now next to the unicorn. Ishni struggled to lift up her head, and the horn that Anastasia had placed on her fell off once again. A smile lit up Iluna's face. She made a slight movement, and the horn rose into the air.
"You did everything right," said the goddess. "Now we just have to wait for the tear to be washed in the blood of an innocent and dissolve, manifesting the miracle of healing. Let's speed up this process."
The horn returned to its original place on Ishni's forehead, after which the unicorn vanished.
"I healed Ishni and sent her back to the Guardian. No one in Barleona could take better care of her than him. As for you—"
Iluna appeared in front of Eric, Plinto, Klutzer, Leiide, and Barsina, leant over and kissed their foreheads. An icon of Iluna, somewhat smaller than Anastasia's, immediately appeared next to each player marked by the goddess. Then Iluna finally stood opposite me.
"An uninitiated dragon," she said thoughtfully. "A killer who doomed the Princess of Malabar to 4 months of solitude. One who risked everything, and I will meet you later, after you clean up the mess that is plaguing the dark forest. We shall meet again soon, shaman."
"A killer?" asked Anastasia when the goddess had disappeared.
"Man, how could you have killed Slate if we left him back in the tent?"
"Stacy, I'm as shocked as you are." I gave the girl my honest answer. Damn! He had again dropped out of the group. I had no idea how I managed to kill him. When I was rubbing out the players, I'm certain that Slate wasn't among them. Damn! Now I get it why the announcement came up saying that I would be taken back to Prike after the completion of the scenario. What? I was deafened by the simultaneous shout of my entire clan. No need to look at me like that. I thought that was because of the other players. I guess that's what's behind it. But when did I kill Slate off? Plinto, I have a separate task for you. I could be taken at any moment, and right now I can't guarantee that I'll be able to defend myself and avoid getting stuck in the mines for 8.5 years. Your task is to do your best to drag out time before the legendary items have to be returned. They certainly can't be given back for free, so try to drive a hard bargain. But before you start haggling, try not to give anything back for as long as possible. And no use looking at me like that, Stacy. Those guys had a choice either to go after me or to wait. They decided to take a swipe at the Sea Thistles clan. Tough luck. So,
You're asking me to become an enemy of a whole load of people, as well as the clans to which they belong?"
asked Plinto, just to be clear. "Yes."
"Consider it done, boss."
A nasty smile spread across Plinto's face.
"Now, they won't have any choice but to come looking for me. Excellent. Thanks, man. That's a real bonus."
"Talk about putting a fox in the henhouse," muttered Anastasia, watching the overjoyed Plinto. Then she recomposed herself and continued to issue orders. "Our task is to make it back to the surface and leave the castle alive. Suggestions? Stacy, aren't you a paladin general, like Cornick said?" I couldn't help asking, all suggestions aside. "Iluna has appointed you a lieutenant. Doesn't that mean you were just demoted?" "Yeah, right to the bottom of the career ladder," replied the girl with a smile. "It's such a catastrophic setback that I don't even know how to keep going after this." "And if you were to speak seriously?" "Paladin General is a title given within the class, like Great or High Shaman. A Lieutenant of Paladins, this is a spiritual rank bestowed by Iluna herself. And don't ask me what it brings. There is no information about it anywhere, and I'm speaking as someone who knows my own class like the back of my hand. I will have to test everything thoroughly, read and experiment. Very many possibilities have opened up now, so I'll probably get in touch with Alviona and get her to tell me what she's been cooking up."
"Alviona?"
"The Paladin's Calatia. Is that clearer? Plinto, what's with the door?"
"Locked tight by a pile of sleeping vampires on our side and from the castle side. I can't say, really. Maybe they've dumped an elephant on it. It's not budging at all. We'll end up living here like gophers. You can't see us, but we exist." "I always thought that vampires sleep either in coffins or don't sleep at all," said Klutzer quietly, once the rest of the clan got lost in thought. We had to find a way out of the torture room, but no options presented themselves other than sitting here for a few days, pressing the character stuck button and hoping to be teleported to the nearest respawn point. I wonder, will they behave themselves after waking up, or will they have to be given another lesson in manners? Plinto, why don't you put them through training, as you did with us? We already have one exclusive video with the goddess, so we can make another. Plinto setting the vampires on the right path. And then we'll invite them into our clan. My fighters will be just fine once back in the clan from which they were taken.
The painfully familiar voice of the patriarch sounded from a far corner.
I won't allow them to be set, as you put it, on any right path. Siren?
Great surprise showed through the patriarch's voice.
What are you doing in the company of the owner of the enemy?
And what are you doing here? I managed to ask before Anastasia could reply.
The castle's defenses have weakened, so I risked checking if I could aid my warriors. You said that you came to the Dark Forest to destroy the taint, so I activated my fear and began to follow it. That's what led me here. Siren, you haven't answered me. What are you doing associating with the owner of the enemy?
The patriarch repeated his question insistently, stepping away out of the corner and closer to the center of the torture room.
You are mistaken, patriarch,
replied the girl with a bow. "I am not in the company of the owner of the enemy. I am in the company of the uninitiated enemy himself. He hasn't yet become aware of his strength, but I'm sure that soon a real dragon will emerge in Barleona."
"You lie!"
The lieutenant, the general, it turned out that they were mere kids when it came to slapping various negative buffs on you. I was thrown to the floor and pressed into it with such force that my breath was knocked right out of me. My head felt like an anvil upon which the entire workforce of the Undermountain Kingdom was trying to create its next masterpiece. Realizing that I had 0 strength left for lifting up my head to check the condition of the others, I called up the frames of the group before my eyes. Everyone had only 10% of hit points left and had acquired a 10-minute petrification status, while their stats were reduced by 40%. All in all, the list of debuffs was quite something.
"The enemy has departed from this world."
"I am telling the truth," said Anastasia hoarsely, half choked into silence.
"You can't get rid of her that easily."
Plinto's pointed remark sounded like a gong. He could speak?
"I can lend you a noose. You should slip it around her neck and give it a good pull." "What?"
Another wave of debuffs hit the players.
"You have escaped my wrath?"
"As my boss likes to say, yup."
"Listen, mister, I realize you're unbelievably tough and all, but how about you stop destroying these guys, eh? I don't care about the siren, even if she can sing better than anyone, but why drag the others into it? I mean, we've been trying to free your fighters, by the by, and you've up and decided to rub us out."
"This is impossible," said the patriarch in a normal voice now. "Only one thing in all of Barleona would enable you to withstand my voice." "Is it with you?" the vampire exclaimed after some time.
"If you mean the fang of the patriarch," grinned Plinto, "yes, it's hanging around my neck, like any self-respecting fang should."
"Plinto?" His name flew off my lips the moment I was able to speak again.
"Have a look at my amulet. I've opened its properties. I think that should answer all your questions."
"Altameda with the fang of the patriarch of the vampires. Description: the energy of hundreds of thousands of sentients who've had their lives ended by this fang filled it with incredible power. Now, not a single sentient will be able to block your character for more than a second. Item class: legendary. Limitations: none."
"Yes, this is it," said the patriarch, looking at Plinto thoughtfully.
"My fang could only have been obtained by someone acting on their own after overcoming the guards. But I received no news that the wardens fell. Who are you?"
"Just a master rogue."
When needed, Plinto was quite capable of making a polite bow.
"One who has dedicated his life to perfecting stealth."
"A master of stealth?" The vampire's eyebrows flew up. "Now I understand why the guards are still alive. They are guarding an empty box. If you were a vampire, our race would be proud of you."
"Let's talk about that later."
Plinto closed access to his amulet's properties and looked at the Patriarch.
"Why don't you release the others? It just so happens that our clan has both a siren and a dragon. And Stacy, why is Mayan still uninitiated? Didn't eat his porridge?"
"Initiation starts at level 100, the girl immediately replied. "Mayan is at 82 at the moment, a little more, and he'll start to get seriously warped. I know, since I've been there myself."
"And when did you manage to change? Was it when you unlocked the dragon?"
Ignoring Plinto and Anastaria's conversation, the Patriarch appeared next to me.
"It looks like you're not just the master of the enemy, but the enemy himself. That is why from you I sense fear, despair, the futility of resistance, and awe."
"Siren," the Patriarch once again addressed Anastaria,
"can you explain to me why you are with the enemy?"
"The time of enmity ended long ago," came the girl's immediate reply. "Only one siren and one dragon are left in Barleona. What sense is there in destroying each other if that would never bring back the former greatness of our races? On the contrary, we must unite, because now there are too many hunters intent on hanging our heads as trophies on their walls. The dragon is young and inexperienced. The hunters will kill him. My task is to teach him to defend himself. Only later, when the danger is behind us, will we be able to settle scores originating in our ancient enmity. But not now. For the time being, we have to work together." I wasn't really getting what Anastaria was on about, but the words flew off her lips smoothly and without hesitation. I had the feeling that she'd prepared and memorized this speech in advance, and the time had finally come to perform it.
"I hear you, daughter of Guile," smiled the Patriarch, "and I agree. Others should not be allowed to destroy the last dragon. I cannot dissolve his essence right now, but a time will come when all that will be left of the enemy will be the man. Mayan." The vampire turned toward me. "I take back the vassal's oath I gave to your ancestors. I will help you now, but after this castle is destroyed, a ransom will be laid on your head. Vampires, cyclops, sirens, titans, if any still remain in this world, I will call upon everyone. Although, no, I will leave you one siren, who so fiercely came to your defense, and, yes, this will be interesting, Plinto." The vampire addressed the rogue. "Look into my eyes." As if hypnotized, despite his amulet, Plinto came up to the Patriarch, and their eyes met. I once again silently thanked Anastaria for getting us to switch on the cameras. The vampire's red eyes started to emit bright white mist, which, like a living entity, started to stream towards Plinto's eyes. Once a bridge of mist formed between the player and the NPC, a red cloud appeared above the rogue's head and started to circle clockwise. "I agree,"
Plinto said for some reason, and immediately a small tornado funnel of red mist started to descend toward my fighter's head.
"Ah! No!"
As soon as the funnel touched the rogue, a terrible scream of pain echoed through the torture room.
"Aside from the siren,
continued the patriarch, once his eyes had returned to their usual red color, and Plinto had turned into a bright red cocoon, blocking any sound, there will also be a lone vampire who will not hunt you, a higher vampire, a dragon, a siren, and a vampire. If anyone told me 10,000 years ago that a clan like that would appear in Barleona, I would have drunk that sentient dry without further ado. Fools have no right to walk the earth. But now, stop lying on the ground, my son. He addressed the prostrate Plinto, the bloody cocoon now fallen from him. There is much you'll have to be taught. I won't let you leave the dark forest for the next 3 months.
I have obligations, father.
Once up, the rogue immediately bent to his knees before the patriarch.
The dragon helped me, so in the next year I will be by his side. A word of honor is worth more than life.
Yeah. Where was the world heading to if even Plinto dropped into a grandiose style of speaking?
Enemy.
After some thought, the patriarch turned to me.
My son has a lot of learning to do, as do you. At the moment, he doesn't know how to use his newly acquired power, and if he were released right now, sunlight would destroy him in the course of a minute. I am prepared to buy my son out of your clan 3 months. Is it worth me making you an offer, or is your mind quite made up? Clothing, jewelry, weapons, said the vampire slowly, looking me directly in the eye. You may choose anything you like for yourself and for your clan. Remember the ring that you transformed? I will give each member of your clan a similar item in exchange for Plinto's 3-month absence. Do you agree?
Man, I think you realize what this means. A message from Anastasia immediately appeared in clan chat. Just try and refuse this deal. I'll bury you.
I will definitely have to be trained. There are enough new abilities to make your mind boggle, wrote Plinto. Imagine this. I can now drink players' blood, taking off part of their energy, hit points, and experience.
Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face.
And how the heck did you get through the modification? That hurt like hell.
No. I shook my head, instinctively sensing the gaze of 7 pairs of surprised eyes on me. Plinto will stay as he is, without the ransom. If the alternative to training is him being incinerated by the sun every minute, I see no sense in limiting my fighter. I decline your offer of items for me and my clan. They are expendable things. We will simply outgrow them, and will have nothing to remind us of this moment. I doubt higher vampires are born every day. I would rather remember this as the day I declined the great gifts of my future enemy. We will meet again, and it is unworthy of a dragon to destroy his foe with his own gifts.
Anastasia, I have salt and pepper,
typed Klutzer once the torture room descended into silence.
Eric and Leide will get the fire going, and Bossa will find some rope. You get the grill. Shaman kebab is on the menu.
You guessed wrong, she answered straight away.
This evening I'll be expecting a thorough analysis of the situation and a list of potential reasons for refusal. Mayan, I'll be honest with you. I didn't expect you to give a speech like that. On a 100-point rating system, it would have scored 140. Rock on!
Just as noble as your ancestors, said the patriarch slowly. This will not save you from the hunt, dragon.
I will not be hiding, vampire, I replied in the same tone. But you can help us. The supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds said that you are the only sentient in Barleona who can tell us about Garanika's power. Your tale would be a worthy price for Plinto.
Garanika's power?
You are interested in the throne of the Creator's son?
Well, I suppose I can tell you about it, but only after you free all my warriors. I don't have the ability to destroy the shadows, unlike you, by the looks of it. One good turn deserves another, shaman.
And what about Plinto?
You've declined a reward for his presence in my castle, said the patriarch with a nasty grin. So now I'm dictating the terms. Free my warriors, and then I will tell you about the source of Garanika's power.
The vampire smirked once again, waved his hand, and the twilight of the torture room disappeared, changing to the sunlit square of the Castle of the Fallen.
My son, came a voice from the mist, into which the patriarch transformed. The sun will not affect you during this battle. Prove to me that I made the right choice. You dared to attack our lord?
Almost immediately after the vampire's last words came the thundering voice of the general.
We will destroy you.
I won't be able to freeze this crowd, even without the cooldown, said Eric, somewhat at a loss, watching the huge multitude of vampires, mages, and elementals surround us from every side. I, too, can embody them only one at a time, muttered Anastasia, as the eyes of the entire clan looked at me. For the next 3 days, I'm still useless as a shaman, was my immediate excuse. You know well enough that—
Kill them!
Boomed the general's voice again, and a great wave of mobs sped towards us with only one aim, to send us back to the Guardian's glade. "Plinto, get out of here!" was all I had time to shout before a huge ice boulder pinned me to the ground. Something told me that Plinto must avoid dying at all costs before his training, so I tried to warn the fighter. A pity I didn't quite manage it. My life bar flickered as it descended to 0, and I embarked on a thrilling journey of prisoner respawn, straight into oblivion. Player Barcina has used the Scroll of Resurrection. Do you wish to be resurrected? The pitch blackness was broken by a bright green, almost acid-colored sign before my eyes. So this is what the resurrection process looks like for prisoners. Strange. How did Barcina manage to survive the fight? You can only resurrect outside of combat.
I told you it would work,
I could hear Eric's voice say. My eyes gradually regained focus, and I started to look around. My surroundings were strewn with bodies of sleeping vampires and mages, and even the elementals were floating peacefully above the ground. How did they manage to win? What did I miss? I managed to force out of myself. All in all, the resurrection process was far from pleasant. It made you slow, as if you still hadn't quite awoken yet. There was a drowsiness and a strange apathy. I wanted to do only one thing right now: lie down on the ground and finish sleeping off the 12 hours that were allotted to me before respawn.
Nothing major. We got rid of the shadows, though we still got no experience from them, said Klutzer.
And the general?
He's lying about 20 meters from here, sleeping like a baby.
Right. So, what happened here? Oh, today was Barsina's moment of glory, said Anastasia, making the girl look very embarrassed. I looked at the druid, who lowered her eyes, mystified as to how she'd managed to save everyone. Catch the video. This is worth seeing for yourself. You have received a video from player Anastasia. Duration, 5 minutes. Do you wish to view it? It was the first time I could see myself from the outside. As your ordinary everyday user of modern technology, I had many different holograms in which I was celebrating something with friends or family, and even several homemade holographic recordings, such as the time I was handed the Free Artist certificate. But I'd never seen myself from outside within the game. All the videos that I'd edited when playing the Hunter had me behind the camera, so they had never actually featured yours truly. But now, that was some quirky look I had.
"Man's gone!"
shouted Eric, staring at a foot sticking out from under the boulder.
"Damn it! We botched the ending!"
"Everyone stop!" Anastasia immediately commanded. "Our task is to free as many vampires as possible. Eric, Leide, Klutzer, let's go. Plinto, the shadows are on you. Barsa and I will heal. We'll fight to the last. Barsa, I said we're healing. What the heck are you doing?" "Stacy, cover me," came the druid's shout. "I need 10 seconds. I'll try a mass cast." "I'll strangle that small fry," muttered Anastasia, glancing over the battlefield once more. There was the crowd of vampires running towards the players, mountains of ice, fire, water, and earth flying out of the hands of the mages and the elementals' bodies, and a small, petite druid, her face turned to the sky, her arms raised and lips uttering a spell. 1 second, then another, and the avalanche of elements overtook the unmoving girl. All Anastasia could do was throw a bubble over Barsina at the last moment, extending her life by 10 seconds. "Yep, we botched it." The words flew out of my deputy's mouth as the vampire that appeared next to her raised his sword. The bubble was still unavailable for the next 2 minutes, so the girl had nothing to defend herself with, and attacking the vamp was pointless, since there were 100 more behind him, hell-bent on sending the players to the Greylands. Anastasia curled up, camera now pointing to the ground, and braced for the blow. A second went by, then another, but the vampire was in no hurry to attack. Stacy lifted her head and stared, surprised at the frozen world around her. Or rather, it wasn't the world that froze, since the players could move just fine. Vampires, mages, and elementals were the ones standing still. Even the enormous hulk of the general, who could be seen in the background, stopped moving. And then an even stranger thing began to happen. The place where Barsina was standing became an enormous 4-meter-high mountain of wet earth and ice. The main force of the attack of the mages and elementals hit the druid. Then The mountain started to shift in a strange fashion, like a volcano before an eruption. Stones and shards of ice began to fall off it, and then the top of the mountain opened like the bud of a flower, revealing Barcina. Water was flowing down the dome of the bubble, not causing the girl the least discomfort. But the druid had other things on her mind. Constantly chanting some verses, which were very reminiscent of a song, the girl flew up several meters into the air. Her upturned head, raised hands, as if calling on some unknown powers, the dark aura swirling around her and her constant muttering in some unknown language made the players tremble as much as they did before all the mobs. Anastasia shifted her gaze from Barcina to the nearest mob, and then it all became clear. Short grass, around 4 centimeters long, started to shoot from the ground, and white drops began to ooze out of each blade and float up to the sky, like rain in reverse. As the drops touched the mobs, they were immediately absorbed, revealing the shadows. The paladin lifted her head and looked around. The radius of this glade covered about half of the castle, half which now contained all the vampires, mages, and elementals of the fallen ones. "Plinto, I don't know how long Barca can keep this up, so hurry up and dispatch the shadows. Everyone else, give him a hand. Damn!" Judging by the picture, Barcina's life bar was beginning to plummet rapidly. "Hang in there, sweetie, please," came Anastasia's muttering as she immediately sent a healing onto the druid. "At least a couple more minutes." "That's all of it, pretty much," continued Anastasia as soon as the video finished playing. "I completely ran out of mana as I was trying to save this madwoman, and even quaffed elixirs to gain a few more moments. But as soon as her hit points fell to 1, Barcina stopped her summons and collapsed onto the stones. Plinto and the others finished off all the mages, who thankfully didn't have time to come around. So that was the end of it. Midial failed to turn up, so Eric proposed that we raise you straight away. To be honest, I had doubts that we'd get you back. There had to be something different about the prisoner capsules, after all, but, as you can see, it worked just fine. That's it." "Barca?" I turned to the embarrassed-looking girl. "Can you tell me how you, a professional mercenary, failed to carry out your commander's order?" As soon as I uttered these words, I felt another wave of surprised stares. This time it was only 6 pairs of eyes, as the patriarch was nowhere to be seen.
"But I thought that—"
The girl started to excuse herself, falteringly, but I interrupted her. "Thinking my ass! What were you told? To stand there and heal the guys. And what did you do? You just went and saved everyone on your own initiative." I walked up to the completely befuddled druid, looked down at her sternly, just as well her height made that easy, and then smiled and continued. "You know, what I like in people the most is confidence in their own strengths. You were sure that Anastasia had made a mistake and that you had the ability to save us all, and acted contrary to her orders. Thank you." I was unable to restrain myself and hugged the stunned girl. "If it wasn't for you, we would have failed this scenario for sure. So I have one simple question for you. Do you have the healing stat?"
Yes."
"Then close your eyes. Close 'em. I won't bite." I waited until Barcina really closed her eyes, took out Yeleninka's ribbon from my bag, and without a moment's hesitation tied it around the girl's head. The Great One said that this was a gift for whomever I believed worthy of it. At first, I wanted to give the ribbon to Anastasia, but the paladin already had many rare treasures. As for Barcina, I thought that with her deed, the girl had proven herself quite sufficiently. Unbelievable, uttered Stacy, syllable by syllable. The Great One's ribbon. Man, sometimes I want to nail you down so I can have a good dig through your bag so badly I can barely restrain myself. Then let's swap, I parried straight away. I will give you complete access to my sack and properties, but then you, naturally, must do the same. I bet that picking through your properties would be easily as interesting as just watching you next to me. Could be. Anastasia's face broke in a smile. I will consider your offer. Although suggesting to a girl to appear practically naked before a man, even if she knows him quite well, is not worthy of a knight. When you dig up a knight, do let me know. I'll have a good look at him, at least. Barca, I turned to the girl, you deserve this gift. Wear it with honor. Does this mean we've completely freed all the Patriarch's warriors?
Yes, enemy.
Instead of the dumbfounded druid, the next answer came from the vampire, who immediately began to command his forces.
The first group carry away the left side, the second the right, the third the center, and the torture room, where some of our brothers still remain. Quick, before Midial gets here.
After that he turned to me with a smirk.
Your clan has fulfilled my condition, so I will tell the Siren and my son of Guernica's source of power. After all, they are the ones who saved my warriors, while you, as befits an enemy, were sitting in the Greylands and awaiting revival.
Oh, really? The words of the Patriarch cut me. To be more exact, they enraged me and made my blood boil, causing me to completely lose my balance and, in general, turn off my brain. The parole conditions state that I can't attack NPCs and other players first, do they? Who cares? I'm going back to the mines anyway. What difference would one charge less or one charge more make? I wasn't in the least daunted by the Patriarch's 500 levels. I felt I could shred him with my bare hands right now. You shouldn't have said that, you crooked-toothed bastard. Defend yourself. My vision was darkened with uncontained fury, and I headed straight for the Patriarch. I wanted only one thing: to catch this impudent traitor and tear him apart with my bare teeth, rip his throat out, and make sure his head landed straight in the refuse heap. Some messages were flashing in chat, but I ignored them. I was completely engulfed with rage. Nothing existed except for the smirking vampire, who was suddenly standing right by the castle wall, and the 30 meters lying between me and just retribution.
"Stand still, you coward! Fight me!"
I growled in a terrible voice as the Patriarch shifted, lightning fast, to the opposite wall. Another 100 meters? No matter. I'm not lazy. I'll take a walk. Although, why walk when I can fly? I picked the Patriarch as my target, pushed the ground away, and flew towards him. The ground sped under me as if I was on a griffin, but I couldn't be bothered to pay too much heed. I almost fell a few times, but then I unfurled my cape, which immediately lifted me back up.
"You're mocking me!"
This was no shout. This was a roar. The vampire evaded me again and immediately headed straight to the farthest wall of the castle. 500 meters! He's so damn fast. I'll never catch up. I had to think of something, otherwise I'd be chasing this bloodsucker to kingdom come. As I flew up, just as well the cloak did the job as wings, I once again saw the grinning patriarch. Now this really is strange. He's 500 meters away, but I can still see his sly mug. Should I fly there? I don't think so.
To me, slave.
After descending to the ground, I looked in the direction of the patriarch. Right now, I didn't have a shred of doubt that he would be unable to disobey my order. He had no choice. The order came from his master. I, the patriarch of vampires of the Rear-de-Lox clan, said the satisfied-looking vampire solemnly when he appeared next to me and bent to his knees, swear a vassal's oath to the new lord. Now and henceforth, my life is in your paws and claws, and you are free to do with it as you please. I'm sorry, master, but after the siren's words, I had to follow the order of my former lord and provoke you to aggression. I understand that you are still young, but we cannot wait for you to reach level 100. There is just too much to be done right now. Feel free to take my life if that would placate you. The patriarch bowed down and prostrated himself on the ground. I stepped forward and put my paw on his head. If I pressed it now, there would be one less vampire in Barleona. They are, of course, useful creatures, but they're too much hassle when it came to honor and duty. "Dragon!" Anastaria's voice came from somewhere to the side of me, snapping me out of my musings, whether to kill the patriarch or not. "How about you fight someone who didn't swear an oath to you?" I turned around and couldn't help hissing. A real siren was standing before me. She had a long tail like the Nagas, a beautiful bare body, covered only with shells on her chest, an enormous trident aimed at me, and cold blue eyes. One of my ancient enemies. "Man, snap out of it!" A bunch of tiny people appeared next to the siren. I'll have to squash them later. "Well, handsome, shall we dance?" smiled the siren, and immediately attacked. The trident glinted a few millimeters from my eyes, leaving a painful scratch on my nose. This was just too much. I turned away from the patriarch, who was instantly joined by his uninitiated son, and focused on the siren. The enemy is fast and experienced, but she has nothing that could beat me, a dragon. I soared into the sky and planned to swoop down on top of the hated creature, when suddenly a mithril net sparkled and bound itself around my wings. That fiend! The subdued thump of my hulk hitting the ground was probably heard all the way to Dragonholm. "Stupid little lizard." The siren walked up to me, chuckling. I tried to hit her with my tail, but got even more tangled in the net. "Did you really think that you would be able to best me just because you've sprouted some wings? Naive little kid. You will have much to learn before you can enter your second essence,
or learn how to retain your memory. So for now, we shall have to wait a bit and have a chat once things calm down a little. There are 3 minutes left, so stop wriggling already. You'll break your wings off, and then we won't hear the end of it. Lie still. There was little I could do but give the siren a thoroughly hate-filled look. Why aren't you finishing me off? It would be so easy to do right now. Just lift my head and plunge her trident into my soft neck. And that'd be it. That would end the dragon. And in general, Anastasia looked somehow unpleasant in this guise. Compared to her unearthly beauty as a human, now the girl's face. And where are her brown eyes? And I thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Ah, Klutzer walked up to me with strangely thoughtful gaze. Why is he so weird and mysterious? Damn, I was trying to take down the patriarch. "Have you recovered?" asked Barsina with her slight lisp. "Can we untangle you or keep you lying down a bit longer?" "Untangle, please," I mumbled, trying to understand what had just happened. As soon as the net fell off me and Eric gave me his hand to help me up, total message chaos appeared before my eyes. "You managed to attain your second nature. From this moment on, you have the ability to transform into a dragon. Transformation time, 5. Dragon rank, minutes. Number of transformations, dragon rank, per day. You must learn to control yourself in your new guise. Otherwise, you will be turned back into a human through divine intervention. A new additional stat has been unlocked for your character. Dragon rank, current value, 1. Your reputation with the vampires of Barleona has been changed to esteem. Your character's race has been updated. Current race, dragon." "Now I am no longer concerned for my son," smiled the patriarch, appearing next to me. "Man, I've sworn an oath to you, and now none of Barleona's vampires will be able to harm you. Forgive me once again, but under Aranoxotolicus's orders, I had to provoke the uninitiated dragon, forcing him to reveal his nature. He foretold such an eventuality. At first I thought that he meant your totem, but now I can see that I was mistaken. Remain here with my son, and I will teach you the ability to open the door into the world of dragons. Everything I know of Garanika's power I will pen down in a document today and send to the Emperor and the Dark Lord, with a note that it was you and your clan that helped me come to this decision. Garanika is pure evil, and he needs to be destroyed, so I cannot stand idly by." "How touching!" We were interrupted by an unpleasant, undulating voice coming from the biggest building in the castle. "A dragon! A siren! Vampires! One big happy family of near-extinct circus freaks! You dared to attack my castle! You dared to attack my master! You dared to free my slaves! Well, I may not have a single warrior left, but you will not leave this place alive!" As soon as the last word sounded in the air, dark shadows shot from the hands of 500-level Midial, the dark priest of the fallen, and sped towards us. Damn! Looks like I'm getting sent for respawn today after all. Chapter 13. The Judgment of the Goddess. And we were so close.
Anastasia managed to chuckle as the shadows sped towards us. I had neither the ability nor, strangely enough, any desire to try and defend myself from attacks of a 500-level mob. We've already done so much in the Dark Forest that now, when only one fight remained until the end of the scenario, there seemed little we could do other than give up. It was impossible to beat Midial with our group, and aside from myself, Anastasia could see this too, as she calmly watched the flying shadows. No commands, no bubble, nothing. The phantoms covered the remaining distance, tarrying a few meters away from us as if readying for a decisive strike, and then flew towards us like lightning. I readied myself for a wave of pain. My endurance still hadn't reached the necessary 500 points, after all. Almost feeling the shadows already cutting into me, so I instinctively closed my eyes. Reflexes. No getting around them. Boom! Ding! Crack! Midial. Instead of pain, there came a lingering and confident voice, which sounded so familiar. I opened my eyes and looked around. A golden dome appeared around us, against which the shadows were beating without causing us any harm. The patriarch vanished into thin air, probably preferring to watch the duel from a distance than being part of it, and a few meters away from us there stood Elizabeth, in full battle attire of the High Priestess. As unbalanced and self-centered as I remember, time had not changed you at all. High Priestess, spat out the fallen priest, and then a pleased smirk appeared on his face. So good of you to honor me with your presence. I had long wanted to thank you for allowing me to keep my position. This led to your successor sending me to the Dark Forest. Only thanks to this did I become the right hand of the Lord of Shadow. You are mistaken, Midial, and time has come to pay for your mistakes. I am here to bring you before the judgment of Illuna. Your goddess has no more power over me. I do not fear her judgment. As for you, you should not have stepped into my castle. Only death awaits you here. This is the place of my strength, where your tricks are powerless. You are right. She should not be doing this alone. Vibrations filled the surrounding world, and then the closest wall of the castle flew apart, revealing the guardian of the Dark Forest. The oak majestically shifted into the castle courtyard, having wiped out several buildings in its path, and stopped by Elizabeth's side. The time has come for you to answer for your sins. There was a flash of lightning, and Ishni appeared next to the guardian. The unicorn bore no traces of her 10 years of imprisonment in the Castle of the Fallen. In a few hours, the guardian managed to fatten up the beastie, give her a good clean, and heal all her wounds. The only thing still clearly visible was the ring still encircling her horn. I don't know if anyone else noticed, but the Deliverers of the Throne symbol we had is gone now. Is that normal? Wrote Leide. I just have this gut feeling that we won't be getting any money out of all of this. How nice! The log with the pony, smiled Midial. Do you really think that you can beat me? Ha! And by the way, High Priestess, where did you learn to make a dome like that? I thought there was no defense from my servants. No matter. You have come to me yourselves, so now I won't need to roam around Barleona trying to catch you one by one. Die!
Midial uttered a few broken phrases, almost doubled in size, and a dark circling cloud appeared over him, with lightning repeatedly striking the priest's outstretched arms. A few moments went by, and the entire body of the 500-level NPC was lit up by shifting electric charges. Flashes of lightning, like wriggling worms, began to gather between the priest's hands, turning into a sphere swathed in moving, oily patches. There was a clap, and electrified shadows were flying in our direction. Once again, tarrying before the golden sphere, which expanded about 2 meters away from each player, the new phantoms swept it aside like a piece of fluff and moved on to finish us off, utterly defenseless as we were. Boom! Ding! Crack! What? This is impossible! Came the shout from the fallen priest when the electric shadows crashed into an off-blue dome. A defense was once again put up around us, and, judging by Elizabeth's surprised look, this was not her doing.
You were right, Harbinger, to call us here.
The Emperor of Malabar, standing side by side with the Dark Lord of Cardus, leveled a heavy gaze at Midial. Cornic, wearing the same rags in which he escaped from the torture room, leaning on his staff and limping with his left leg, which was twisted in an unnatural fashion, hobbled over to Ishni. The unicorn looked at the Harbinger, its horn began to glow, and then the goblin's leg took back its original shape.
This sentient has completely lost any semblance to a human being, turning into a monster. Right now we have no way of discovering the reason why he changed, so we simply have to deal with the existing facts. Midial has to be destroyed.
Why go far looking for a reason? A message from Klutzer appeared in clan chat. A difficult childhood and wooden toys nailed to the floor.
You will still fail,
shouted Midial as he started to send shadows in every direction.
You will all perish, and I will become the sole ruler of Barleona.
The boys had it, whispered Anastasia, when a dark sphere appeared around Midial and immediately began to shrink. The shadows were unable to overcome the new barrier, bouncing off its walls and going into Midial. When it touched the priest's body, the sphere stuck to him and repeated his silhouette. It reminded you of a vacuum bag for food storage, but with an NPC instead of a piece of fish or meat inside it.
By the power given to me by the gods of light, uttered the Emperor as soon as the sphere stopped moving, I strip this sentient of all magical powers and sentence him to eternal imprisonment at the center of the earth. By the power given to me by the dark gods, said the Dark Lord, I strip this sentient. By the power given to me by nature, added the Guardian, I strip this sentient.
The sentence has been heard and confirmed, came a heavy, metallic voice, like from some antique robot that had just learned to speak and shouted something into a megaphone.
The sentence will be carried out immediately."
Midial's body curved, as if struck by an electric charge, and the dark sphere fell apart, freeing the priest. But straightaway light began to shine out of his mouth, eyes, nose, hands, and feet, as if a million candles lit up inside him. With a silent scream, Midial was gradually turned into a bright star, was lifted up several meters in the air, and blew up in a spectacular firework. The cleansing of the Dark Forest quest has been completed. Please contact the Guardian for your reward. The fallen priest Midial, who decided to turn the Dark Forest into a cursed one, has been forever expelled from this world. The quest has been completed by 100%. Reward: the second part of the Dark Forest Guardian's gift, if the first part is already in your possession, plus 500 reputation to all encountered factions, plus 40 to any main stat, plus 10 character levels. Quest: Restoration of a Holy Relic, Step 3. The return of the Stone of Light has been completed. Please contact the High Priestess of Eluna for your reward. The fallen priest Midial has been expelled from this world. The quest chain has been completed by 100%. Reward for completing Step 3, plus 1 level, plus 500 to reputation with the priestesses of Eluna, plus 100 to reputation with Goddess Eluna. Reward for quest chain: 6 flasks of living water, Eluna's Blessing, 3rd rank.
"That's that. One less enemy to worry about," said the Emperor, as soon as I finished reading the text. "You know, Mayan, I almost came to terms with the thought that Slate will become my son-in-law, and planned to make the announcement at the upcoming tournament, but you decided to send him to the Greylands. What will I say to Tisha when she asks how her betrothed is getting on?"
"Begging your pardon," said Anastasia, "but what you just said is very surprising. Slate stayed in the tent when we went to look at the castle, and he wasn't here when the battle started. First Eluna, then you. Can you please tell us why you believe him dead and Mayan to be responsible for his death?"
The Emperor looked at the girl for a few moments, waved his hand, and a projection of the extermination of the players appeared in the air. "Ha ha ha!" Garanika's pleased laughter sounded through the forest. "When I've finished training Mayan, you'll become my next apprentice. Go, get your loot." The Lord of Shadow turned to me and said, "You have the right kind of subordinates, apprentice. You shall all aid me in bringing the entire Barleona to its knees. Let us continue." The frozen players flew up into the air, slowly moving in the direction of the castle, so there was little else I could do except to keep striking left and right. A butcher shaman, sure as rain. The image gave a sudden jerk and sped into the depths of the dark forest. Everything was covered with the players' frozen bodies, which were slowly moving towards the castle. Now I could really see the amount of work I would have been stuck with if Garanika hadn't destroyed all the players who chose to carry out the Emperor's order. 40,000 characters took up a hell of a lot of space. My arm would have fallen off. The image once again jerked and quickly descended, and all of us saw our camp where we left Slate. Going through the walls of the tent, as if it was a veil of mist, we beheld the prince.
With a petrification debuff and glassy eyes, he hung above the ground, repeatedly hitting his head against the wall of the dwelling as he tried to get outside and fly up to the castle. After he hit himself 4 times, Slate backed off, preparing for a 5th, froze in the air, and disappeared without a trace, if you don't count a handful of gold coins that he received in the course of the trip raining down on the 10th floor. But what has Mayan got to do with this? Anastasia couldn't help exclaiming as soon as the video stopped. Garanika was the one using the mass destruction spell.
He had a choice, replied the Emperor, either to be sent for rebirth or to the mines. This is what Mayan chose, and will therefore stand trial. Enough of this. Iluna herself decided to preside over the trial, because Mayan has transgressed against something sacred. The great Yalaninka was protected by everyone, even by the vampires and the berserkers. But now the truth behind her death has been revealed to us. She was destroyed by a shaman who came from our time. Harbinger, the Emperor addressed Cornic, release the elementals. It is time they went home. High Priestess, Lapiest and his warriors are on you. Bring them back under the wing of the faith. Guardian, destroy the castle, raze it to the ground, plant trees over it so that no memory remains of the fallen. Treachery should be rooted out without mercy. As for you, the Emperor turned towards my clan, there's no place for you in the Malabar Empire. I'm very sorry, renowned one. The Emperor looked at Anastasia. But you've made your choice when you refused to stop the traitor. You shall be allowed to return to Anhurs and collect your belongings. After this, the Empire will be forever closed to you. I'm done here. Traitors who have ignored the Emperor's orders are not welcome in Cartus either, added the Dark Lord. You may join the ranks of my armies, but only as ordinary soldiers, without any titles or privileges. You will have to prove yourself deserving of advancement, but the traitor himself will remain banned from Cartus. The Lord looked at me. I hope you stay at the mines forever.
Why did the chicken cross the forest? Came Barsina's profound statement. If I only knew 2 weeks ago that I'll end up getting kicked out of everywhere.
You are right, my son, said the Emperor after some thought. Banishment is too lenient a punishment for these offenders. You may remain in the Empire. Nati looked at the stunned players, but only as ordinary residents. Your reputation with all factions will be nullified, all your achievements erased, and all your first kills removed. Only then you could still count yourselves Malabar citizens. Everyone was due a reward for the cleansing of the Dark Forest and victory over Midial. Guardian and High Priestess, by the power bestowed on me by the gods of light, I abolish it. These sentients do not deserve to be rewarded.
As you command, Your Majesty. Elizabeth bowed her head. You hold no power over the Dark Forest, and the gods of light had helped me as much as those of darkness, said Ishni. It doesn't matter what this sentient had done. A green wreath appeared above my head.
But he saved my forest, freeing me and helping me to survive. He will receive a reward from the Guardian, and no emperor would dare hinder us in this.
You know, I'm beginning to like the fact that we failed to become the deliverers of the throne. Looks like this new emperor turned out to be one heck of a bastard.
Plinto summed up current developments.
Man, just make sure you get out of prison. The freelands have very many dukedoms and earldoms. We can be independent. From what we've just seen, guardians are easier to deal with than the Emperor and the Dark Lord. I just don't get one thing. Why come down on us with such extreme penalties?
It's simple, wrote Anastasia. Remember the discovery of the Undermountain Kingdom?
You think that...
I know it. That's it. Don't get in the way of enjoying the show. I don't remember when I've been brought quite so low. The main thing now would be not to crack. Man, I love you. Oops, I meant I'll kill you.
The Dark Forest is under your power, replied the Emperor, having come to some decision. If you believe them worthy of a reward, that is your choice.
Anastasia, approach me, said Ishni. It was only thanks to your advice that the Dark Forest had gained its freedom.
The Guardian's branches began to move, descending towards Anastasia, and a shining bastard sword appeared in the girl's hands.
Glavendir, the legendary sister of Navendir, the sword of Commandant, said Ishni. Siren, you have done the impossible when you summoned Iluna, so you are worthy of the unbelievable. Barsina,
the unicorn turned to the druid.
Approach me.
Calling up each member of the clan in turn, Ishni handed them their rewards, items that were in no way mentioned in the quest description. The Guardians handed everyone scabbards to go with the wooden daggers, and the players glowed brightly as they received the additional 10 levels. But when Plinto's turn came, for the first time I witnessed genuine surprise on his usually grinning face. Or rather, it went something like this. Ages ago, I watched some anime cartoons, which always had girls with huge eyes running around. Now I realized that those girls had unremarkable narrow slits compared to Plinto. When 2 uniquely named knives were lowered into his hands, the rogue lost the power of speech. Looking in turn at the knives and at the Guardian, Plinto tried to thank him for such an impressive gift, but could only manage some hoarse grunting. If I got it right, some player got seriously lucky, and my rogue will be returning those looted legendary daggers to him.
Man, approach me.
It was now finally my turn to take part in the Guardian bonus time. As soon as I came up to the unicorn, the system asked me to choose one of the main stats into which to dump the additional 40 points. I picked Intellect, waited for the light from the 10 new levels to stop blazing around me, and, waving away the message that I still had 390 unallocated stat points, looked at the silent Ishni. She started speaking to the other players straight away, but in my case... Or did it just seem that way if you were observing these things from outside?
Shaman, who went against everyone and everything, began the unicorn, but then again fell silent, carefully looking into my eyes. What was she trying to find in there?
Signs of intelligence?
I had once known your ancestors, and one of them was even my friend.
Wow, this hoofed beastie is pretty ancient. If she remembers dragons, she must be at least 10,000 years old.
Please give back the first earring. You are worthy of a better reward than this.
Now it was my turn to look like a cartoon character, in the sense of being a picture of wide-eyed surprise. Ishni is telling me to return the earring? This is entirely unheard of in terms of how quests and scenarios are supposed to go. NPCs had no right to just take the already given reward off you. That only happened in the event of direct intervention of the corporation representatives. Does this mean that everything that's been happening in the Dark Forest has been closely monitored by specially trained administrators? Then I simply don't get why I'm being sent to the mines. The administrators could have intervened at any point and told me that from now on the scenario will develop without a shaman-shaped chief cook and bottle washer. It's not like they would set everything up just so that I went back to prison. I took the earring off and handed it to the unicorn. If I was being watched and certain actions were expected of me, there was little sense in digging in the heels. A small oak branch carefully lowered itself to my hand and absorbed the earring, and then slowly, as if it never sped away from me like a frightened little dog 2 weeks ago, returned to the guardian.
Shaman, Ishni continued, by combining my horn with the tear and the ring of Iluna, you created an object capable of destroying Garanika's dagger and saving an empire of your choice. I heard the Emperor's words and realize what kind of punishments await you and your people. You've saved me, so allow me to help you. Take my horn and give it to one of the emperors. Whatever transgressions you may have committed in the past, everything would be forgiven to the deliverers of the throne. Touch my horn, and it shall be yours.
I knew it! Immediately came a message from Anastasia. Everything that Nati was saying is part of the scenario. He wouldn't do anything bad to his saviors, and NPCs of his level don't keep grudges. Check and mate. Man, you did it! If I take your horn, what will happen to you? I decided to ask, just in case, when my hand treacherously stretched to the coveted means of deliverance and glorification.
Do you know what makes me different from the Emperor, the Dark Lord, or the Lord of Shadow? I know the truth. It is always apparent to me, instead of just being somewhere close by. I have no need to call on higher powers to find out some details of the past. Remember Yeleninka and her decision. If you take the horn, you will destroy me. But I am ready for that. To go to my rest, knowing that the dark forest would soon regain its former grandeur, would be a fitting recompense for all my efforts and sufferings. The Guardian will find a new heart. You will get the reward you deserve, and I will finally meet my ancestors. Go on, dragon. You deserve this prize. Man, I don't like your hesitation. Take the horn. It's about time we became heroes."
As usual, Anastasia was in her element. Rewards, glory, and honor. That's our stuff.
"I agree," typed Plinto. "If this was real, I would have given it some further thought. But this is a game, don't forget that. Grab the horn and let's be off to Anhurst. The Dark Legion will still be in Malabar for a whole week, and I'd like a stab at hunting my former buddies."
Klutzer, Eric, and Leite wrote similar messages, effectively handing the unicorn the death sentence. Only Barsina remained. I looked at her and saw that the druid had tears in her eyes. As she met my gaze, the girl very slightly shook her head, as if begging me not to do what everyone was expecting me to. Well, well, a mercenary who plays in order to earn a living is prepared to give it all up for some NPC. What is the world coming to? "Thanks for the offer," I replied to the unicorn, achieving an incredible feat of willpower in pulling my hand away from the horn. "But I don't like to destroy what I've worked so hard to achieve. It is, of course, an appealing course of action to free the Emperor's throne and become a hero of the Empire. But who would heal the Dark Forest? Ishni, this is your task, and it's wrong to try and shift it onto the fragile branches of the Guardian. As soon as you restore everything to its former state, populate the forest with animals, destroy this cursed mist, and clear out the brambles, you can come and hand in that horn to me. But until then, you've got the wrong guy for that here." I didn't even look at the exploding clan chat, moving it to the periphery of my vision. Judging by the fact that Anastasia, who could keep her typing entirely unnoticeable before, is no longer trying to conceal the fact that Plinto is laughing like a madman, and my 3 officers are staring at yours truly with dropped jaws and uncomprehending eyes, chat doesn't contain anything useful or interesting. It's just as well that Anastasia has enough self-control to be silent, pouring all her efforts into writing messages. After all, I'd just destroyed everything that she had worked so hard to achieve in the last 12 years of the game. Reputation, first kills, attractiveness. Just a few moments ago, the great Anastasia became an ordinary player within the Sea Thistles clan. Admittedly, this would be enough to push any player over the edge, because I didn't expect Anastasia to opt for destroying the unicorn. Ishni spent some time looking at me, or rather, through me, as the imitator came to terms with the fact that it wasn't quite game over for it just yet. Finally, the NPC's gaze focused, and a smile appeared, if a horse's head could even have such an expression, on Ishni's nose. "I heard you, dragon, and will honor your decision. I will restore the Dark Forest and then come to you, and we will speak of the fate of the horn once again. But this will not happen earlier than in a few years' time. I will not be able to manage it any faster. Now, I have nothing to offer you as a reward. The earrings aren't enough, and the horn has turned out to be too much. I have nothing that would be of use to you, except possibly Ishni uttered the last phrase in a thoughtful voice, breaking off mid-sentence. "Except possibly what?" I repeated, lifting my eyebrows and moving slightly forward, inviting the unicorn to finish her thought. "You have 2 types of figures from the Commandant chess set. This isn't a question, it's a statement. If, after the trial to which the Emperor referred, you shall not be destroyed," character deletion for normal players, and mines until the end of the sentence for prisoners like myself, "you must travel to one rather interesting place. It is being protected by powerful guardians, but should you be able to overcome them, at its very heart you will find a chest with precious stones. Although you shall receive them in a partly worked state, they would allow you to create the missing chess pieces." Game World maps updated. Your maps have been updated with the mark of the Scrooge dungeon. Mark number 3.
"Are you finished now?" asked the Emperor when Ishni fell silent and stepped back a few paces. "In that case, if no one else here wants to bestow gifts upon this sentient, I shall send him to the Pryke mine, where he will stay until the trial, and the remaining Sea Thistles clan, present here in its entirety, to Anhurst to be kept under guard. Their fate will be decided later. That is all, and my decision will be carried out immediate—" "Stop!" There was a flash of dark lightning, and we saw the head of the Reardalox clan standing before us. "I, too, have a couple of words for the free citizens present here." "Patriarch?" asked the Emperor in surprise. "I always thought that you were just an embellished bedtime story. Now it's clear how Plinto became a higher vampire. So, you finally found yourself a son. Do you not fear the prophecy?" "I've lived for too long in this world to fear old wives' tales," smirked the vampire, showing his fangs. "I'm sure that my son will walk this path with honor." "Your son will be stripped of everything," interjected the Dark Lord, now giving Plinto a somewhat appraising look. "Although Cartus can ensure that part of his former glory will be preserved if he chooses to become one of us." "You interrupted me," said the Emperor, switching the conversation back from the Plinto tangent. "You must have a very substantial reason, otherwise "Otherwise you what?" The Patriarch interrupted the Emperor again, pointedly raising his eyebrows. "Your Majesty will turn up with an armed host in the dark forest? Or send free citizens in for my head? We are of equal status, O short-lived one. Your several centuries will fly past me like a brief moment, and tomorrow I will no longer remember who Naughty was. What's the point of all this empty talk? I want to talk with my son and with Mayen, and not a single mortal will leave the dark forest until I do so." "How dare you!" roared the Emperor, and immediately unleashed flashing lightning bolts from his hands. The Patriarch chuckled when the lightning struck his body, and, instead of writhing in pain and begging for mercy, lightly waved his hand, interrupting the lightning and knocking the Emperor over. "Father, you are overwhelmed with emotions, and they've clouded your mind," said the Dark Lord, as soon as the Emperor got back on his feet. Regain your composure, as it befits a monarch, and you will see that the Patriarch is within his rights now. The free lands do not belong to us. Here, guardians and beings such as him hold power here. He cannot go against the will of the gods, so you will take Mayan and his clan, but you can't hinder their conversation."
The Emperor spent a few moments looking angrily at the pleased vampire, and then bowed courteously and said,
"I thank the Patriarch for this lesson. On behalf of the Malabar Empire, please accept my apologies, and I hope that my ill-judged action will not affect your attitude to my subjects. Please, these sentients are now at your disposal."
The Emperor politely waved in our direction and took a few steps backwards. Only now did it occur to me to look at the attractiveness with each of those present, in view of the freshly docked reputation. The Emperor was at 0, even the minimum 20 points necessary for an NPC to regard you as a person and not a bad-smelling pile of something, was gone. The Dark Lord, 0. Same story. The Patriarch, 50. Not bad. He may even hand me a quest. Although, what am I on about? The Guardian, not available. All right, moving on. Ishni, 100. Ooh, the horsey likes me. At least someone isn't treating me like an enemy. Elizabeth, 100. What? Come again? The High Priestess's properties, attractiveness, 100 points. Don't get it. Does this mean that if I manage to make it to Beth, she could give me a quest? Sweet! And most amazingly, I have no idea what I had to thank for such good fortune. "Son," the Patriarch spoke to Plinto first, "now you will be taken for the judgment of the extent of your guilt of the death of Yalaninka and Slate. But I know that the Emperor has no right to lock you up in prison. However, because you haven't yet been trained, the sun will kill you once you leave the dark forest. Take this cloak. Wearing it with its hood over your head will enable you to survive. Remember that you have a lot to learn, so I shall be expecting you back. Also, take this one-way portal scroll to my castle. Come back when you realize that there is nothing more to keep you in Anhurs."
"Thank you,"
was Plinto's brief reply, as he hid the scroll in his bag and put the cloak over himself.
"I will be certain to come back."
"Siren." The Patriarch turned to Anastasia, who was perfectly calm now. "I would be glad to see you at my castle as soon as your fate is decided. Here's a portal scroll." The Patriarch handed the scribbled means of instant transport to the girl. "If you feel you need to know more about your race than you can find out in the libraries of Malabar or Cartus, come to me. Trust me, I will be able to surprise you." Right now, I was ready to give the vampire one huge hug, fangs and all. My dull gaze of a finished man, who had withdrawn deeply within himself, had now changed to the inquisitive and lively look, ubiquitous throughout Barliona, indicating readiness to seek out an advantage even in apparently hopeless situations. "Barsina." The Patriarch made a similar offer to visit his castle, to my entire clan, leaving me, as usual, for the last.
Mayan.
The vampire flashed a smile as he stood opposite me.
I will not be inviting you, because I know that should the need arise, you will find me. Here's your portal scroll. I don't like going back on my word, so the information about Garanika's power will now be sent to the Emperor and the Lord of Cartus. But right now, I think it would be worth recounting it out loud. It all began long ago, when dragons still lived in Barleona, and gods walked among mortals as if they were equals, teaching and mentoring them. The Dark Forest, or, as it was called then, Lightswood, was home to one extremely mysterious creature. The second son of Barleona's creator lived here.
"Father!" The thunder-like shout sent cracks through the walls on an enormous alabaster white hall. The armor-clad guards gripped their pikes, hoping that today the god's tantrum would end as quickly as all the others. Stepping behind the massive pillars that held up a vaulted ceiling, the guards looked on in horror at the blood-drenched mosaic floor of the main hall of Lightswood. Being unlucky enough to catch the eye of Hereshess right now could easily mean joining those 43 unfortunates whose blood had covered the mosaic depicting the creation of the world. The terrible thing that set the teeth of battle-hardened Nagas on edge, making their tails twitch in wild panic, was that the blood on the floor did not congeal, but was being gradually absorbed by the enormous throne, cut out of snow-white stone. The kneeling man, if such a term could be used for this creature, was swaying from side to side, his hands covering his face, as if he'd just heard the news of the most devastating loss in his life. The wailing, mixed with hoarse growling and curses hurled at all living things, made the guards hide deeper and deeper behind the pillars. Today, the Lord's outburst had lasted particularly long. This could mean real trouble. "Father, what is all of this for? Why did you leave this world to me? I don't need it. I hate Barleona."
"Brother!"
A lightning flashed, and next to the groaning lord of Barleona there appeared, shining like the morning sun, Eversquitor, the eldest son of the world's founder. "You speak sedition! How can you, having given life to an entire host of gods, hate what Father had created?" "A host of gods?" Concealed by a dark cloak, the god quickly jumped up, and in one barely perceptible movement, as if he momentarily spread his wings, was suddenly facing his brother. Eversquitor wrinkled his brow, but his gaze didn't flinch. The lines of blood that emanated from the black abyss of Hereshess's eyes against his completely white, chalk-like face looked terrifying. "Oh, yes, the names that carry true joy to the world. Tartarus, Sotan, Asmodeus. My creations are being cursed by all the sentient races, begging your Illuna for protection. I hope that the day would come when my creations from beyond the confines of Barleona would find a crack in the defense of this world and gladden everyone with their presence. But you know that this will never happen. Father had forbidden us to interfere in the affairs of this world. Yet for each of your monsters I will create a hero. Tell me,
What had disturbed you so now?"
"Disturbed?" Heresius laughed hysterically. "No, brother. I am calmer than ever. Today my plan will finally be accomplished."
"Are you at it again? You killed me hundreds of times, but I returned every time. Please understand, brother. We cannot retire to our rest as our father did. He was whole, but we are whole only together."
"That means that we have to be united,"
came the dark god's conclusion, after which he shouted,
"Rear-de-Lux, you know what to do."
A black shadow darted by, and a vampire appeared next to Heresius.
"I command the vampires to guard my throne and to hand it over to the Chosen One. From now on, you shall live forever."
Rear-de-Lux bowed, obediently accepting his master's decision. "I don't understand what it is that you've planned, brother," said Eversquitor, somewhat hesitantly. "Another death would bring nothing, and once again you shall be punished. What are you trying to achieve?" Heresius broke into an evil smile, moved his hand across his face, spreading apart his bloodied hair, disappeared, and emerged at his brother's back. "Death is just an end of a cycle," he whispered into the ear of the frozen Eversquitor. "You and I shall go further and break this vicious circle. I have conceived of a force that hates our world, hates it with its whole being. But the limitations set by our father would not allow it to wield power openly in Barleona. It needs a master and an ocean of energy. Rear-de-Lux, my pet vampire, will find this master, and our power will serve as this source for eternity. We will sink into non-existence and lose our essence. But then your beloved Barleona will also descend into shadow. This will not be darkness, no. This is something that hates both light and darkness in equal measure." Heresius embraced his brother and sat on the throne together with him. There was a bright flash, and no trace remained of the sons of Barleona's creator. They were absorbed. The previously white surface of the throne had become covered in shifting black blotches. It hummed like a hive full of agitated bees, but regained its former appearance just a minute later. The stone had accepted the gods. "You are mistaken, master," said the vampire, who appeared and was carefully examining the now levitating throne. "I happen to like this world, so I will not carry out your last order. I may pay with my life for this disobedience, but no mortal hand will ever touch your throne." My father kept his promise, and for many thousands of years I guarded the throne of the son of the Creator. 30 years ago, Garanika found me, coming in search of knowledge. I taught him everything I knew about shamans. But then Midial's group entered the dark forest, and the world came face to face with Hereshess's progeny. The throne had been stolen. They are yours now, Emperor. My thanks for letting me speak my fill. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to these sentients? Asked the Emperor, surveying those present.
Mayan, are you not reading the messages on purpose? Anastasia couldn't take it anymore. Send me the video before you're taken away.
Oops. I pulled the chat window back in its proper place and, as I sent the video to the girl, quickly glanced at the text there.
Mayan, send the video. Mayan, for heaven's sake, give the video before it's too late. You cack-handed shaman, I'll kill you. Give me the video.
And about 40 messages along those lines.
I don't know what you mean, Iluna's chosen, said the Emperor, so I'll take it that everyone has had their say. I, the Emperor of Malabar, accuse free citizen Mayan, the great shaman dragon, of killing the great Yalaninka, High Shaman Almas, and the future Prince of the Empire, Slate. Cornic, the Harbinger Shaman, will act as an additional accuser, bringing charges against Mayan of betraying the tenets of shamanism and destroying his totem, an original dragon. The trial over Mayan will take place this evening and will be presided over by the goddess Iluna.
No need to send anything, I've got it, came another message from Anastasia. Nothing like this has ever happened in my memory. You're lucky, dragon. If you manage to make it out of the mines, you owe me another incredible deed for everything I have been through and lost. I will tell you about it later when we meet.
Again, a bunch of secretive hints and omissions. I was about to write something like, "Sure, I'll just drop everything and start running around performing incredible deeds," when the surrounding world blinked and I felt a pain in my chest. Enormous 100-meter cliffs towering all over the mine perimeter. The overhanging rocky caps, the valley, divided in two by a fence, with the smithy and the barracks on one side and the sound of ringing picks on the other. The green grass, blue sky, and complete absence of dust. There was even a fresh breeze. The 3,800 reputation points of esteem with the guards had their benefits. I looked at the sign that hung over the administration building and chuckled at its fitting nature. No doubt about it. Welcome to the Prike Copper Mine. "Man?" The surprised exclamation of the guard tore me away from taking in the painfully familiar picture. "What are you doing here? You don't even have the mark of a criminal on you." "I'm happy to see you too, Bronx. I've just decided to take a break, visit my old acquaintances and see how they were getting on," I greeted the stocky guard, who was scratching his chin in surprise, unsure of how he was meant to behave himself with me. After all, Prike was a place for criminals, and here was a visitor who turned up outside the designated visiting days. This NPC's poor imitator probably deployed all its resources just to try to come to some kind of a decision. "How about you take me to the head of the camp? He can decide what should be done next." I dropped a hint to the guard, who just over half a year ago greeted me with a weapon pointed at my back. "That it?" said Bronx happily, when a logical chain formed within his head. Any new arrival, whoever he was, should be taken to the boss. He can figure out what I was doing here, while a guard's task was simple, to make sure that there were no obvious dirty tricks played at the mine.
Come, let me take you there, then. I bet you forgot the way already, eh?
The administration building didn't change from the time of my last visit. Elegant statues, paintings on the walls, a large crystal chandelier, carpets, carved wood, and a light, cool breeze. It was as if I never left here. I hesitated by the entrance of the mine governor's office. After all, the orc was a striking character who commanded respect. Shook my head, dismissing any inner quivers, and pulled the door handle. What must be, must be. You can't avoid the unavoidable, and if I'm back in Prike for a long time, I'll have to relearn how to deal with people here all over again.
Man,
sounded the low and calm bass of the governor the moment I stepped into the office. In the last 3 months since I've seen him, the orc didn't change a bit. Although, how could an NPC change? This is a game, after all.
The shaman who betrayed everything that shamans hold dear. The killer of Almas, his teacher, the great Yalaninka, and his own totem.
The orc spoke the words slowly, as if hammering yet another nail into the chain that was meant to hold me in Prike. And like an invisible weight, this chain pressed on me, pushing me to fall on my knees and squeal pitifully before the orc. A bit of déjà vu right there. Our very first meeting, when I failed to answer a direct question from the boss, didn't turn out that great either. I remember how I then for the first time came across the phenomenon of charisma. But now,
I can see someone already managed to snitch on me,
I growled, using all my strength to stay on my feet. With my mind, I understood that right now I was spoiling what was left of my relationship with the camp boss, and that if I do get stuck here for 7 years now, things were going to be far from easy for me. This is why the correct thing would have been to fall to the floor and hope that the governor would relent and turn off his pressure. Like hell I will. I'm a shaman, and have no intention of falling to the floor before some orc. For a few moments I fought the desire to curl up and whimper, and even almost came to terms with the weight, when I suddenly caught Prontho's eyes. I never thought that a gaze could be given the adjectives of stony, implacable, incontestable, but that was exactly the look the orc was giving me. If I thought that I had felt the effect of the governor's charisma prior to this, I was gravely mistaken. Now I had an idea of how Hercules must have felt when the dome of the sky was put on his shoulders. I may not have landed the job of the hero from ancient Greek myths, but that didn't make things any easier for me.
I do not need to read messages. I'm a shaman.
Had I not been exposed to the voices of the lieutenant, the general, and the patriarch in the last 2 weeks, I would have crumbled right now. NPCs sure like dropping a load of debuffs on you, as if it somehow makes a conversation easier for them. In your dreams. So, he's a shaman, is he? Then I'll surprise him. I'm not exactly some random noob either. If you're a shaman, then turn off your head and listen to yourself. Ooh, looks like I can match the orc in the growling department. We were still staring into each other's eyes, so I could think of nothing better than to start giving thought commands to him.
Bow before me, to your knees.
This was nonsense, of course, but I wasn't giving up without a fight, even if all the fighting only happened inside my head. The main thing was not to fall myself.
It matters little what I feel. The main thing is what you did.
Prontho had no intention of giving ground, and my silent commands, by the looks of it, were only the fruit of my fevered imagination.
Since when did High Shaman Prontho manage to turn into a mage?
My left foot traitorously bent, and I fell to one knee. Never mind. I can pretend that I'm honoring the rank of High Shaman. It's even easier to stand like this. The main thing was not to stop and to keep fighting.
Kneel. It is not for you to rebuke me, traitor.
Prontho interrupted me, almost shocking me into losing concentration, and fell to one knee. Can my commands be working after all?
I walked my path to the end, regardless of the consequences, and did not once betray the precepts of the Supreme Spirits. But you surrendered.
Getting each word out was a huge struggle. So at the end of my long speech, I couldn't help myself and fell to both knees. The orc continued piling on the pressure. No matter, I can do that too.
Bow to me. I did not surrender.
The governor tried to get to his feet, but as soon as he rose a little, both his legs gave way, and, like me, he ended up on his knees. For some time we were both silent, each forcing the other to completely fall to the floor, until I said,
Since you are still fighting, tell me what happened in the fight between you and Shyam.
I roared like a wild beast, and, not having the foggiest where I got all this strength, rose to my feet. My head was going into a crazy spin, like that of a completely unprepared person that swam 100 meters at his very top speed. The orc's office seemed to sway and distort, like in a curved mirror, but I remained upright. I was reeling, but still standing.
That's none of your business. Your business is to mine ore and be silent.
The orc tried to repeat my feat and get up, but as soon as he lifted his knee, he dropped to the floor like a broken doll.
Silent my ass, Mr. Tough Guy. I need to know what happened, and you will tell me everything.
These were the last words that I managed to utter before the world underhandedly began to swim, filled with dark colors, informed me that my charisma increased to 72 points, and turned off my consciousness. That's it. The shift is over. Only 2 hours remained to hand in the daily quota and eat. Otherwise, my stomach would kick the bucket and send me for respawn. I had to get up and go to Cart to get the ore. He's probably managed to buy some up by now. I'll have to make a few more rings in the evening. There's still a lot of names to get through on the buyer's list, But the first thing I had to do was to get up and make it in time for the meal. I rolled over to the side, pulled my legs under me, and leant with my arms on the floor. I was able to lift myself an entire 2 centimeters off the ground before a firework going off in my head threw me back down. My head was buzzing so loudly that it felt like 2 steam engines were chasing each other on old cracked tracks inside my skull. The train cars were jerking from side to side, threatening to topple over into a ditch, but the machinists were confidently driving their carriages along the brain, periodically picking up gray matter with their spades and throwing it into the fire. The train was doing well. It has something to run on, and I, as a prisoner, didn't really need much. The main thing was getting enough ore for the quota.
Get up. They've already opened the portal for you. You are expected at the trial.
The orc's low bass sent the machinists to their well-earned rest, allowing my head to clear up straight away. I'm in Prike. Cart's already been free for 4 months. I'm about to be tried, and just a short time ago the mine boss and I were attempting to see who was more well-endowed in the charisma department. My head was no longer buzzing, so I could get up and take a look around. Yeah, if I looked the same as the orc, I might easily disrupt the upcoming trial. Prontho's face consisted of one large bruise, looking like a herd of rhinos just trampled all over it. One of his eyes was so swollen that you could hardly see it anymore, and the scarce white hair of the governor was all messed up, as if he was following the latest fashion trend. Was this all the result of our confrontation? From what I could remember, I didn't touch the orc, let alone give him a good kicking.
This way.
Prontho pointed to the shimmering teleportation portal.
A herald came for you, saw how you looked, got me up, and ordered me to clean up the accused. Here, take this.
So it seems I was right in thinking that my appearance left much to be desired. Prontho handed me a flask with the elixir of full restoration, which would return the character's gaming avatar to its initial appearance. I drank half of it. That'll do for me, and handed the rest to the orc. He had no business appearing before the prisoners looking like that. It doesn't matter how many copies of the orc there were. I had one in front of me right now, and he had to maintain his authority. Accepting the flask, the governor drank its contents, no questions asked. You still could see some of the swelling, but his eye regained its natural appearance.
"That'll do,"
said Prontho, after looking me over carefully from every side.
"Now go. You shouldn't keep the Emperor waiting."
There was about 2 meters or 4 paces between me and the portal, but as soon as I crossed half of that distance, the orc spoke.
"While you are tying the strings on your shoes and coat, stop!"
barked the governor, when I took another step.
"It wouldn't be right to appear before the Emperor looking all shabby. So, while you are tidying yourself up, I think I will tell you a little story. Do tie up your coat while you're at it,"
suggested the orc, despite my coat being in an ideal condition and the small strings that hung on it just for decoration, clearly not untied in any way. But if the orc demands it, I should obey, especially since I was about to become a witness to a unique phenomenon. stories from the head of the Prike mine.
Once upon a time, there lived one naive shaman who believed in justice. He thought that if he combined the strength of several shamans and created a circle, he would have a chance of stopping a traitor who tried to end the lives of his own brothers. The naive shaman brought his proposal before the council, but was ridiculed by the head of the council, the traitor's brother. Shyam laughed at the idea and called the shaman a panic spreader. Knowing that this went against all the tenets of his ancestors, the naive shaman challenged the head of the council. He knew what a defeat might cost him, but he couldn't stand idly and watch Guernica destroying his brothers. As soon as the two rivals entered the ritual circle, the fight had commenced. Both the head of the council and the naive shaman were high shamans, so the result of the fight should have been decided by their combat prowess. Shyam was a weak high shaman, so after only 5 summonings he was thrown to the ground. All he had to do was finish him off, but the naive shaman hesitated. He still hoped that the head of the council made a genuine mistake, and there was no need to kill him. He really shouldn't have done that. Shyam jumped to his feet, grabbed the shaman, and strange dark phantoms spewed out of his hands. But these weren't spirits, because they cut through the defense as if it was never there. No one else saw these phantoms, but they were there. The naive shaman had lost, and Shyam decided to mock him, allowing him to live, but stripping him of his shamanism. That's the way the story goes. I hope that it helps you.
So Shyam used the shadows during his fight with Prontho? He's one of Guernica's followers. The head of the Shaman Council is a traitor. Update to the Restoration of Justice quest. The High Shaman Prontho told you the truth about the duel between him and Shyam. Address the Shaman Council and accuse Shyam of betrayal.
Right. Preening session over.
Prontho was done with his tale now.
They'll be getting impatient. Mayan.
I turned and looked into the gray eyes of the Prike mine governor.
They weren't torturing me for several months, trying to break me, so I'm capable of thinking clearly. Try to understand, Cornick, and prove to all of them that you deserve the title of Great Shaman. Go now.
The cold blue glow of the portal that surrounded me on every side couldn't wash off the warm feeling that arose in my chest. However the upcoming trial went, at least one high shaman believes in me, and this means that others may do too. I just needed time. The place where the portal took me looked nothing like a regular courthouse, such as the one in Anhurst. In the capital, the player was taken to an NPC judge, where, in an office, sitting behind an enormous table, the latter delivered the verdict: not guilty and free to go, or guilty and sentenced to community service. But here, after checking that video recording was still on, I looked around. If I was Gulliver, I might have thought that I was standing in the midst of a Lilliputian circus. A small arena, no more than 2 by 2 meters, covered in yellow sand, and seats placed around the entire perimeter. The bright light from 5 projectors was aimed straight at me, as if I was some actor whose performance was awaited by an audience. But some things were different, too. The arena was surrounded by a 1.5-meter tall wall, covered in shining spikes. These were probably in place to prevent the accused from escaping. There were just 2 rows of seats, all of which were currently occupied. The back rows, barely visible through the bright light of the projectors, were assigned to my clan: Anastaria, Plinto, Barcina, the officers. The future of these players was hanging on what the court was about to decide, and I thought that at this point nothing depended on me anymore. This was the revelation that struck me when I saw the eyes of those that occupied the front row: the Emperor, the Dark Lord, Cornic, the High Priestess, several advisors, and masters. They all looked at me as if the sentence has already been passed and not subject to appeal. I selected Anastaria and sent her the video that I recorded at Prike. If I was being sent for long rest at the mines right after all this, then all the privileges of a provisionally free citizen would disappear. "I promised you, shaman, that we would meet after you finish your assignments in the dark forest," came the voice of Iluna, and a second later the last free seat was occupied. The goddess arrived to dispense justice. "Nati, please announce the reason why this free citizen has appeared in my court." Rising from his seat, the Emperor announced,
"I, the Emperor of Malabar, accuse free citizen Mayan, the great shaman dragon, of killing the great Yalaninka, High Shaman Almus, and the future prince of the empire, Slight. Cornic, the harbinger shaman, will act as an additional accuser, bringing charges against Mayan of betraying the tenets of shamanism and destroying his totem, an original dragon. I am demanding his destruction."
"Cornic, do you confirm the words of the Emperor?" Iluna looked at the harbinger.
"Yes, goddess."
The shaman stood up and bowed to Iluna.
"This sentient destroyed everything which shamans believe in. There is no place for him in Barliona."
"Who will be defending Mayan's interests?" asked the goddess, and looked around those present. "Or shall I appoint a defender for him myself? Emperor?"
"I don't have any impartial subjects, goddess. The great Yalaninka is the symbol of Barliona, and not a single mortal would find it within himself her killer."
"In that case, we have to change the place of the hearing. I appoint Dragon Aranoxatolicus as the defender of this accused. Due to the existing limitations, he cannot enter our world, so we will travel to his."
Iluna closed her eyes and lifted her arms, and the surrounding world changed. There was glistening snow instead of the sand under our feet, chunks of stone instead of the chairs, and the walls changed to the cliffs of the world of the dragons. "My greetings to you, Iluna. I expected you and your subjects later,"
came Renox's slow growl, and an enormous green dragon landed on the modest-sized platform.
"Son,"
Renox greeted me with a slight nod.
"I see you just can't keep out of trouble, eh? Last time you gathered all the great heroes of Malabar, and now its rulers. I dread to imagine our next meeting. Will you be surrounded by gods, then? I, Emperor of Malabar, accuse free citizen Mayan."
Nati got up from his stone, repeating the words of the accusation.
"I, High Dragon Eranoxotolicus, refute the accusations of the Emperor and the Shaman Harbinger Cornic," said Renox solemnly. "As witnesses I shall call—" "Hi there, brother! Listen, Father told me that you learned how to transform. Can you show me?" "Oh."
Draco, who practically knocked me off my feet, froze and looked around, embarrassed.
"Sorry. Is this a bad time, Dad?" "Let me answer in your stead," replied a voice so familiar that I involuntarily started and then found myself staring at the high shaman who appeared from behind the rocks. Almus. "If you bypass all the expletives, it can be put very simply. You've ruined a very beautiful moment. You know," he turned to Renox, "I think I finally understand why Mayan managed to pick him. They're of one kind. Prohibitions? Rules? Restrictions? Nope, never heard of them." "But Almas," whined Draco, with a hurt look, curled around my feet and froze after hiding his head under his tail. The Emperor remained unperturbed and calm, since not a word was said now about Yalaninka and Slate. But Cornic was quite a sight. Everyone is familiar with the expression sheer shock, but it didn't cover even 1% of what the goblin was experiencing right now. His usual green color was all gone. Right now, we had a lobster-red sentient sitting in front of us who was striving with all his might to dissolve into his stone seat. "Shaman, you are not worthy. You betrayed everything." Well, well, it's good to come down to earth sometimes. "My first witness answered any relevant questions by his very appearance," continued Renox. "So I shall invite the second one. Iluna, if you please." The dragon bowed before the goddess and looked at her expectantly. "Archangel Yalaninka is being summoned as a witness." Iluna's voice echoed through the mountains. "You summoned me, Mother?" There was a clap, and a young woman appeared next to Renox. Her dazzlingly bright wings, seemingly breaking every law of physics, touched each of those present, completely restoring them and giving them several beneficial buffs. The silver-winged had turned into the bright-winged one. "Daughter, tell everyone of the last moments of your earthly life," asked the goddess. "An epidemic had struck Priant, and so I decided to risk a shortcut, flying right across the mountains. Halfway, the charge in the wings had run out, and I fell, managing to grab a ledge just at the right moment. I knew that my hour had come, but then I saw this human, dragon,
and asked his help. After this,
Yeleninka went on to tell everything that had happened during my first trial, adding her own sensations and emotions to the tale.
I jumped down, and right before I reached the ground, Iluna took me into her heavenly host. Thank you, my daughter. You may return now.
The goddess thanked her, and Yeleninka disappeared.
For a more complete picture,
came Renox's voice again, not allowing anyone to put in a word or share their feelings,
I shall summon the authors of the plan behind everything that was done by great shaman Mayan. I will admit that I was responsible for certain details, but the general concept and implementation entirely belongs to them. I am calling the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds as witnesses.
They are here,
uttered Cornic in a voice of one condemned to death,
to avoid traumatizing the free citizens who are not used to the shamanistic gods. The spirits will be speaking through me.
Cornic's eyes glazed over. He flew into the air, and the supreme spirits began their tale.
For a long time now, we have desired to understand the source of Garanika's power. A great shaman, which almost became a high one, at one point renounced us. This was strange and incomprehensible. We knew that the only sentient in Barleona capable of telling us about Garanika was the Patriarch, but we existed in different worlds and unworkable relations with him. Patriarch didn't trust anyone, so communicating with him would have been pointless. When Mayan entered the astral plane for the first time, breaking every possible shamanistic law by doing so, we were struck with an idea. In order to discover the enemy's power, we had to send him an apprentice. A sentient suitable for this role happened to be nearby, so we started to act. We knew that Mayan would have to renounce everything that he believed in 4 times: his race, his teacher, his totem, and his friend.
Cornic twitched, as if even through the Supreme One's control, the word friend meant a lot to him, and then continued to broadcast the spirits.
First of all, we deprived Mayan of the ability to summon his totem. There is no punishment for destroying a shadow in the astral plane. On the contrary, we were glad that the shaman found a creative way of destroying them, but we wanted to preserve his dragon. Then we sent him to Garanika, allowing him to throw a protective dome over him and removing an obstacle in the form of Plinto the Bloodied. That was the only thing we could do without getting detected by Garanika. Thus, we left Mayan alone and started to observe his actions. First came Yeleninka. Garanika wanted to send Mayan to a time when she was in her prime, but the High Dragon aided us. He corrected the flow of time
and Mayan ended up by Yalaninka at the time of her death. We thought that he would just turn away and allow her to fall, but you heard from the Archangel how it really happened. The second trial consisted of killing his first teacher. We had a chat with Almus, and since he's the only existing shaman illusionist, thought of a way to convincingly stage his death. Almus summoned a spirit with which Mayan had to fight, but instead of fighting, the would-be apprentice wanted to talk and risked failing the trial, so Almus attacked first. After Mayan pushed away the projection, Almus withered the spirit and unsummoned him, leaving the staff to aid his apprentice. A high shaman looks awkward without a staff. Mayan was unable to complete the third trial because he couldn't summon his totem, but the fourth one he failed fair and square by sticking the horn into Garanika instead of Cornic. The only thing that didn't fit into our plans was the appearance of the free citizens and Slate's death. Emperor, we understand that the echo of the shaman's deeds went through the entire Barleona, but only you are responsible for the deaths of 38,246 free citizens and the future Prince of Malabar. For unshakable faith in his own abilities, and for following the taken decision regardless of possible penalties and hardships, we, the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds, declare Mayan to be a high shaman. That is all.
Character class update. Class Great Shaman has been replaced by High Shaman. Plus 1,000 to reputation with the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds. Current level, Friendly. You are 2,390 points away from the status of Respect. Cornic descended from the air and, drained, leant back into his stone seat. Acting as the conduit of the spirits took nearly all his strength.
In view of what we've just heard,
the surrounding world was pierced by the Emperor's cold voice,
I am dropping all charges against Mayan. His actions have been deemed to be beneficial to the Empire, for which reason I am offering the High Shaman Mayan the post of a commissioned ambassador of the Empire to the Kingdom of the Dwarves. Our ally is being harassed by armies of barbarians encroaching from the Freelands. You must find out the reason behind such frenzied attacks and remove it. You will be able to obtain a portal to the lands of the dwarves from any herald as soon as you summon him, but not later than a month from this moment. Should he succeed in helping the king of the dwarves within the next 6 months, the clan will receive Castle Urusai into its ownership, the head of the clan the title of an earl, and the rest of its leaders the titles of barons. This is my decision.
Quest available. Inevitable evil. Description. The Kingdom of the Dwarves. Deadline for completion, 6 months. Quest type, clan-based unique. Reward, Urusai Castle, the title of an earl for the head of the clan, title of a baron for the officers, keepers, and treasurer of the clan. Penalty for failing or refusing the quest, dislike with the Emperor.
"So be it," said Iluna, the moment I accepted the quest. "I confirm the Emperor's words. Mayan and all the members of his clan have been found not guilty." There was a thunderclap, like an echo of some unseen lightning, and once again the surrounding scenery had changed. Judging by the map, which I immediately opened, we were at the very center of the Castle of the Fallen. But right now, there was nothing here to remind us that it ever existed. We were on an ordinary green glade, already covered by small young trees. In the course of a day, the Guardian managed to destroy all reminders of Guernica or Midial. Draco, Renox, and Almus remained in the world of the dragons. The Emperor and the Dark Lord vanished almost immediately, without saying a word, but I managed to glance at the attractiveness in their properties just before they did that. 65 points with the Emperor, and 46 points with the Dark Lord. Great! Things were looking up. Advisors and masters were discussing something, returning to their places once they were done. Then only Cornic, Beth, and Iluna remained.
"Mayan,"
the High Priestess immediately spoke to me,
"it is now time to give you and your people the reward for finding the Stone of Light. Thank you all."
The players lit up like a bunch of Christmas trees when a wave of new levels and reputation increases went through the clan, and then the High Priestess came up to each player, giving them flasks with water of life. I must remember to ask Anastasia what that thing was for, and kissed them on the forehead. It turned out that Iluna's blessing, 3rd rank, all this happened despite the goddess standing right there and observing the actions of her priestess, increased all the main stats by 15%. And this lasted as long as the character existed, or as long as the player remained in the goddess's favor.
"And it is finally my turn to reward Mayan,"
smiled the goddess.
"You and your people deserve to be the talk of all in Barleona. But I think that a simple item reward, which you would soon outgrow, would be insufficient. I would like to give you something which had never been and will never be gained by any clan in Barleona. This will earn you enemies who will be jealous of this gift, but it is worth it. Behold."
A flaming message appeared in the air right in front of Iluna, which was seen not only by myself, but also by the rest of the clan.
"You may now change the name of your clan to Legends of Barleona, reserved name. If you accept this name, each member of your clan will receive a small projection of their race."
Legends of Barleona and projections? I looked at Barcina's wide eyes, Plinto's grin, the now habitually dropped jaws of my officers, and Anastasia doing her best to look imperturbable, and realized that they've already made the decision. "I thank you for this gift, goddess. This is a truly divine reward." There was another clap of thunder, and only players remained on the dark forest glade.
"Isn't she a sweetie?"
Anastasia's impassiveness vanished in a flash when she saw a small, about 10-centimeter-long siren, which was coiling itself around the girl's hand. Stacy started to move her arm in different directions, and the siren sped around it happily, emitting squeals that no one, possibly except her owner, could hear. Periodically the projection stopped and froze, with a mirror appearing before it, and then the siren began to look at herself from every side, like a little girl who finally got at her mother's jewelry. Crunch! A strange sound sounded by my ear. I turned around and saw the little dragonling, dressed in a shaman's feathered cape and holding a staff in one of its paws. With the help of the second paw, he was eating a juicy apple, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Once he demolished the apple, he darted under my coat and then stuck out his head, putting it on my shoulder. I looked at the other players, who were also examining their pets, and chuckled. Real legends of Barleona were born today. This concludes The Secret of the Dark